he pushed himself to the absolute breaking point for a kingdom that wouldn't even appreciate it. A mastermind blacksmith who turns raw steel into pure genius. Stuck in a toxic workplace that poisons everything. Fate slammed a hammer into his hands. Crafts, not weapons, but life with no chains to hold him back. The girl who stumbled across him was convinced that, not just a craftsman, from the royal forge to a life where freedom finally hits like a spotlight. So when did everything suddenly snap into a whole new world? The whole saga kicks off when our hero locks eyes with his reflection in the mirror. The mirror flashed back with a smug, satisfied grin. A jolt of emotion flashed across his face, then he took off, leaving everything behind, and swore that from today on, everything would change. He was stepping in to take over as the court's blacksmith, right then and there. He stepped out of the house, grinning wide, already convinced that every ounce of effort had paid off, to hammering his way into the greatest blacksmith master the world has ever seen. He stormed up to the castle, craned his neck, and instantly his mind latched onto the cherry. Blossoms burst into full bloom as if they're welcoming him, and he vows to prove he deserves their beauty. He clocked a girl standing close by, staring as the sakura petals drifted down around her like falling wishes. She swept up to him and asked, right on the spot, if he happened to be a blacksmith. He was totally thrown off, stunned and embarrassed, because her voice sounded absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful! He couldn't shake the feeling that she carried herself like a true aristocrat, so he nodded along and asked how she could tell. She just laughed and said, he said there was a license jutting out of his pocket. He stared at it in shock and muttered, just a little more and it would have slipped right out. He figured that if he lost it, his whole job would collapse, and honestly, he felt insanely lucky. He thanked her, and she smiled like, it's nothing. But the truth hit him hard. He was way too young to be a blacksmith, so he must have only just arrived. Recently, he nodded and announced, I'm taking over my duties starting today. His name was a total lie, and pure nerves took over as he blurted, I didn't mean it like that. He kept rehearsing and begged, don't judge me too harshly. She met his eyes with a gentle smile and swore everything was fine. He treated everyone with real kindness. Then he introduced her as Alicia Barnasto and called her a lady. The lady took one look at him, and he asked, so are you an aristocrat? She nodded, and she basically told him there was no need for all that. No formalities, he shouldn't stress about it at all. They stood side by side. And he fired off a question, how did she end up here? She sighed and said she was meant to be at the ball, only now a bunch of gentlemen kept swarming her, begging for her attention. She took off the second she got the chance. Could she pry the truth out of him? He didn't hesitate. He agreed right away. And then she blurted, so what do you think is happening? If he even knew what he wanted to become? That question threw him off, and he started. And she admitted she wasn't sure who she even was. She couldn't name her real desires yet, but she was desperate to find the truth. He started mulling over her question. His face lit up with inspiration, and he swore he'd forge his way to being the best blacksmith in the whole world. She froze in shock at what she heard, then blurted it out at the top of her lungs, no doubt about it. The best in the world. He nodded and told me straight up that he knew this wouldn't be easy to pull off, but he would go all out seriously. She blinked in shock and said, and she could only hope that everything would turn out just like that. She prayed he'd rise to become the very best. The world's top blacksmith, then things get even wilder. After that, he bowed, stunned by how wide open and honest everything felt. He never saw that kind of openness coming. She didn't just give him support before that. All he ever got was ridicule for it. And honestly, she was so sweet, it practically melted the room. He strode into the castle, a smug grin plastered on his face, and as he did, he started thinking, but now that he's serving at court, does that mean charming ladies are about to flood his life because someday, maybe, he'll run right into one? Won't even get married. He stormed to the forge, sucked in a deep breath, grabbed his courage, and started to force the door open. He stared at the door and knew a greeting and that first impression could make or break everything. Then he stepped in and said, "Good morning." As soon as morning hit, the man snapped forward and smashed his fist into the other guy's face. With a grim look on his face, he shoved him hard to the ground and snapped. And then she snapped that he had to hit the road and get to work right now because the sword had to be restored. He couldn't tear himself away until it was done, and the MC stared back at him like, With wide eyes, he couldn't believe it, and then his mind raced about the wild, colorful life at Core. He marched into the courtroom, still convinced the life he'd pictured would be shattered in no time. That's how his personal hell kicked off, and after a while. Then he stepped out of the house with a cold, emotionless face, and realized 3 full years had gone by since he first picked up his duties as the court blacksmith. Smith, his whole job was bringing weapons back to life, restoring blades to fighting shape, and before all that, he was a blacksmith in the village. But the moment his talent flared, everyone took notice, and next thing you know, he's dragged into court, chasing the dream of perfecting his craft. But when he got there, everything flipped. Morgan, the forge owner and head of the shop, shouted his name and barked that he'd told him not to be late. He gulped, wore a worried face, and rushed out an apology, heart pounding. He shot a disgusted look and said, "What's the point?" Then blamed the whole mess on him being useless. He docked the money from his monthly salary for the screw-up, and before he could even speak, rage flared. He snapped and demanded, "Is there some kind of problem?" He shoved the argument down, refused to back down, and figured he had no right to object. Back in the shop, the whole crew would have handled ammo like that, but they pointed the finger at him like it was all his fault. Turns out he was being punished for that little scuffle with the guy. Morgan slammed him across the face and barked, "Are you kidding me?" Because, yeah, he was just trying to teach him. He hit the floor, pretending he'd been here for 3 whole years, then rage rolled through them every day. And somehow, he'd already learned how to endure pain because he wasn't ready to step into the shop just yet. They were right. He was still clueless, and that's why they didn't just dislike him, they beat him, again and again, until he started thinking. That's the whole reason his salary's so low, because there are no days off. It's a grind every single day, and it's somehow all his fault, because he's untalented. At least that's what everyone keeps blaming on him. He rose after getting smashed, and Morgan snapped, "Did you think about what you did?" Then Morgan told him to get up strong, grab every weapon, and be ready before the holidays end. And he nodded, saying he understood, and he added, "We've been invited to the ball." So he can't afford to slack off, he's got to do his job right. And with that, him and the rest started heading out. They claimed they hadn't seen dear Alicia in ages. Then guests from a neighboring state showed up to join the feast. Once they leave, you'd better greet the lady the right way. The protagonist stormed into the forge, and there, blade after blade, he was staring at a whole mountain of swords. He panicked at the thought of the huge amount of work piling up if he didn't get it finished by the end of the week. He'd be stuck on night shifts starting tomorrow, and the day after would be his days off. It'd be amazing to pass the spirit along, but first he has to finish the weapon he's holding. He hands it over to the knights, so rest has to wait no matter what. He's got to finish it by Monday. It'll be a brand new work week already, and he knows he needs at least 1 day to recover, because he can't keep living like this, not like this. If they weren't so clueless, he would have crushed it way earlier, so he demanded a magical instruction manual and decided blacksmiths had 2 big jobs. The first is forging weapons. Next, you enchant it suddenly, the sword gets sharper, tougher, and far more durable, so it barely needs maintenance and it won't rust, because that's straight up magic. The magic sticks around for about a week, so the forge gets flooded with weapons every single week. Enchanting's actually pretty straightforward. First, you gotta study the weapon's magical code, Open A. A special window holds all the data, and any correction is powered by magic. Someone enchants it by tweaking or adding magical symbols, because if you handle the weapon carelessly, everything can go wrong fast. If you let them sit forever or ignore them too long, the symbols start to fade. Period. If the sword's enchantment is still clinging on, you just have to renew it. But if it's worn off completely, he poured his entire heart into it for ages now, it's ready to be recast. And then he blacked out cold because the only thing left on the table was the sword. After a while, he finally snapped back into his senses. Then it hit him. He felt incredible. A sweet, comforting aroma filled the air. Something soft and warm pressed against him, and he couldn't believe he'd actually fallen asleep. He shot up so fast he smacked his head into Alicia, then barked that he'd never make it in time to finish the work. They both clutched their heads, and she hissed that it hurt like crazy, while the MC stared in shock at what he just saw. He spotted her, snapped into a bow, and blurted that he was terribly sorry, only for her to tell him not to bow at all. And he admitted he'd been disrespectful to the Duchess. She shot down the claim, but he couldn't shake the feeling that she was secretly hooked on blacksmithing. Every time she got an invitation to the ball, she showed up here, no exceptions. Yesterday, Mr. Morgan grilled the group and revealed that she'd been invited. He didn't even bother changing, still stuck in his work uniform, skipping the bath completely. She shot him a worried look and demanded, "What happened?" "Right here, if he sleeps here, he'll catch a cold. Is he okay?" He nodded and said, "I'm fine." But there was something even more urgent. He glanced out the window, gasped when he saw it was morning, and realized the match was already over, while she must have bunked here and checked this place before heading out. He was supposed to wrap up work yesterday, but that's all he can think of. He barely remembers anything, yet it looks like he finished everything he was meant to do. She studied him with wide, worried eyes and snapped that he looked painfully pale, and just like that, he was sick. She reached up and pressed the wound on his face. Pain shot through him, but he clenched his teeth and insisted he was fine, still stewing over how badly Morgan beat him yesterday. Even if the bruises don't show, you can bet he's already furious from what he pulled yesterday because nothing good is coming for him. She knows they're laughing at him behind his back, and he didn't want her to find out because he liked her, though he also understood why it was happening. He wasn't her kind of guy, so winning her over felt impossible, even if he pushed himself to the limit, yet he still fought to look decent in her eyes, because he refused to let her see him as pathetic, and he wanted to prove he could make a real impression as a man. Alicia said he was in pain, but she had no healing ointment, and he insisted she shouldn't worry. Then he apologized, told her he still had tons of work to finish, and admitted he didn't even have time to offer her tea. With a tiny smile, she told him not to worry about a thing, then asked if he understood how she worked too, and he nodded in agreement. He told them he had 0 objections, then slammed his sword down on the work table like, right there. He kicked off his magic and realized something was off, like a crucial symbol was gone because the marks on that sword were vanishing right before his eyes. She grinned and said, "I think so." And that compliment hit him like a spotlight because he was crazy skilled and painfully careful with every detail, yet he just flushed and asked, "You really think so?" She glanced around and gasped. So many weapons here, did he really enchant every single one himself? He nodded and she pressed, "That's gotta be brutal." He agreed like, "Yeah, blacksmiths all work like this." He nodded and admitted he was stuck at the lowest level because if he couldn't even survive that, then his dream of becoming the best craftsman would have been long gone. She smiled and said she never knew the blacksmith's road was so thorny, but his work deserved respect from start to finish, like a court web woven by a master. Then he lowered his gaze and he brushed it off, like it wasn't a big deal though. The truth was, he was still green. He opened his mouth to add more, but she yanked his hand into hers and told him to stop and think about how much he could do all by himself. He stared with a heavy, broken look and thought, "I'm amazing, but they say it's not true," like it crushed his worth into nothing more than mediocrity. He had to keep up appearances in front of her, but Alicia caught him mid-tier, then stared at him with worry and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Fake didn't even realize tears were spilling, and before he could speak, he scooted away from her, like he was about to confess something huge. She lunged into a tight hug and demanded he share like, right now, and when he hesitated, she promised she wouldn't let him go until he did. He was completely baffled and shot back, saying those weren't tears of grief at all. He was just rinsing his eyes like that. Then she blared, "Most people don't cry at all." He swore blacksmiths could wield water magic, and he rushed off before he could even finish because she refused to believe him. He told her that he should speak, but he still dropped onto the floor and spilled everything, shame crushing him as he spoke because once he started, he couldn't stop. He hadn't shared this with anyone before, and she was the Duke's daughter, so how could he act like this in her presence? Was any of it acceptable? In the end, he snapped and blamed himself, "I've got no talent." But the truth was they were only trying to teach him. She reached out, stroked his head, and pleaded for his forgiveness, and told her she should have asked way earlier. He snapped back and insisted she should apologize for running her mouth, and the tears hit again because he couldn't stop them fearing she'd see just how pathetic he'd become. Right then, the Knight Argos burst into the room, blasted him with insults as a total good-for-nothing, and demanded he immediately enchant a sword for him. They both spun toward him, and she blurted out his name, and the protagonist blurted out that he prayed his work would be blessed. Then his eyes snapped open when he spotted Alicia, and he immediately asked her. So yeah, she was right there. Then they started talking. and he just watched from the side like, why aren't they jumping me with fists like they always do? Only this time it felt totally different, and he knew it had to be because of her. He handed over the sword, called him by name, and ordered him to enchant it so he nodded, then bolted straight to his workplace. He yanked open the system window and realized that the sword had been used with zero care. He'd cast that enchantment just a couple days ago, and it was already nearly wrecked, so he called him over politely and warned him to handle it way more carefully, because the enchantment was badly, massively damaged. Rage boiled over him. He cursed the guy as good for nothing, snapped that it was all his fault for the casting, and he looked completely baffled because she was standing right there. He insisted he hadn't meant it like that. Can you enchant it stronger? He asked, then stared at the system window with a hard, serious face and admitted he'd thrown down a really powerful enchantment only to realize the material used to make those simple knightly swords was missing a crucial piece. It's not the best quality, and even the magic behind it hits a hard limit on what it can do. Lose yourself in the fight, and the magical structure will come crashing down. Then he finished the restoration, handed him the sword, and swore it was ready to swing. Then he started to head out until someone snapped, "Wait!" He halted, called out to Lady Alicia, and asked if she'd join him on the promenade. He wanted to show her every corner of the palace grounds. She thanked him, shook her head, refused politely, and wished him the best. He bowed low, then asked, "May I take my leave now?" The second he stepped out, she whipped around and snapped, asking if he was always this way. MC froze, utterly baffled, like he couldn't even keep his dignity intact around the girl he liked. She warned him not to push himself so hard, or he'd wreck his health. Then he shot back that if he didn't handle the work at court, he'd be in trouble. He said he'd never work anywhere else because they'd yank his license if he was honest. So, after a year on the job, he tried to quit, and he even told Master more. Morgan snapped that he'd hit his limit and demanded to be dismissed, warning that if he walked away, he'd yank his revocation. With that blacksmith's license gone, he couldn't keep practicing his craft, no matter how hard he tried to keep working. Working in secret. If someone caught him, they'd haul him in for illegal activity. Then she grabbed his hands and pulled him with that confused look basically screamed, yeah, she really did come. Because she was dying to propose something to him, she finally gathered the courage, then reached out and plucked up her. She clenched her resolve and blurted out, "Why don't we just get married already?" He stared at her, brows knit in confusion, and couldn't help wondering, wait, did he just mishear that? Nah, it sounded real, or was she? Did she twist the meaning of marriage into something new? She said it again, dead serious, staring right through them. That hit him like a punch. He jerked back and stared, wide-eyed, demanding, "Wait, is that what you really think I mean? Is that your answer when a man and a woman live together?" She flushed with embarrassment and nodded hard, and then he blushed too, realizing somehow they still carried the exact same meaning. But he has zero clue what's even happening. She stared at him like, "Wait, no, I didn't mean it like that at all." Like the whole idea didn't make sense. And right away, tons of gentlemen beg to marry her as their wife. But she refuses to marry a single one of them. So she needs him as her cover. He's a blacksmith, just like her father. It looks like she can sway him because he's so stunned he blurts out, "What do you mean?" Alicia smirks and tells him, "I come from a family of blacksmiths." Her ancestors marched up to the king with a legendary sword, now a national treasure, and got a royal title in return. Then her father busted his ass to climb the ranks until she became the heiress who could crown his hard work. With a baffled look, he demanded, "Wait, what do I have to do with any of this?" She just shrugged and said, "One thing's certain, there'll always be a blacksmith in my family. Someone in that family must have been born with blacksmithing talent." But he snapped back, "No, it wasn't blood at all. If skill is truly inherited, then she's free to marry whoever she wants." So she insisted she was repeating the exact same thing, and then she dropped the real question, will he become her fiancé? He stood there completely baffled, while she sighed that the candidates weren't even that plentiful, yet they kept crowding in anyway. She was worn out from all that attention, and all she wanted was to marry the moment she finally meets a man she truly loves. She tells him, "Play my fiancé until then, because it's the only way to keep the others off their backs. And if he goes with her to her homeland, she'll get him a fresh license so nobody can mess with him anymore. It's a win-win. So why would he say no?" Fake grinned and asked, "Mary's a talented blacksmith, so that's the deal, right?" But Fake knew he himself had no talent, so fear crawled in and told him he wouldn't be able to help. With a dead serious stare, she snapped that it wasn't true because she'd seen him at work. And honestly, she'd always thought he stood out from every blacksmith here. He wasn't just talented, his real magic came from grit and relentless hard work, and that's exactly what she loved. She grabbed his hands, stared into his eyes, and asked, "So will you become my fiancé?" He stared at her and immediately thought she was everything. He'd always been insanely kind to him, sweet, warm, and quick to answer every time. Offensive, yeah. He forced himself not to stare at her like that, but why was she grinning at him like she knew exactly what he'd think? One wrong read, and he'd misinterpret the whole thing. He was one step away, and that's when everything could go sideways. He shot back, "So you're saying he's supposed to play the pretend groom?" "What did you imagine?" she answered with a small, confused smile like she wasn't picturing some random stranger. She figured it was the perfect move, become his bride. He couldn't believe she'd just throw those words out like that. She was messing with his head. So yeah, it was nothing but a setup, and deep down, she was about to be the one too. She probably didn't want anything serious with him, but she couldn't ignore how lost he was, with nowhere else to turn, so she chose him. Even if he'd never be meant to marry her, he still had a shot at a real life and a little happiness, working as a blacksmith nearby. He promised, "If you're truly sure, I'll be your groom." And then she was. He couldn't hold back. Pure joy lit him up. Then he grabbed her hands and bellowed, "Are you sure about this?" He agreed, and Alicia shot back that if that's the plan, there'll be another ball today. Then they'd head straight to her place. "You're with me, right?" He nodded, saying he understood everything, so we're leaving Monday morning, right? And if he needs a dismissal, he'd better get it. But he's not sure he'll be able to walk out that easy. He remembers being told that if he ever gets fired, he still has to give 2 weeks' notice, and the last time he brought it up, he got slammed so hard he couldn't even stand. But this time he's got her, and they'll cook up a plan. She warned him not to call her lady, and the more he teased, the firmer her voice got. She couldn't believe it, leaned in smiling, and asked, "Wait, why?" Now he's her fiancé, so his status doesn't matter anymore, right? So starting now, he can drop the whole title, and with a puzzled look, he muttered that maybe, just maybe, that's the truth. After a while, the protagonist barged into the office and snapped that he's done no more. Not anymore, so he's resigning on his own. Rage slammed through Morgan as he blurted, loud enough to shake the room, "Have you really forgotten how much effort they've poured into me all these years?" The other blacksmiths rallied around him, pressing, "So who else would even put up with a mediocre guy like you?" And he kept insisting, "I'll teach you etiquette." But then did he really forget how he couldn't even handle court manners before? "So tell me," he snapped, "where would you go if you walked out of here, and who would even need you?" He mulled over it with a worried stare, realizing that this kind of mediocrity won't carry him anywhere, and thinking about how, before, he would have stayed quiet instead of speaking up, but he'd promised her. And now he couldn't back down. He shoved past the guys crowding him, demanded they let him out, because he just couldn't take the grind anymore. Morgan's worry hit hard and he blurted, "So what happens if you walk out? What's your backup plan?" He nodded in agreement, then fired back that he should show his license. He nodded, pulled out the license, and shoved it right into his hands. Handed it to him. He snatched it the second it touched his hands, and he ripped the document to shreds in seconds, shouting at the top of his lungs. So he wasn't a blacksmith anymore, and this country wouldn't even let him work. Now what's a man supposed to do when he's suddenly useless? Blacksmiths surrounded him and basically crushed his hope, telling him there was no way to restore that certificate because licenses were their turf. If he wanted it back, he'd have to stay and work for them. He fought to keep his frustration buried, but all he could think was how done he was with this country already. What's the point of a certificate if it means nothing here? Morgan told them that if he keeps handling his duties for one more year, he's getting a promotion and he'll finally bring in a whole new hire. With a grim look on his face, he said he won't work for him anymore, then begged for forgiveness. Rage surged through him, and he snapped out loud, furious about it. So yeah, look at him. He clearly doesn't know any other way to handle things, does he? And seriously, did he forget that if he keeps doing this illegally, cops are coming, and he ignored all of it? The blacksmith warned him, If you walk away, you'll be nothing but alone. No one will ever put up with a useless bum like you, not even them." When he finally clocked that truth, he'd slink back and keep doing their work anyway. He headed for the door, and they brushed it off like that was a huge oversight. Like they were this close to letting him into the union, but who was ever really going to read the minds of someone like him? He stepped out with a calm face, convinced he'd never return here again, no matter what it cost. He spotted Alicia standing there in plain view. He stood nearby, eyes wide, and blurted her name in shock. She spun toward him and snapped, asking if he was done, yet he nodded, then wondered if she'd caught their whole conversation if there was no soundproofing. Then yeah, she'd hear every word he said, and he definitely didn't want that. Morgan stormed out of the office, and right as he opened his mouth to say something, everything felt like it was about to explode. Then he finally noticed her. He bowed, greeting her like old friends, saying they hadn't seen each other in forever. And as she stood there, she kept getting more and more charming by the day. She flashed him a warm smile and pressed, "So, did you get the dismissal?" He nodded with a baffled face and muttered that he was useless anyway. They set him up with the perfect chances, but he blew them off completely, like he never learned a thing. She lit up and said, "Oh, by the way, he got a job in my residence." They were absolutely stunned by the moment they heard it. He blurted out what she said, snapping the question so loud it echoed what did it even mean. He couldn't even forge a proper sword, forget about casting spells. She ignored his words and blurted that she believed he was a truly gifted master, then smirked. "So what? They wouldn't mind if I took him, right?" He nodded along and pressed, "Don't you think you'd rather have someone like me?" Then he leaned in, firing back. "So what do you say? Wouldn't it be smarter to hire me?" She shot him a disgusted look and flat out said she wasn't interested. Then she snapped her head toward MC, grinning bright, and told him it was time to move right now. After that, they ran off together, hands locked, and while he'd told himself she only saw a fake fiancé, day by day he couldn't deny it anymore. He fell for her harder and harder. Then they kicked the revenants to the curb and vanished. They forged an end empire pact on a carriage and ripped south toward the kingdom of Narsti. The moment she arrived, her father would be waiting for her. They headed to the Barnasto family estate, rode a stagecoach for an entire day, and finally rolled up to the exact place they came for. They spilled out of the carriage. Fake cracked his back like he was shaking off a bad dream, and Alicia grinned at him, asking if he was tired, because that day had only just started, and it was already dragging on. He grinned and swore he wasn't tired for even a second. All still, even if he was wiped out, it wouldn't matter. Nothing could beat what he'd been doing in the forge, pushing through from dawn till dusk without a break. She told him she'd already warned her father, like he was probably already halfway to knowing. He just waited on them, eyes full of worry, and you could tell somehow he was nervous out of nowhere. He grabbed her hand, and right then she blushed hard and screamed. He screamed, startled out of his skin, apologized fast, and then said it just felt obvious to him, so she slowly steadied herself, then slipped her hand into his. And he swore everything was fine. She just didn't see this coming at all. Then he apologized again, right through the shock. With a confused little grin, he blurted out that he was truly sorry. He swore he never should have crossed that line because the engagement was fake after all, and he definitely overdid it. She snapped, "That's not true." Even though he caught her off guard, she insisted there was nothing to fear, so he shouldn't worry. He demanded, "What are you talking about?" Then the question hit, did this mean everything would look perfectly natural if they just improvised? She nodded hard, shaking with agreement, and swore, "Yep, that's exactly how it'll go." While he burst into laughter and said, "I get you." So they had to wing it, and then they slipped into the estate together, where his stomach churned with nerves the moment he realized he was about to meet her father. He stared him down with a grim face and demanded, "So you're the blacksmith Alicia was talking about?" She nodded like, "Yep," totally agreeing, and said that it. A talent like that, it's 1 in a million, she asked him. She demanded he study the way her enchantments were cast, and when he finally listened, he grabbed one of the swords hanging on the wall. He hurled it at him and demanded, "Now show me how you enchant this sword, prove every spell you used." The blade on it needed upgrading, and the protagonist nodded, then yanked the sword from its sheath and started to draw it, right away, like a decision he couldn't undo. When he stared at it, a giant system window stretched out before him, packed with magical symbols nothing like the enchantments he'd restored at court, and that sword had to be tied to someone high up. Like that knight captain, just look at the inlay and the inscription. Unreal, I'd never seen work that exquisite in my life. Then her father warned him, "You've got 1 week, and if you can't finish it in time, you're out no place there." He stared at him with a cool, steady face and said the job wouldn't take long, and that calm promise hit him like a shock. He slammed the sword onto the table and declared that not every symbol had rusted away, which meant this job wasn't even going to be hard. He raced through the system windows, and his gut said only a handful of runes were wrecked. He just had to slot the right signs in. With the gaps finally lining up, and the clues at both ends shouting him the truth, he started to grasp the enchantment's whole idea. Then Alicia, still calm as ever, waved him over and asked what he thought. With a small grin, he admitted that copying the enchantment perfectly wasn't easy, but recreating something close, that was totally doable. He had heard of enchantments that could pull off the same kind of magic, and, yeah, this one looked like it was already cast. Done already. Her father froze at what he just heard, then snapped, "Wait, are you seriously finished already?" He bowed, then handed over the sheathed sword and told him he just wanted to take a look. He grabbed the blade, yanked it free, cracked off a few blazing swings, and he stared at the blade, then angled it and judged its side. Yeah, it looked like it came out perfectly. He slid the sword back into its sheath and blurted, "This is unreal, I never could have imagined it." He was unbelievably gifted, so when he heard praise spill from him, joy exploded in his chest, and he thanked him loudly. With a stern look, he snapped that he wasn't about to accept the guy as his daughter's future husband. He stared at him, and for a second he thought, wow, this guy is pure stern, only to realize he was totally wrong. He bowed low and vowed he'd work until his bones gave out, then added that anything short of his absolute best wasn't even on the table. The workshop in the mansion is totally his to use. He can grab whatever materials he needs, and he'll make sure the supplies never run out on top of that. He already requested a license, and he can't let it slip away again. Fake froze when he passed the license over and asked if he could work wherever he wanted. He nodded, then hit back with, "He's a blacksmith, right? So he gets to choose where his craft goes." He stared at the license and realized that before, he could only cast enchantments and was constantly being restricted, but now he'd finally be able to work with metal. Absolutely incredible. A huge smile spread across his face as he lifted his head and said he was truly grateful. Her father spoke with a thoughtful stare, saying some of the knights here might need his help, and he'd already warned the servants so he could ask them right away. Plus, he'd have to disappear on business for a while. And he looked. He stared him down and said, dead serious, that not even a single finger would touch his daughter while he was away. No second thoughts, and the shock hit him hard. So he agreed on the spot. Then they burst out into the corridor, and he let out a breath of relief. He'd actually convinced her father. Alicia told him he hadn't fully accepted what was going on yet, but she'd keep working on it. And honestly, the fact that he was praising her like that was the first time. So it had to be a good sign. He nodded and thought. He believed he owed her everything, and he just wanted a chance to repay even a tiny bit of her kindness. He snapped his gaze upward as a maid strode in and announced she was thrilled to meet her Leffy, who promised she'd guide him through the whole estate. The protagonist introduced himself and lit up as he said he was thrilled to meet her, and she smiled right back, telling him she'd asked him to be kind. And she hit him with a tour, showing him every inch of the entire estate right down to the last corner. Then, in the forge, she announced there was a blacksmith's workshop right here, and every single thing was ready, just for her fiancé. He spun around the place and immediately clocked it. Blacksmith workshops were basically set up the same everywhere. He demanded to know if they even had a forge, because stuff like this was so rare it felt like a myth, and he couldn't remember the last time he'd seen anything like it. He figured their job was usually nothing but magic, and tools like that almost never came out, so when they finally did, it felt awesome to get to use it even once. She told him, "If you need anything else, just say the word, I'll handle it all." He glanced around, declared that every material was right there, and practically breathed out in relief. Then she smiled and said, "All right then, in that case." She demanded a tour of his room, and when they finally landed in the right one, she flat out told her she'd be staying here, and if he needed anything at all, she'd come through. He managed to reach her, so he said yes. Then he told her, with real gratitude, "Thanks for showing me around everything here." And he promised, "If I ever need anything, I'll come straight to you." He burst into the room, dropped onto the sofa, and couldn't help thinking it felt like life was finally turning a corner until, just recently, he clocked in under conditions that could wreck his body at any second. And now, with this incredible fiancée right by his side, everything finally felt perfect. Even if it wasn't real, nothing felt better. He collapsed onto the bed with a grin of pure joy. And he said the real truth was simple. Now he was finally free. No more stressing over work that had to be finished by morning. No more racing the clock. He could sleep like a normal person and even take a day off every single day. Yeah, this went way too far because it wouldn't just muddy the whole engagement. It would trash his reputation in a heartbeat. He didn't have to lift a finger because that's what free time is supposed to be, and it's kicking in tomorrow. He started his new duties and decided on his own exactly how hard and how long he'd work until he couldn't. He dares to take another step without getting knocked down, and he prays that every single day will finally be as joyful as this one. At the same time, Alicia ran into Leffy and told her the gentleman was safely tucked into his assigned room. Then she thanked her and said she'd been grinding all day. She grinned at her and asked, "So, what about your plan?" She said it all went even better than she ever dared hope, and she couldn't stop smiling now that she heard it. "So when are we getting good news?" She spun around, eyes full of confusion, and just couldn't answer. Then she stared at her and snapped, "I don't get any of this." After she walked away from the residence, she said she'd ask him to become her husband. She cringed harder, blurted out that she messed up, and admitted it all felt painfully shameful. With a confused look on her face, she still asked him to marry her, didn't she? Then she nodded and said she'd been trying. She couldn't stop herself from frowning in confusion, because even if this wasn't real, they'd still talked about marriage, so how could this be a problem? The wedding came out of nowhere, and yet she's strangely calm about it, like it doesn't even hit. Still, after everything that went down, an awkward tightness crawls into her chest. Leffy called her out of the blue, sounding worried and completely lost. "Tell me," she asked, "is the wedding date actually set?" She opened her mouth like she had answers, but confusion took over her face. Then she snapped her gaze away the moment the story hit her. With a thoughtful look, she finally got it, and then she proposed to her fiancé. Calling it a cover, Alicia blew up, demanding what kind of sick reaction that was, even as she tried harder than ever to make it work and do everything she could. She said she didn't even realize if he was interested. He'd have picked up everything from her behavior. Then she gasped at what she'd heard and asked, "Is it that obvious?" She agreed and said, "Yeah, it's painfully noticeable. Sheesh." She was certain he knew everything honestly. It wasn't even subtle, it was crystal clear. So she told him, "Don't joke about me." And, with an embarrassed look burning across her face, she told herself she was hiding it pretty well, and now she felt even more. Leffy admitted that even if it was only a cover, she'd already thrown down, so they needed to start gearing up for the wedding right now. Then she lifted her head and said, "But her." Her father still hadn't given his blessing, and she shrugged like, "Yeah, that tracks." So it was clear Master needed to prove himself first as a blacksmith, and they'd hold off until Master Goral tested what he could really do. Alicia said she was probably right. Her family built a name in blacksmithing, so she figured she'd only be able to marry a truly gifted man. She believed that being born into a noble family meant she'd have to sacrifice her freedom and her chance at love because she'd always known it. If it really was him, she demanded, staring straight ahead. So yeah, maybe she could finally marry the one she loved. Right, Leffy agreed, but she warned that it was way too soon to celebrate. At that exact moment, the blacksmiths were crammed inside Morgan's office, just sitting there, waiting like something big was about to hit, and asked what they'd do next. "Go find a new person, you idiot, because this one's still not cutting it." Still no sign of him, because he's asking for way too much from an apprentice, so yeah, in the end, he's forcing us to slash his pay in half and wipe out his monthly bonuses like they really don't need an apprentice, right? He nods and agrees they don't. He agrees, and now you've got to hear what's on his mind. He dials up Seath, asks about House Barnstow, and then Lady Alicia was tied to them, so what was he even supposed to say? He started to speak, and then, painfully, he admitted that he knows almost nothing. People only recognize them by their titles. Yet rumor swears that sometimes they pick the finest blacksmith masters to marry off their daughters. He claimed the Barnasto started out as plain blacksmiths, but the fake was so painfully obvious one glance that you could tell he was a total mediocrity, and nobody would ever hire him, so he pushed him to take on a couple of orders. He couldn't even grip a hammer right, every swing sent him stumbling, face first, until they were sure he'd be fired any day now. Even the blacksmiths traded glances and said he'd lost his way, but he'd crawl back to them eventually. And now it was just a countdown. How long would Barnasto actually stomach him before they finally fired him? Morgan bet a week. Tops, anyone who had nowhere else to land would end up crawling back here eventually. The blacksmith told him, "Then you'll get a whole week's worth of work to cover what you missed." And they dropped the same tasks right back on his plate. Perfect, he thought. He slid into the chair, went still, and started thinking it through. For the next 2 weeks, everything was already locked in. He didn't have to start right now. When he came back, they'd have plenty of time because, honestly, he'd earned every bit of this punishment. He told the knight, "I have to explain why we can't start work yet. Some urgent stuff blew up." And then he grabbed the sword for the time being. The blacksmith grinned and told him, "You'll see it soon how useless you really are." Then promised that once the clock ran out, he'd drag him back into torment like a servant. Morgan burst out laughing and swore he'd push even harder than before because all that work piling up while he was gone needed to get handled right now, and that incompetent fool had to come back. And when he did, Morgan promised he'd make sure he got fired for good. After a while, the protagonist jolted awake again, and for a moment, he swore he'd done it before dawn, because that's exactly how his nights had been playing out. While he served at court, he'd spring out with the first streaks of sunrise, determined to smash through every task by himself, sometimes even knocking out whatever was left hanging from the day before. And, yeah, this was just another day on the job crafting fresh orders, swallowing tougher duties than any ordinary blacksmith could handle. Day after day, from the first light of dawn to midnight, it all repeats until now, because when he wakes up this early, there's something that starts happening. Then it hit this was even more work. He stomped into the forge and realized it had been way too long since he'd been here, so he fired up and started warming his hands. He stood up and declared it was time to kick things off, then flung open the ore chest, and right there, that witch ore looked absolutely amazing. It's a rare metal that practically begs to be enchanted. Blacksmiths swear by it, because nothing else can be turned that way. And once you cast an enchantment on steel, it multiplies its strength by leaps and bounds. But the real game changer is this: you can get it from demons, and it's easy. To mine iron, you've got to stay camped in the mines once a pit goes dry. You drop everything and hunt the next one, and if you want it quicker, you'll need to go cut down a demon for the path. He slid on the gloves and said, "These are demon skin and they're tough as hell, built to shrug off even high temperatures." First, he had to get fire, so he figured blacksmiths were the ones who could help. Water and earth magic mix in because witch ore comes in several different types. The absolute rarest top-tier stuff gets stamped, Class S, then it drops down through the ranks until you hit Class F. Most gear people actually use falls right around F and E, which isn't exactly top tier, right? Today he's going to keep it simple and warm up because he's got a plan. And it starts with this He's not trying to forge the world's deadliest weapon, just enough to craft a nasty knife, and he blasts his magic aura until it's red hot. He figured it was finally time to drop it into the casting mold, then crank the heat even higher, because back in the old days, blacksmiths tempered metal right in a fire pit. And today, this tech's basically outdated. He finally warmed the metal, then grinned as he spoke. The metal turns pliant and soft in his hands, and now he has to make his next move. Craft a clay mold with earth magic, then slam molten metal into it. Then they blast it with water magic to cool the mold down, fast and furious. And a steel ingot gets ripped right out of it, and then it's heated just enough to go a little softer. He heated the metal until it bent to his will, then started smashing the glowing ingot with a hammer. Hammer spun toward the sound, grinning like crazy, and swore there was nothing on earth that could beat it. So he figured, I'm never going to get tired of this. And he leaned in, listening to that cool sizzle as he heated the steel a few more times. As the metal's quality climbs, its purity and magic power spike too, so today, he barely has time for the knife, meaning next time he'll prep the materials in advance. He hammered the blade into shape, thinking it was nearly what he planned. And now the real work begins. The clay, it'll cool the blade's edge, crank up its strength, and boost the material's magic power. So before you even start grinding, you've got to spread the magic evenly across the whole surface. Now prep it with something. Water clung to his hands as he pushed through, and after a while he was almost finished. He checked the knife, weighed it with a sharp look, and then he said the pattern popped up right away in that cutting edge zone, so now you've got to blast it with wind magic and razor sharpen the blade. He grabbed the blade, polished it until it gleamed like glass, then declared it smooth, shiny. Now there was only one thing left to do: cast the enchantment. Once he was done, he grinned and said he couldn't wait to try it out for real. He cranked a brick He grabbed the clay, and with one sharp swipe of his knife, it sliced right through, no resistance at all. Knife in hand, he grinned like he just struck gold, claiming the blade's sharpness and weight were perfect, and admitting he hadn't done this in ages. Time, 3 whole hours, vanished like nothing. He wrapped the handle in cloth, then blurted that it was breakfast time, only to realize he'd completely forgotten, because the work had kept eating up every second he used to have. Time to hunt rare snacks right there in the forge. He spun around and locked eyes on Alicia, who was standing right behind him, staring in awe like they were witnessing greatness firsthand. She abruptly turned and stomped off, yelling how long she'd been standing there, then grinned and said she'd been there for about an hour. Leffy told her he'd be in the workshop today, so she hurried over. He locked in so hard that, out of nowhere, embarrassment started to creep in, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from her. She cheeks flared with a blush and shot back, telling him not to stare at her like that. She blushed hard, pure embarrassment, and you could practically feel it in the air. Embarrassment hit him hard. He clapped his hands over his face and pleaded for forgiveness. With a slightly annoyed face, he admitted she was right, but then he couldn't stop staring at her, like she'd just proved something. Yeah, he'd messed up again. He swallowed his pride, apologized, and admitted she was just so damn cute. She gasped when she heard it and instantly said, "Everything's fine." But she's still his fiancée, so if the timing feels right, then there's no problem with looks, right? He couldn't believe what he'd just heard, and his mind raced what timing is right. Wait, he shouldn't invent anything. He's not her real fiancée at all. She just acted clueless when he kept staring in the wrong places. He said, "By the way, she trekked all this way just to watch me work." Then he realized he never even noticed her standing there, and he immediately apologized for it. Alicia told him he didn't need to overthink it because she was thrilled to watch him pour his heart into that knife. He stared back and realized her smile wasn't just a smile, it lit up brighter than the sun. Then she grinned and asked, "Can I see the knife?" The knife fake agreed, and she snatched it right away, eyes wide, and blurted, "So beautiful, and this is a grade." Then watched his nod and went, "I can't believe it, that blade is crazy sharp, like it's been enchanted." He smiled and thanked her, admitting he'd pushed himself to forge something truly good. He kept thinking, if I'd only had a little more time, I could have crushed it. And the moment he realized she was watching, he wished he'd pushed even harder. She flicked the knife through a few sharp moves, and he demanded to know if she really knew her way around a blade. She spun back with a grin and said she'd only been taught the bare basics of fencing, nothing more. Only for self-defense, she kept testing the knife, and he lit up like, "You're nailing it," until he thought it was absolutely unreal. She clocked that he kept staring at her. Staring at her, he blurted out the question, Harashtin, worry creasing his face. "Tell me, did she mess up somehow? Because the way he's staring at her says it all." Heat rushed to his face. He swore he'd been staring at her again, way too hard, and that's when he blurted that he was just distracted because, wow, she was absolutely stunning. "Beautiful?" she asked, eyes full of confusion. "Is that all?" Frustration flickered across her face, and he, cheeks burning red, looked away and blurted, "No way, it's unbelievably beautiful." She slipped a firm grip on his shirt, tugged him closer, and demanded he say it again, staring him straight in the eye. He nodded, locked eyes with her, and blurted out that it was absolutely amazing. She stared, speechless by how stunning it all was. Then she turned to him and thanked him with a full-on grateful heart. And he can't shake the feeling this engagement isn't real, yet she sells the romance so flawlessly that it looks dead sincere. In moments like this, he can't stop wondering if he even cares. And then, yeah, when you think about it, nearly any girl could fake it convincingly at least. That's what he'd heard. He heard it, then shelved the thought the second she burst into laughter and urged him to come with her because breakfast was already waiting on the table. He nodded and said, "First, I need to shower. Just give me a little time." As they reached the hall, Alicia leaned in and asked if he'd always been this good at casting spells, and the protagonist stared back like it was the most obvious truth of all. Back then, the work never slowed down. He had to smash through it fast and clean, and with all that pressure on his shoulders, he grinded, trained, and refined himself until those brutal days paid off, letting him cast spells in seconds like it was nothing. That's why every second with her melts his heart. Leffy even served them breakfast, and they gratefully thanked. He thanked her, then wait right when he headed to the forge. He caught the scent of fresh bread. Do they bake it every morning here? He took one bite, and the bread felt warm and soft the whole way through. Sweet and insanely delicious, Alicia went quiet and spotted the tears streaming down his face. Worry etched on her expression. "Hey, what's wrong?" When he couldn't stop crying, she pushed a handkerchief into his hands and asked, "Tell me what happened." He apologized on the spot, blurting out that he couldn't even remember the last time he'd seen treats like that, and she wiped the mess off his face, telling him she got it. Then she leaned in and asked if he'd mind sharing more about his past. He said he usually pushed his work to late night, so during the day he barely caught a crumb to eat. If he ever snagged a lunch break, he wolfed it down right there while still working, with zero time to savor it. He swallowed the food before he could even enjoy it, yet now, sharing breakfast with her, it hit him like the best morning of his life. She flashed him a gentle smile and told him not to rush, to just savor it, and he nodded, grateful. After breakfast, they bolted out of the estate, and she leaned in to ask if the food really hit the spot. He nodded, then she grinned and said, "All right, now we're heading into the city." She promised to show him the area, so he checked head to toe, making sure her face was covered up just right. And when he finally glanced it over, he nodded and said he thought it was. But then he couldn't shake the question, why all the secrecy? Alicia stood her ground and admitted she could barely ever make acquaintances in the city, yet at festivals, people always came up to her father. Someone could spot her just by looking, and that's when he realized this had to be exactly what Leafy meant. In this city, everyone was completely obsessed with her beauty. If anyone spotted her, there was no way they'd get a peaceful walk. She asked, cheeks burning with embarrassment, because it totally felt like they were on a date, didn't it? He nodded with a thoughtful look and said, "Yeah, that really does look like a date." But he just couldn't wrap his head around why everyone was making such a huge deal out of it. She froze at what she heard, tears spilling down her face as he asked, totally baffled, "What's wrong with you?" He isn't even her real fiancé, so why is he pretending to be? Just so he won't realize how hard she's working to make him fall for her. And he's convinced that if he can make a name for himself as a blacksmith and win her father's approval, then that should have been enough. She never wanted to marry a total stranger, so she hooked up with him just to keep up appearances, right? He's basically a decoy, and she won't waste energy pretending they're really on a date. Leffy strode up and told them that Mr. Garral had one mission for her happiness. He wanted her to marry a gifted blacksmith, and he was pushing for love, not obligation, no matter what it took. That's why he didn't shove her into marriage, right? They were both totally stunned when she showed up and came at them out of nowhere. Alicia nodded along and told him this date mattered to her just as much, so she urged him not to stress about a thing. She walked up to him. He nodded back with a confused look, and he told her not to worry. She bowed to them, blurted out, "Excuse me," and wished them a night full of fun. Time. He stared at her, his mind racing. Had she been there all along? If she'd caught on to what they were, then she had to know the truth. Right. And somehow, that tiny piece of certainty eased his nerves. She snapped his name to get his attention and told him to get right back into the conversation. To change her father's mind, could she actually take his hand and make him listen? He slipped his hand into hers with a shy, subtle kind of intent. With a flustered look, they asked, wouldn't they have to walk hand in hand, and wouldn't that sway the master's opinion? She nodded and admitted it was all too real because you never know when you'll catch the eye of one of his knights. They strolled through the city, and he couldn't stop thinking, had he held her hand before? Because right now, they weren't just friends anymore. It was a real date, and his nerves spiked harder than ever. Her hand felt warmer than last time, and then his worst question hit him. What if she started seeing him as a man? They marched down a bustling city street, and he finally blurted out that, And he couldn't even remember when he'd last strolled through the city this calm. Then she grinned at him and said, "From now on, you don't have to rush anywhere." He said that even though the grind was gone and he didn't have to burn himself out anymore, he'd still push harder than ever to sharpen his craft, no matter what happened next, if this continued. Maybe Mr. Garral would finally take him in, so she nodded and demanded he promise he wouldn't do anything reckless. They nodded in sync, then they took off side by side, moving forward together. Morgan slumped in his office, eyes tight with worry, and blurted, "This is messed up. He vanished over a week ago, so why in the world hasn't he come back yet? Does this weirdo even understand professional duty?" The blacksmith snapped that he just needed a little patience, and the Barnasto estate was miles away from the capital, so if he got fired, he'd be trudging back on foot. But he swore it made sense, like of course it would turn out like that for someone as useless as him, and they were the only people he could count on. For mercy, this guy didn't even have a blacksmith's license, so without the papers, he couldn't legally work. So he had to swallow his pride and drag himself to court for a brand new license, and the deal they handed him was crystal clear. For the first 2 months, there was zero pay, then they got a measly coin. And right then, a knock hit the door, snapping their full attention in place. He stared at the door with hope burning in his chest and blurted, "Is that you?" And finally he had arrived. He barely got the chance to finish when the captain stormed into the office and dropped the news, "We haven't seen each other in ages." He snapped out of his chair with a worried look, muttered that yes, it was true, then asked, "So, how can I help you?" He strode up to the table, declared he had an order for enchantments, slammed his sword down, and Morgan demanded to know whether he'd be satisfied with his candidacy. With a satisfied grin, the bearer of the country's highest knight title thought, "I can't believe I'm actually taking a direct order from a man like that," because even with his own blacksmith proving his genius every day, he still came to ask for the request. The blacksmith stared at him and demanded why some noble soul had come all the way here. What did he even mean? They traded confused looks, but sure enough, his order would be handled at once. The captain raised a hand, told them to hold up, and he said first he had to clear something up, then he pulled out a second sword and demanded to speak to whoever enchanted it. Morgan stared at it and said, "This sword's only fit for an ordinary knight." Then he added that his apprentice, Hammerfake, had been working on it, so Morgan thought, "Are you really here to complain about your own lousy work?" And Hammerfake was already about to start apologizing. But then the captain blurted, "What a blessing for our current knights." The blacksmiths blinked in disbelief and fired back. "What are you talking about?" Then he admitted that when he was just a run-of-the-mill knight, the swords they handed him barely had any enchantment at all, basically nothing more than regular steel. Once Morgan locked eyes with him and knew it was true back then, he never even got the chance to cast enchantments. This so-called talented guy can't cast a decent spell if his life depended on it. His enchantments come out ridiculous every single time, and even with barely any effort, someone else's magic would blow his out of the water. But the captain was saying something wild. Those swords he remembered from back then were basically trash, and he went on about how a blacksmith who enchanted a blade so hard even a simple knight could wield it deserves real praise. Then he admitted he wanted to hand his own sword over to him. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he just stared, baffled by what the guy was even talking about, then asked in a calm voice, wondering if he'd explained himself poorly, because if he could, he'd want this blacksmith to forge an enchantment, so where could he even find one? The moment he realized what was going on, his eyes went wide, and he blurted out, loud and shocked, "Why do you need me?" He told me he couldn't read a single magical script himself, but his blacksmith swore the forging on this blade was flawless, so I rushed here to find the master, and now I'm standing there, asking, "Where is he?" Morgan basically told everyone, "This guy's got zero talent," then let him slip away for a bit until the news hit and Morgan couldn't believe it, asking how anyone could even call it understanding. He shrugged and said, "Maybe he pulled off one decent enchantment once, but that's the rare exception. Just luck." He figured that idiot was hurling dozens, maybe even hundreds of enchantments every week. Surely a few would have turned out decent, but the truth hit hard. He had zero potential, and he'd never become a master, no matter how much he strained. The captain thrust his sword into his hands and said maybe he was right still. He wanted to trust the job to him for now, though the sword stayed with them. He snatched it, flashed a grin, and asked, "So, how about I cast the enchantment?" He was the workshop head. Of course, he could pull this off way better than that guy. The captain asked, basically saying, "I'm on vacation, so I'll be back soon, right?" And decided he could wait. Then said everyone should show their respect. Promised he'd look forward to getting back to work, and he nodded along, still thinking he was talking only to that idiot. The captain stormed out of the office and told them, "I'm counting on you finish the job, then come tell one of the knights." Morgan agreed, scratching his head like, what kind of nonsense is this guy even talking about? In the end, he even admitted he couldn't see the magic code for himself, and if his own work made him that happy, just imagine what he'd do with the real chance waiting for him against this talentless man's work. His own charms would be carved into history. The blacksmith leaned in and demanded, "So what are you planning?" He just smirked and said he wanted to grab luck by the tail because that kind of once-in-a-lifetime opening doesn't come twice. Staring back in confusion, the blacksmith asked, "What are you talking about?" Morgan grinned so wide it looked like a challenge and swore he'd cast the enchantment himself. He practically froze at what he heard, then blurted, "Wait, does something like that even fly?" He went on, "If that bumbling spell still wowed me, then mine is going to blow past every single expectation." The blacksmiths pondered for a moment, then snapped back, asking if it wasn't a little too presumptuous, especially since it sounded like he was assuming the answer before anyone even said it. He basically shouted an order to the whole forge anyone could do better, and that's when it hit him. The enchantment was so flimsy he barely even felt it. With a cocky grin stretching wide, Morgan blared that he'd take his shot because the profit was going to be his. And this job wasn't for anyone else. He was claiming it for himself, as the captain's own personal blacksmith. He'd carve his name into the history of blacksmithing, born the family's fifth son, destined to be remembered. He had basically no prospects, and he never, ever dreamed he'd get a shot like this. Chance. Now he's charging the court forges, and his next goal is. Chances are buzzing in the air, and he grabbed his shot today right when the moment hit. At the same time, the protagonist and Alicia were scaling the tower, and she pointed out this clock tower promising the most gorgeous view of the whole city, so he followed her. And he couldn't wait to see it, though this staircase felt endless. And he was already gasping, but when he asked about her, she lit up and said she was totally fine because they were almost there. They sprinted to the very top, soaking in the skyline, grinning like they'd just won the world. She pointed it out and demanded his take, and when he answered, she lit up because it was her absolute favorite place. She said it looked like the city at night, or like the sunrise would have been just as perfect, and he nodded, saying, "At night, everything glowed so beautifully, she couldn't tear her eyes away, so she begged to stay until sunset, and he agreed, saying he'd love to watch too, while he just looked off to the side." He stumbled off and said, "While I climbed those steps, I soaked through with sweat, and now the wind's got me chilled to the bone. Where are we supposed to find shelter?" They shot their eyes away, and there it was, a couple locked in a kiss. And that's when they both snapped bright red with embarrassment. She couldn't believe how shameless it was, like she'd rather look away than admit it. "Look at that," he called her over and asked if they could rest right there, and she said the view was so beautiful it felt unreal. Right. Then they slid down a bit and sat shoulder to shoulder, faces burning with embarrassment. An awkward chill hit him, and he couldn't stop wondering what on earth they'd even talk about. She fumbled through the call and asked him just as a hypothetical, would it really be so unpleasant if he did something like that to her? He stared at her, totally baffled, because it wasn't that he wasn't interested, it was something else entirely. They didn't have to go that far, but weren't they just pretending they were really dating? Right. He opened his mouth to answer then, out of nowhere, they heard. She caught the guy blurting out, all confused that she'd somehow misunderstood the whole thing. The girl blurted that he was a cheater, demanded what there was to even understand, then that chaos snapped the MC's focus, and he couldn't stop himself from wondering what on earth was happening. Then another girl showed up, and the guy snapped, begging her to wait, and telling both girls to hear him out. But rage flared in their eyes as they started storming away, and he blurted that it wasn't cheating, he just made a mistake. They locked eyes, burst into laughter, and Alicia leaned in like, "So, was that guy caught cheating? Cheating is a total deal breaker, right?" He hesitated, cheeks warm with embarrassment, then nodded and couldn't help wondering, did she really mean it, or was that whole thing just a joke meant to mess with him? He'd never in a million years dared to even dream of something like that. After a while, they headed back, and Goral snapped that it was time to talk about what came next because he's a master blacksmith, so he'll need him to prove his skills in person. Fake stepped up in front of him and said he understood. He leaned in and said, "This new license lets me trade here," then swore he'd do exactly what he wanted, sell through the city shop, and he nodded like it was sealed for good. He said this, and then he tried to say he couldn't mention it because he couldn't reveal he was Alicia's. He bowed like it wasn't just a ceremony, it was his full devotion, like she was his fiancée, or something even stronger. He bowed, nodded in agreement, and promised, "I'll start working today," then added, "As for the supplies, tell me what you need. I'll deliver any amount of F and E class, or I'll forge even better materials myself." He nodded along, convinced he could craft everyday tools for regular people. E-class was more than enough to pull it off. He stormed out of his office and thought, all right, it's time to start over He leaned in with a determined look and said, "No distractions. Let's get back to the craft. First, we prep the materials." The very next day, he decided the most swap-worthy weapon in the shop was a longsword, and then he started to say, "First, I need to lock in the numbers and make sure the quality doesn't slip a single inch. No matter how sharp or perfectly balanced the weapon is, it won't move off the shelf if the price is too steep because most of his buyers are adventurers, usually ranked anywhere from F up to S. And the sad truth is, the top ranks are rare, with most landing in D or E. He dreams of a blade that won't need swapping every time he climbs ranks, and maybe the answer is right where his old knight forging skills live, since he hasn't made a long sword in ages. So, yeah, he's going to have to push himself harder than ever. They have to build molds tough as steel so they don't warp under scorching heat, because he's got to melt the witch ore. You dump the molten ore into a mold and blast it with cold water to set it. Magic will make the material cool fast, but it looks like it's almost done now. I've got to zoom in and take a closer look, or stare at it. He yanked out the mold, and the moment he did, he saw exactly what he'd created. He cooked up the idea, and somehow it came out great. Then he snapped into action and began. He started pounding the metal and thought, I've got to crank the heat up. He cranked the temperature back up to forge the metal solid, then polished it smooth with wind magic. He had to pull together a couple of wooden nails, no delay. He drove those nails in to lock the handle down. Now he had to line everything up, connect the pieces, and start hammering. He jammed the nails into the drilled holes, then he was about. He tried to figure out how to hook them to the handle, but decided to do it his own way. He cast an enchantment, and was sure this would work. And, just like that, he forged a brutal, battle-ready longsword. Is it sharp enough? Then he had to forge another one. No excuses. He had to move on to the next sword right there at Court Web. The weapons were forged with nasty, powerful enchantments, and every week they got sent off for tweaks because knights could be called to fight monsters any day, and a basic guard sure couldn't handle that kind of threat. An average adventurer wouldn't even dream of needing enchantments that strong, so after a bit, he forged 3 swords, and then his thoughts turned. He couldn't wrap his head around where that insane power was even coming from. Maybe his magic had started to slip, but somehow he still had the strength to keep going, and that overtime grind at court somehow left him with a never-ending shortage. After a bit, he finally breathed out, saying, "It took forever, but Alicia is coming any moment now." He finally forged 5 swords, and that's all he can do today. He turned to go and suddenly caught himself wondering, wait, do they even have towels in the forge? He can't wait to wipe his face dry right then. She burst into the forge, started calling his name, and frantically scanned the place, searching for him. From across the room, he watched her while she dug into the chest of drawers, and wondered if he could duck out of sight there. Then a grin snapped across his face. He crept up behind her and let out a scream just to shock her out of her wits. With a grin on his face, he let out a laugh and declared, "Mission accomplished." She shot him a glare and snapped, "Where were you?" He didn't hesitate. "I went to the restroom." She shot him a disgusted look seriously. Did he think he could scare her? Then the protagonist cracked up with a smug grin and said he had won. She never even clocked him as she strode up to the table stacked with swords and asked, casual as anything, "So, are you done?" And when he nodded, she blinked in shock and shot, "Wait, did you really do all of this today?" He nodded again, then admitted he could barely feel tired, so he figured he could crank out a few more. Her mouth fell open. "Seriously, your stamina is unreal." He leaned in and said that for the last 3 years he'd been grinding through way harsher conditions, and then he cut himself off. Now, he wasn't tired at all, at least. Not a bit. Maybe he should forge another sword, but Alicia shot that idea down fast, insisting he rest. After all, he'd been hammering away since early morning. He nodded with a totally confused look, and he couldn't believe that, during court duty, handling that much work wouldn't have drained every last bit of strength, yet somehow he was getting stronger instead, like fatigue just couldn't stick to him. So, is this real personal growth, or has he already become immune? She shot him a confused look and blurted, "Man, you're obsessed with work, aren't you?" Heat crept into his face, and he knew he had to be careful. Then she asked if he'd be selling swords tomorrow, and when he nodded, he asked, "Should I head into town?" She nodded and said the merchants would flood into the city in just 2 days. Then he glanced at his sword, smirked a little, and thought, for now, he just wanted to sell a couple blades and find out what kind. It ended up way better than it had any right to be crafted from E-grade ore, but still turned out surprisingly solid, so he couldn't help thinking back to his village, where work like that was treated like gold. So he clawed his way from humble beginnings straight into the court forge, only to be thrown there with zero talent, and the cruelty of it hit him hard, without mercy at all. Now he'd better stand his ground with more confidence, because Alicia leaned in and asked if he'd picked a price. Yet MC nodded and said he planned to ask for 30 to 50,000 crowns for the sword, a totally fair tag for a D-rank adventurer's main weapon, and Alicia lit up, saying that even E-rankers could swing it if they just put in a little effort. He nodded in agreement and promised, "Tomorrow I'll try to sell this sword." She beamed and said, "Your finest hour is almost here." As she rushed in to help, he snapped back and refused. Then he said Mr. Garral had told him. She warned him not to use her influence to boost sales, and then she said, he tilted his head, said it like it was obvious, then told her to put on a mask next, and honestly, the whole thing left him completely thrown. She leaned in and asked if it would look suspicious, and she smiled and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Fine, honestly, you could argue he was doing all of it for her, and that's why she. So she pushed forward to help because she was right there for him, and maybe they could take it on together. She stared at him hard, then held her breath, waiting for his answer. He finally answered, and once the words came out, he admitted he understood her, and she felt this huge wave of relief wash over her. Then he said, "First, we've got to check in with Mr. Garral," and she nodded fast she'd go tell him. Maybe this was his sign to join forces. He nodded, agreed, and said, "All right, in this matter." After that, he'd lean on her whenever it got too real, like the time he was stuck in his room pretending to be fine. Fake was lying there reading a book when Alicia knocked, called his name, and snapped everything into place. He stepped up to her and demanded, "So, how did it go?" With a smug smile, she said he'd finally agreed, but on the condition that her identity would stay locked in secret. He was relieved and called it wonderful. Then he couldn't wait for tomorrow. She nodded and promised she'd do everything she could to prove his goods were the best, and he thanked her, feeling how hard she was really trying for him. He was scared he'd sell nothing, yet somehow that fear got crushed instantly, because now it was impossible not to sell. The very next day, he told himself this was finally his first real business venture. Today, he'd finally make his first trade back when he reached the court. He'd been bartering for everything, tossing out daggers, armor, and swords just to get food back in return. Food, clothing, and shelter, bare essentials, and in that tiny village, everyone pitched in and learned from one another. At court, he had zero time to get lost in the details of market relations. Everything only seemed to get more tangled by the minute. By then, he's stuck. He can't pin down the right price for his work, and that's why every merchant has to factor that kind of thing in. Give it a little time, and things will almost certainly work out. Time when they reached the market, the man demanded a fee and promised that if they paid up at the end. At the entrance, he'd get a green light to buy and sell goods for the whole day. They kept moving, and the protagonist finally pressed you with a question. "So you're saying we shouldn't say her name out in public?" "Yeah." "Right." Alicia blinked, surprised, then nodded and said, "If we find out he's got ties to the Duke, he'll..." He was about to shatter the promise he made to her father, but he'd only agreed because he swore they'd be incredibly careful. She asked, "So what happens?" And then the moment cut off mid-sentence. So, A.N. So yeah, a nickname was on the table. He nodded instantly and asked what he should call her, and she paused for a second before answering. With a grin, maybe it was Allie. He said, "Yeah, I'm in," and promised he'd follow her lead and call her that out in public. Then he pushed things forward and asked if trading was only allowed on market days, and she nodded, saying that if you want to sell goods any other time, you'll need your own shop and the proper documents. He figured he'd start with a simple counter for now, then later he'd open a real shop. Thinking about real trade alone had him buzzing with excitement. After a while, he leaned in and told me he'd applied for a trade license and somehow got approved and secured a spot. He slammed his swords onto the counter like it meant business and declared that for now, he'd only put 2 swords up for sale. All right, time to kick things off, and he just stood there in silence, like he was waiting for the moment to explode. He stared for a moment, thinking hard with a worried look, like he couldn't quite trust what was coming next, trying to figure out what wasn't adding up. Nobody was buying from him, and worse, nobody even came near him. They definitely didn't think it'd be this easy, no way. But when they met the neighbor, the place was packed with people. Maybe he set the goods wrong, like the others looked way sharper than him, and next. Alicia saw the panic in him, and she knew he'd have to wrestle with the design all over again, properly this time. With a grave look, she notices the adventurer walking right beside him, and she blared his name and shouted, "So you an adventurer, huh?" Then she swung open the stall, letting him know they had weapons for sale. He stared in shock, then shot his finger at the guy, like, "What?" He stared at himself and snapped, "Was she really telling me this?" She stared him down and fired off a question at him. If he felt even a spark of interest, the adventurer still hauled himself out and left them behind. They slipped away without a word, and the MC let out a chuckle, saying, "FG." The fish slipped free, and she looked genuinely crushed. Then she straightened up and apologized with a small, sad expression, and snapped that she'd probably end up being more trouble than help. She wasn't buying it, and he shot back that he was honestly thrilled she'd reached out. Honestly, he was just relieved they were side by side when they locked eyes and smiled. She promised, "I won't let you down." After a while, he muttered that nobody was closing in on them. Then she sighed, eyes down, saying the blades were top-notch, and she just knew they'd be insanely interesting. He figured that even when he worked in the village, nobody would rush to contact him right away either, until he realized the first deal hit like a brick. But he stayed locked in because once the job was his confidence never wavered, and any adventurer chasing his rank would have snapped up those swords in a heartbeat. A guy marched up to them with wide eyes and blurted out, "Do you sell long swords?" Could he feel it in his hand? He asked, and when he said yes, he launched into it like, "All right, let me try it." He picked up the sword and yanked it free from. He yanked the blade free, swung it hard a few times, then stared at it and asked, He totally looks like an adventurer, doesn't he?" He nodded and told me, "Yeah, I'm still F rank right now, but I'm climbing to the next one, and this sword." That sword felt ridiculously light and perfect in his grip, and with a sly little smile, he admitted he'd slapped a special enchantment on it. He figured it was an F rank job, so yeah, he probably barely had enough cash to breathe the adventurer muttered that, once he took that sword in his hands, every other blade suddenly felt way harder to control. He stared at it, and then, with a smug little smile, he asked, would he really accept 10,000 crowns? And when he heard it, shock slammed him hard. Wait, is he seriously offering that? He offered so little that, in any other moment, he would have started negotiating, but he couldn't let anyone see how much money he had on him that openly. Not this time. Fake snapped that the sword didn't cost a penny. It was priced at a whopping 50,000 ron, and the second he heard it, shock hit him hard, like the words punched straight into his chest. And with that, he forced a grin and muttered to himself that it couldn't be real 30,000 crowns, even if he bent his terms. He wouldn't drop the price under 20,000 until today, when he showed up to carve out his name for good. The adventurer, shoulders slumped, insisted the price felt worth it. The sword was the real deal, and before he could even finish his sentence, he cut himself off because he had to. This time, he might finally make an exception and hand over the sword for 10,000, and the adventurer was ecstatic about it. He realized right then that he'd never considered it before, so he figured a recommendation could pull in buyers. He told them, "If I find adventurers who need that sword, can I send word their way?" Then he added, "Every week on market day, I'll be right behind the counter with the same flag." He shot back an instant yes and promised he'd tell his friends, then handed over the cash like it was nothing, satisfied, sword still in hand, and the protagonist stared at the money he'd just gotten from the sale with. He smirked a little, even though it was way below what he dreamed of. But hey, any income was better than none. The Duke promised he'd hand over materials in whatever quantity he needed, so for now, he didn't have to stress about the costs. Alicia practically beamed and cheered that he'd done it. She said they'd finally sold their first sword. He nodded, grinning, and admitted he'd checked off his goal for the day. She glanced at the other blades and asked, "So we still have 4 swords left, right?" And he admitted, "Yeah, I just know there's no way I'll manage to sell all of them." So he set his sights on one thing: sell at least 1 sword. And now that this young adventurer is showing it off to his friends, customers will start rolling in little by little. She flashed him a smile and swore it would absolutely work. After he finished forging the swords, the MC nodded, agreed to it, and promised that next time would blow today out of the water. After a bit, they rolled back to the estate, and he stared at the cash he'd pocketed from the market, realizing his first earnings felt way too. 10,000 crowns, turns out that was a killer start. They snapped up a sword from him, and now he had to rush back and tell the master how it all went. He barged into the office, and Garal leaned in, asking how things were really going in the city. He said that today, just 1 long sword got sold totally, and then he added, "As thanks." Thanks for the materials and the workshop access, he couldn't help but hope he'd accept it. He stared him down and said, plain and simple, whether it was the witch or not, he wasn't cutting back on supplies, so there was no need for him to keep working. Worry gnawed at him, yet the 10,000 crowns told a different story, like he'd underpriced it just to lock the deal. Right, he nodded, agreed, and admitted he'd still got work to do. He stared, looking like the weight of the world was on his shoulders, and said he couldn't trust him with his daughter right now. Then Fake snapped in with a serious face, insisting sales would only keep climbing from here on out. "No doubt about it," he said, "if you believe that." After that, he didn't try to persuade with sweet talk. He had to prove it with results. With a stone-cold, serious face, he told him it would happen. Because after all, he was Alicia's fiancé. Then he stormed back to his room, eyes locked in, thinking, I need to dig into the market way deeper if I want to boost sales. So tell me what weapon class is the most popular on the whole planet. In the city, he had to figure it out. Maybe tomorrow would finally spill the truth. And after that, they rolled into Adventure Street, and he immediately figured this is where you'll find a ton of weapon shops, stocked with an insane variety. So he's not wasting a second, he's going to study the whole place up close, starting with one thing he wants to see how they're laid out and displayed. In these shops, looks like this forge is running 2 separate spots. He spun around, took it all in, and instantly figured, so that's what these are. And somehow, it looks like our adventurers still can't escape one thing. Someone out there is still craving long swords. People always grab the option that looks more powerful, even when both choices are just as good. Impressive now he should carve the handles too, and why stop there? He could add daggers to the mix since they can be used. They're used as throwing weapons, and people are also hunting for utility knives. Turns out plenty of housewives use them every day. Life went on. Then Alicia's call hit him. She said they'd arrived. This was it, the Adventurers Guild. Inside, the protagonist thought, this is where you can bump into representatives from every rank. And it could be a gold mine, so he asked, tell me, haven't you registered yet? Do you even need? So, do they have to check in somewhere? He might need to later, especially if money's on the line, because it looks like he can earn it here. With a bright smile, she told him, go register first. He started scanning the place, convinced he was spotting scribbles from guild members and the exact admission rules. It was a filthy tavern, and they'd flipped the table into a full-on bar counter. He said adventurers never really change, especially that smell of beer. So she burst out laughing and snapped back that adventurers live it up to the fullest. He grinned as he said it. He smiled like he was ready to race off and register, then told her to hold up for a minute, and she nodded, and too. The two adventurers spotted her, and he strode right up to the wall like it was a direct order. This is it. This is for sales, there it is, the Adventure Registration Department. And get this, there isn't a single line. Looks like it might actually go fast, unless it suddenly stops. It might take a while, but registration is simple. You just need your name and your personal file. Problem is, he has no personal file, so we'll start that application from zero. The worker shoved the document into his hands and said, "Don't worry, she'll print a guild membership card with that name." She tells him to step in and spill every detail of his magical powers right there. He pulled it off, and she lit up as she told him, "You're all registered. It's done." Then she warned, "If you lose any documents, hit us up ASAP." She even said the first card is free, but if it's gone later, you'll have to pay a small fee, and just like that, everything was finally settled. Then she throws him a good luck wish, and he returns, dials her up, and blurts out, "I'm sorry I kept you waiting." Two adventurers rushed up to her and demanded, "So you're an adventurer, huh? Then stop hiding your face." Would she take a break and run a few errands? She blinked, looked totally unsure, and told us she was just waiting for someone. One of them bragged that they're better than some random guy. They're C-ranked adventurers. So why not tag along? He didn't have time to finish because MC shot between them, and you could feel their outrage crackling in the... And with that, he just stood there wearing a calm expression like nothing could shake him. He grabbed her hand and declared, "It's time for them to leave now that they were done here." They kept going, and he shot back with a sincere apology. He told them to head out from there, and they had to shove through the crowd right now. The adventurers snapped in outrage, insisting, "We're not lying, we're literally talking." They trailed after him right up until they crashed into another adventurer, who then shouted, "Demon!" A demon snarled that they should get out of the way, and the adventurer, face twisted with fury, stared them down and demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" They said it. Then they stormed out of the building. He blurted out apologies again and asked if she was okay. Alicia nodded and told him no one had ever approached her like that before. That's why she felt a little scared, and when he spotted it with a worried stare, he saw her hand trembling. He trembled and admitted it was all his fault. He should have taken her with him. With a tiny confident smile, he insisted everything was fine because he'd shown up right on time and Leffy was nearby too. So, if danger ever came, she was going to step in so he didn't have to worry. Then they kept walking, and he casually told her that he'd nearly finished studying the market demand. Maybe now they could finally go have some fun somewhere. She nodded and said, "Since we're already here." They decided to grab something to eat, and after a bit, he came rushing back to the forge, thinking he still had time to spare before the next fair day. Today, he's going to forge his daggers to a whole new level, then find out exactly what this ore can do. He started using magic. Sure, he'd have to melt it the old school way, first pouring it into a mold he'd carved out with an earth magic hammered out a steel plate. Then he had to upgrade the steel's quality because this batch had way too many ugly, unwanted components. Magic has to be unleashed to pull them out of the material, and he'll crank up the plate's temperature. Then he keeps slamming the hammer over and over, staying right at the perfect heat until he repeats it enough times to forge the metal into pure perfection. Now he has to crack the magic code fast, and when he looks, the runes are still a jumbled mess, like someone scrambled them mid-spell. If he does it right, he can shatter the magical code, so he needs to master directing the magical flow every time he works with. He raised the hammer and started smashing the metal, strike after strike, and the magical code suddenly snapped into place. Then he stared at the screen, eyes locked in. He stared at it and knew it still looked a little rough, but somehow he'd already patched it up. The real magic gets dialed in at the very last second, after every other task is already finished. So the final runes snap back into place, and the magic doesn't even need to restart from the very beginning. You can delay all of this until the very end. Now it's time to forge that plate into a knife. Now that knife's blazing hot, so he has to blast it with water magic, cool it down, and then he polished it smooth with the wind. He even tested the knife blade with a sharp. He stared at the brick, felt the edge was carved just right, and realized there weren't any. No sharpness issues at all, so it was fully ready to be unleashed. This knife can slice through enemies in a fight, and then tear into heaps of meat like it's made for the job. They poured so much time into the magic itself because of that, the knife turns out far better than a cheap one ever could be. He's going to use a standard E-class weapon, and he looks like he's about to snap like a total frenzy. But if he doesn't stop and rest right now, Alicia's going to worry. Sure, he might be able to craft another one later. And that was all he'd get for today. So thrilling, he couldn't stop, even though he knew he'd scare her all over again if he pushed too far. Then she swung the door open, warned him she was coming in, and told him he was doing great. So how was he really holding up? Fate stepped in like the answer itself, saying everything was going perfectly, and that he was right in the middle of finishing up. She tilted her head and dared to look at it, then snatched the knife he'd made, gasped at the shock of it, and blurted that it was even better than last time. He always finds a way to blow her away. He thanked her, then said that her words lit a spark in him, and he had to make another one. She shot him a mildly annoyed look and told him, "Don't worry, I know the auction is only a few days away." Maybe he wouldn't sprint into the day after all she loved watching him hammer away in the forge, but the endless sparks meant she was starting to feel lonely. She gets how much this means to him, and honestly, she'd be thrilled if she could steal just one more second with him. Was she really getting in his way? Both of them blushed, and he couldn't stop wondering why she was so painfully cute, like he knew he shouldn't be getting these feelings. Turns out, she's not his fiancée at all, so he whirled around and spotted the maid who'd just come to announce, "Dinner's served." He went along with it, but when all was said and done, he looked at them with warm affection. He thought it all clicked until she spotted the maid in front of her and immediately slipped into the part of the bride. She's so convincing that he never gets the exact moment when everyone's eyes snap to them, so they'd better act like all eyes are on them at all times. They're always in love. He even swears she's not bothering him one bit because he's already got his eyes on staying with her as long as he possibly can. So for once, he just stops work's done for today. Now they get to spend this whole day together. Embarrassment flared higher and higher as she blurted out, voice trembling, that she was thankful he'd agreed, only to realize, yeah, he looked just as lost as she was. And he asked what was wrong. Then her face burst into a red flush. Wait, is she really okay? When the fair finally showed up, the two of them hauled themselves there, dropped everything, and started setting up to sell. Sales Alicia said the place felt a little farther than last time, and the protagonist nodded fast, then admitted he wanted to bounce out earlier. But it looked like he got a little too carried away. Staying put would have been smarter. Somewhere people could remember him, and not out here. But it was brutally hard until the first one made it in. They dropped onto the counter, and he shouted that everything was ready. She leaned in and asked, "Are the swords on display the same as last time?" Then she pointed at the daggers she wanted to know about, and he nodded, saying the knives and daggers were top tier now, just made with less material to produce. So he decides to sell it for around 20 to 30,000 crowns. They fly the... She started urging folks to come check out their wares, but nobody budged. Then she blurted out, totally baffled, "Yeah, and like you'd expect, pulling customers in was gonna be tough." He nodded with a heavy sigh, said her voice was crystal clear, and then people heard her words and still refused to show up at the shop because he had zero salesmanship and it crushed him. He felt awful for her, and then she called. He called him over and, with iron resolve in his voice, told him to speak with pride because he had top-notch goods. So he should. He had to step up and act right, so he cranked up his confidence. With a small, steady smile, he told her she was right. And then they all started shouting for people right there together. Later, he blurted out that an entire hour had already gone by, so was she exhausted? She just smiled and said, "Nope, I'm totally fine." He noticed her trying to lead him back to the adventure, then asked who she'd sold that sword to. Last time, he called out, waved like they were best friends, said, "Hey," and promised, then showed up with the exact person he'd promised to bring. It was Wesser, and yeah, he was an adventurer too, so when you're caught up in it, you realize you're on the same thread. Team up already also. Last time, he never bothered to introduce himself. Eva's MC shot out a big thank you, then leaned in and told everyone his name, He strode up to the counter, shot his hand out, and asked if he could take a look at that sword. He raised the sword, granted his permission, and then, just like that, he kicked things into motion. He leaned in and started inspecting every inch of the sword's blade, and standing right there, he wore a bright, happy grin. Look told him, "Hey, quick thing, this sword I bought from you feels amazing in my hands, and it's razor sharp." The light feels amazing in his hand, seriously. Compared to everything he's been through, it's a dream. He shoots back a grateful thanks for the praise, practically beaming as he says he's just so happy you like it. He beamed and said that with a blade like that, he shot up to rank E just last week, and the guild practically shouted back that his growth was blazing fast. And now he's basically a local celebrity. He congratulated him, pressed him for the truth, and asked, "Didn't you earn all this because of your own skills?" Then he grinned and said, "No, absolutely not." Weather stood right there and blurted, "I want this sword, so what's the price?" Stake stared at the sword in his grip and blurted, "Would 40,000 crowns fit you?" Then his face tightened with worry, like he might have to back off to 30,000. He mulled it over, nodded along, and then agreed so he could say, "In return, you get." He hit return, and if it really impressed him, he'd tell his friends right away. He was so happy about it that he agreed instantly. He shoved the money back into the guy's hands and blurted out how insanely grateful he was. Travis grinned at the counter and said, "Today, I've got knives too." And when they nodded back, he bragged that these blades could do it all fight, and even cut up prey, then added, "A knife for prey is all about thinking." Usually he would swing a sword for that, so I asked, "How much?" And he said, 30,000 yen each. He looked totally confused, apologized, and then asked if he could pay a little less. He stared him down and realized this time he actually had a chance to bargain. 30,000 was the ceiling, so he could drop a bit, and since he came with a friend, he shot an offer. "How about 20,000? He didn't hesitate for a second, then he called him right away and explained that he fights with a sword for cutting. Could he finally peek at it? He stared at the system window, absolutely spellbound, and said the enchantment had slipped a bit, then leaned in and demanded, "Do you even know how this thing works?" He leaned in with that thoughtful look like, "So blacksmiths really do this to crank a sword up, huh?" And then he nodded, saying every blade hides a magic code inside, and his was already starting to fade. He was Sue. Shocked, the protagonist asked, "Can this be fixed?" And the moment he agreed, he leaned in and said, "Don't worry, I'm a blacksmith, so this'll be easy." The first time, he recharged the enchantments for free, then he dove in, fixed it, finished strong, and declared, "Now there'll be no issues." Ivers thanked him, and he just said, he said the service price would jump to 5,000 crowns next time, told everyone to treat the weapon with total care, and added that they offer this kind of help too, so if anything goes wrong, just reach out then. With a huge grin, he swore he'd come for sure once he makes a ton of money. Alicia bowed with a bright smile, then thanked him like it meant everything. He looked completely stunned, opened his mouth to ask, then right then he thrust his hand toward her and declared, "This here is my assistant, Allie." He burst into laughter and shot the question, was she maybe his secret lover? Heat rushed to his face from the question, and he snapped, "What are you even saying?" She blushed hard at that, and he couldn't help thinking, wait, she's my fiancée, but it was just for show. So he kept it shut and refused to bring it up so openly. Just as he was about to say something, she cut in, claiming she was only the shop's assistant. Evos broke into a wide grin like, "So that's the truth." Then he leaned into a warm dream someday he'll start traveling for real, chasing an adventure with the one he loves. Sure, he looked totally baffled, then just said he was wishing him luck. Weather strode up, slapped his shoulder, and declared that he was. He felt grateful all over again, and then, just like that, they took off. MC stood there thinking with a smile that hit him like, no way I actually earned this much, and he realized that the grind from last week was already paying him back. He spun toward her with a bright grin and asked, "Everything's going well, right?" With a sharp, annoyed look, Alicia blurted that she's his fiancée like, seriously, he could have said that sooner. Then he froze, totally confused, and wondered what would happen if her real identity came out because of it. She smiled and said, "No matter how we pulled it off, we scored good sales today." Then he said, with a bright grin, he told them he was praying those two would change the world now that they were holding his weapon. He wanted to know how their fate would unfold, then noon hit, and he said, after Eva's turn, they ended up selling nothing else. He stared like bad luck was all that stood between him and success. Slow down, take it step by step, and don't rush the whole thing. Because then she suddenly called out and said, "We've got a customer." A guy came stumbling up to them with a huge backpack strapped on, and he blurted out, "With a..." He caught a tiny smirk on his face the moment he saw they were selling swords and daggers. The fake nodded and asked if he wanted to see this. Then the other guy grabbed the knife. He yanked it free and stared at the blade, then shot a question. "Is this knife forged from E-class witch ore?" "Right," Fate nodded. Then she clocked his face and figured he must be some kind of merchant. He had to be insanely experienced to pull off sales that fast. The guy grinned and said he'd been doing this for ages. His weapons were so top-notch, you'd never guess they were forged from E-class ore. And then swords and knives. He only kept one of each. Then the bargaining kicked off, fast and loud. He wanted to sell it for 50,000 crowns, but this guy was a savage bargainer in. In the end, he finally threw up his hands and admitted he'd back down, then demanded 30,000 crowns for the whole lot. And, hey, could he really sell his stuff to people? He flashed a bag of money, agreed with a grin, and swore it'd be impossible to forget his masked assistant. He pocketed the money with a grudging frown, realizing he'd chopped the price way lower than he ever meant to, and it stung more than he'd admit. Alicia thanked him, then asked if her mask was standing out too much. He shot the claim down, then grinned and said it was better than ever because this fair was packed with stalls. And he zeroed in on their stand the moment he spotted her mask. He'd come for that, but her beautiful voice pulled him in even faster. She blinked, clearly thrown off, and thanked him anyway. He flicked his hand and promised, "You'll see more soon." The protagonist thanked him, then said, and she said it was all thanks to her. Then he just grinned and claimed the credit. And somehow it all pointed back to his idea. He figured this move could pull in a ton of fresh customers, and he nodded like, "If it works out, I'll be thrilled." He checked the numbers 2 swords and 2 knives sold today, and the total hit 85,000 crowns. This time it shot way higher than last week. He stormed into Garal's office, tossed over the money bag, and Garal stared at it like, "I see it this time it all went smoother." Still, plenty of other blacksmiths nearby could have pulled off that same payday. He nodded, convinced it had to be true, but the number didn't blow his mind. Still, he wasn't ready yet, so he thanked him, then hurried off to finish his part, even though he told him to wait and he said that tomorrow a blacksmith named Robert would roll in here and make his move for the future. He'd claim the house's title and rise straight into becoming a viscount. He froze in shock at what he heard, then blurted out, "I get it." He thought she meant that kind of company was dragging her down, so. No, he didn't come by accident. He showed up because the weight of his duty was breaking him. Duties, Garal said this guy was insanely ambitious, like he couldn't stop climbing. And, yeah, he's got game with women. He couldn't believe what he just heard, and he demanded to know what that meant. He kept repeating it, and with a smirk he thought, "Man, I should have never said it with that cold, stone-faced look." He was already fighting to keep his laughter in, then blurted out that his daughter was incredibly pretty. MC nodded along and couldn't help but wonder why. Bring that up out of nowhere. And yeah, he wasn't wrong. Alicia was seriously beautiful. He told me Robert had warned him before he had plans for his daughter, but she never truly bought in, and the more he pushed, the more she pulled away. He was convinced, like 100 convinced that she'd never liked guys like him, and it turns out he was right, because he insisted they don't dare show this young man even the tiniest disrespect. Since he's not just talking, he's also claiming her hand. He stood right in front of him, doubting his own talents would ever wow those gentlemen, so it didn't shock him when other candidates came scrambling for her hand. Garal admitted he might come off as a little fake, and that fear gnawed at him. What if she ended up not being happy with him? He felt like he'd finally landed on solid ground, so he thanked him and couldn't help thinking, wait, does that mean I don't look like a womanizer in his eyes? But yeah, he was right too because he had 0 experience with girls. He headed to the window, then reminded himself not to go inventing stuff that wasn't there. He hasn't accepted him yet. He's hunting for that perfect middle ground meeting, his demands without stealing his daughter's happiness. Fake swore he'd never let him down, and in his eyes he really was an amazing father. His aristocratic status pushes him to consider a proper match, but deep down, he genuinely cares about his daughter. His face tightened as he watched for her happiness, then gave him a small smile and told him he had to try after that. He stormed out of the office, confused, thinking something was seriously wrong with his heart. The master adores his daughter, yet he's playing him setting big hopes, keeping a close eye on him, and still acting so disrespectfully. To stay on top, he has to sharpen his skills because, man, it's brutal out there. Alicia burst out of the room, clocked him, and announced that he was back, so they marched into the room together, and she asked if her father had finally noticed him, but he cut her off, saying the sales level still wasn't good enough for him. Her face crumpled with disappointment as she admitted they'd pushed so hard, and then he caught the sharp scent of soap and realized her hair was still damp, so did she really run to him fresh from a bath? And since she's dressed a little lighter than usual, she better watch herself. She needs to realize she's one of the most beautiful girls out there. And the noble girls of this world, Mr. Garal's probably losing sleep over the exact same fear, so he needs to stop replaying it in his head. He told me, right now I can only trade once a week, so if I want to show up at the market more often, I've got to open my own shop, ASAP. Even then, no one came rushing in, so he had to earn a name in the trading scene first, and she nodded, warning him that opening your own shop costs a fortune. First, you had to lock in steady regulars, and he still felt like he had a ton left to do, but for her sake, he couldn't back out of the role. Because of his sheer blunder, another man stepped in for her hand only there, because he couldn't get his act together. He went, "Oh, and by the way, looks like a certain heiress. Robert, the aristocrat, is coming here tomorrow." With a heavy sigh, she admitted it looked like she'd been stuck with his company anyway. Then he shot back with a regretful apology he'd dressed up as her fiancé to scare off the other candidates, but he'd still messed up, yet she just told him not to worry. She just couldn't get comfortable talking to someone like him, so the moment the meeting ended, she had to ask, could she see him again? He grinned and told her he'd be in the workshop so she could drop by any time. With that intense, thoughtful look, he admitted he'd want to stay with her too, but even Mr. Goral would call it a slap in the face to Robert. She burst out laughing, thanked him, and then dropped the bomb that he'd been acting weird lately, so now he couldn't stop squirming with embarrassment, wondering what in the world she meant. Now that I think about it, she's been sitting here in this exact spot for way too long. Her dress was so daring that even her bare forearms stole the spotlight. The protagonist demanded, "What do you mean?" And his mind raced. What was she trying to get him to say right now? Was she really dressed like that just to test him? With a bashful blush, she admitted, "People say that if you dress like this, the guys will fall head over heels for you." He snapped, shocked, and demanded who fed her that info. Alicia said it was Leafy, and he felt it click the same way. So, yeah, that's the so-called mastermind they've been hunting. In other words, they were. They're begging for his take so they can use it to rope in the other suitors, and he basically tells them, "I'm not answering for me, I'm answering for the truth. If I'd been married to her, we'd have already tied the knot by now." She clung to his final words with shining eyes, but he was so overwhelmed with excitement that he never got to finish, so she leaned in and asked, "So is he in love?" With his face blazing red, he blurted out that, yeah, it totally means, basically, men are gonna fall for her for sure. Then she lit up and asked, "So you feel the same, don't you?" "Does he like her dress?" she blurted, frustration burning in her face because nature sure didn't go easy on her, and she couldn't stop wondering, would that be a deal breaker for him? Heat surged through his face. He was even more embarrassed, and he figured she needed to stop right now. Why were these questions happening at all, and why was she putting him through it? Right then, the apprentices huddled and talked it out. One of them snapped that Mr. Morgan had just become the Knight Commander's personal blacksmith, and honestly, that sounded great, because that meant the Forge Master spot would open up real soon. The second assistant leaned in and said, "Exactly so, we're applying for it." Meanwhile, Morgan zoned out, because today the Knight Commander was finally coming to judge the enchantment he'd stitched into his sword, and as he pictured their last talk, 1. He couldn't stop wondering what reward would drop into his lap at the very least. He'd land the job as the Knight Commander's personal blacksmith. Right then, the door creaked open and Mason's voice cut through the room. Mason Morgan shot up from his chair, rushed over, and blurted that they hadn't seen him in ages. The Knight Commander called him by name, and Morgan held his breath like, please let this be the moment he offers him a promotion. But Mason fired the question at him, "So, is the sword fake here?" And the blacksmith froze, surprised all over again still. Mason said it while watching his weapon, that he needed to talk about the sword, because he didn't trust him one bit. He couldn't stand to let that conversation die. He wanted to keep it going. But Morgan barreled in mid-sentence and shouted that the weapon was enchanted. Then the commander grilled him, asking him in. Confusion hit him. What did the blacksmith even mean? The blacksmith kept talking. Fake is on vacation right now, so that's why they assumed some of his. Mason remarked on the shift in his duties, and suddenly everything clicked. Now it all made sense. Morgan flashed a flattering smile and leaned in, asking him what he would say. The commander didn't even glance up. He swung his weapon straight through the air, right in front of the blacksmith's. Smith yanked his face so hard it snapped off a few hairs from his eyebrow, and the apprentices just stared, totally dumbfounded. Suddenly, the commander's sword snapped with a loud crack. Cracked apart and splintered into razor-sharp bits, Mason clutched the shattered pieces tight. Morgan jammed the broken weapon into the blacksmith's throat, sliced him open, and snapped that it was lousy work. Morgan froze in terror, totally lost, and stammered at the commander. "What are you talking about?" Mason snapped in fury, demanding his personal blacksmith examine his enchantments, then blasted the work as hopeless, saying that if he ever swung the sword at full power, it would crumble into dust, and he refused to keep dealing with someone as incompetent as Morgan. He'd laid down crystal-clear orders. Fake was to handle this job. Then the real question hit. Where was he, and where was he blowing his vacation time? Morgan couldn't stand the pressure a second longer, so he collapsed onto the floor. He gasped. My God, that was terrifying. He'd never been yelled at like that in his life. Not once, and it felt way worse than usual, because normally the instant someone even mentioned his father's name, the most powerful man in the country, everyone would drop to their knees like it was law. The apprentices stammered and blurted to the commander that the main character was gone. Mason froze in pure confusion, then shouted, "Wait, why?" Morgan stared in shock. MC was so talented that even his master would have wanted to meet him, and that thought hit like a punch. No way, his work can't really be that bad. The blacksmith fawned to the commander, swearing he'd walked off his post on his own, and when the commander snapped in surprise, "So you quit?" Morgan shot back, "Yeah, that's the truth," then hurriedly apologized for how rough the sword turned out. But the real shock was this fake had quit too, and Mason went, "I get it, they know exactly where he's headed," while Morgan wouldn't say a word. Tell him the truth, then watch him shake his head and say no. The commander goes, "I see, so he finally gets it." And ever since, they've botched every order, so now he wants them to snap out of it and learn the enchantments the right way, and hand the knights weapons, or they'll be marching into battle empty-handed. The blacksmith had every reason to warn him soon. The knights would have nothing left to fight with. They'd been banking on the protagonist to do all the heavy lifting. So, where was he? The question burned in his mind, but he never said a word. Loud panic crept in because Mason's wrath would only get worse, so the commander just roared, "Move now!" And really, why were they still frozen there? Had he not been clear, the blacksmith snapped right back that it was crystal clear, then promised they'd start work immediately while the apprentices stared at Mason, wide-eyed. They shrank into silence, terrified to make a single sound, and the commander clocked it, so once they figured out where the fake is, he told them to reach him right away. Then the knight commander slammed the forge door so hard it echoed, and the apprentices finally turned to their master. So why was the protagonist suddenly everyone's obsession, and what did they expect them to do with all those swords, plus the other weapons piling up every single day? Morgan snapped at them to get moving, and they had to pull this off on time. His heart sank, because it was all thanks to that incompetent idiot playing fake. Fake slipped out of the forge, and the commander's gut screamed that something was off with those court blacksmiths. He could feel it in his bones. When Lucas finally got home, he snapped his head toward Mason and said he needed his attention, so Mason shot back, "What's wrong?" The blacksmith snapped at him that the swords they'd just gotten were defective, and then the commander said that He'd been rushing those swords to the forge for enchantment renewal first, like it was the only thing that mattered. He figured they'd gone way too long without fresh weapons and were just scraping by with whatever they had, but little by little, the enchantments started cracking apart until it all just spiraled into disaster. Lucas could tell at least for a moment that the new shipment was fixing everything, but then he caught it. The enchantments weren't just off, they were slipping, with quality far too low. The commander blurted in shock, "Wait, what did you say? Check the magic code," right on the spot. And the blacksmith answered with worried concern, "Of course, but can he really be okay?" After the last check, he'd felt awful, and Mason didn't deny it. Still, this time, he'd be extra careful. He just couldn't stop himself from thinking, he figured. He tried to decode the fake headcast's magic, but his skills weren't even close. Reading those spells above his level slammed him with brutal pain, and no matter how hard he pushed, it never worked. The protagonist kept trying to decode that enchantment, but every time he pushed through, he got sick again and again, until it became crystal clear his level had to be way higher than his. This time, the enchantment wasn't born from Morgan. Other courtsmiths did it, and even then, they were the country's finest craftsmen. Their work was going to smoke him. Then the commander activated his reading skill, and the results hit him like a punch as he blurted out in total confusion, "What the hell is this enchantment looks like? A kid's crayon scribbles. And that kind of trash will absolutely wreck the sword from the inside." Inside, Mason stared at Lucas and demanded to know if he'd ever handed those swords to anyone before. The boy shot back, "No." And you could tell he thought they were awful. That's why he'd begged him to check them out. The commander nodded like, "Good call," because those swords were brutal to handle. He seethed. Sure, this nonsense would wreck the sword, and then he'd be forced to rewrite the entire magic code from zero. He never thought those people would screw up their jobs this badly. These were supposed to be the best in the whole country. Mason leaned over and demanded Lucas if they still had any top-tier swords left, and the blacksmith admitted they had a few, but not nearly enough to carry the monster purge plan to the finish line. The commander snapped that if they went that route, the new recruits who couldn't yet buy their own swords would get first priority, and they were told not to burn them out. And Lucas fired back with a crisp, military "yes, sir," like he'd already got it. Mason didn't stop. He blurted that he had to talk to the blacksmith who forged his sword, and Lucas shot back, "Who?" The commander leaned in and said the man's name was Mr. Figure. He had once forged his own sword, and that man was anything but simple doubts. And all, sure, I don't expect him to buy into some easy enchantment, but for now, this is the only hope he can count on, at least. At least he had to try. He snapped through clenched teeth. "This is all the fault of those incompetent blacksmiths." And then he started to set the Inter in motion. They'd circle back to the internal investigation later, and right now they had to track down where the fake thing had gone, so Mason kept staring toward the royal court like it held the next clue. It was this huge private sector full of backroom deals where shady decisions got made non-stop. Decisions were getting slammed into place behind the curtains, and the new recruits got hit with brutal training. From day one, he had no doubt the shadows were hiding far more than anyone could have imagined. For the last couple years, premium swords have flooded the market, so were they all forged by the protagonist? If that's true, even someone clueless like him can't miss it. His rare talent is screaming right in everyone's face. How many more blacksmiths in this whole country could pull off that insane balance of quantity and quality before I even realize I'm saying it out loud? And once Fake's departure hits, the knight's progress gets shoved back 50 years. Years later, Lucas stared at his master, totally baffled. What was he even talking about, Mason? Stepping away from the forge, snapped to the truth those court blacksmiths, and this Morgan too, were hiding something, and he was certain of it. After a while, the protagonist caught the creak of wheels and snapped his gaze toward the window. A striking young man stepped out of the carriage, and right when he did, the MC cut in with words. So it turns out, Robert, this guy was seriously handsome. A man's jealousy hit like a wave. He couldn't stop it. Not for a second. Mr. Gorel added, "And he's smooth with women too." He stared at the doorway, debating whether to greet him, but letting him pass felt smarter, because this guy wasn't just anyone, he was a real contender. So he might have accidentally set him off, which is why staying in the workshop today felt like the smart move. He snatched up his apron and headed straight into the forge, right after the workshop. Alicia and Robert barreled into the workshop, and the girls huddled behind the protagonist, begging for fake forgiveness like, "Please forgive us." And then they said, Robert said he wouldn't let him off the hook. He had to meet at least once. Robert added, So he's Alicia's fiancé, MC. He shot back with pure happiness, practically glowing the moment they met. And he blurted out his own name, and the guy shot back, "Same here," then returned the favor by telling him his name too. The young ones traded handshakes, and then Robert suddenly grabbed the protagonist's hand and pressed it right to his own face. MC stared straight at him, totally baffled, and couldn't stop thinking, "What the hell is that?" Robert stared at his silent question, then shot back, "Don't worry, everything's fine." He was just lost in how stunning his own hands looked, and Fake's amazement hit like a wave. "What?" Robert pressed on. "His hands are unbelievably charming. Strong like they could pull you to safety, and his skin is so dense and unyielding." Alicia, totally thrown off by what he'd done, nervously burst into a giggle. He stared at her and shot, "Do you always hide behind other people's shoulders?" They hadn't seen each other in forever last time. She'd been tucked behind the maid's shoulder while they talked books out in the garden. "Pardon." That hit him like a slap, and Alicia blushed and apologized fast, her voice trembling. And then she crept out from behind the protagonist, stepping right into his space. When Robert saw her, his reaction screamed that he was totally awestruck by her. Beauty. Then the protagonist snapped out of his thoughts and went, "Okay, but what now?" And just like that, Mr. Alicia hit him. "She's grown so much." "Really?" Robert snapped the question out of nowhere. "So do you even like it here?" MC caught the shock in his voice and instantly felt. Alicia yanked his shirt and, when he glanced over, he saw her cheeks burning with pure embarrassment. He realized it looked painfully awkward that she wasn't used to these kinds of talks either, but he refused to let Robert catch on about their fake relationship. And there was no way he could accept losing to this guy, no matter whether Alicia loved him or not. With a fearless, straight-on stare, the protagonist tells his opponent, "I love Alicia." And then you can't miss it, he's absolutely unhinged. Robert stared at him with sharp interest and said, "I see, so that's what you're crazy about." Alicia shot a look at the fake, shocked to the core. Then the guy turned to her and demanded her permission to talk with the protagonist alone. As soon as the girl walked out, the guy spun around and scanned the workshop like something was about to go down. He strode up to the stand full of swords and demanded the protagonist take a look, then asked if he could see them. MC grinned and said, "Yeah, I can." He knew the opponent was testing his work, and if that meant the chance went to a skilled blacksmith like him, then wasn't he in the running too? With one blade in hand, Robert ran his fingers over the steel and said, "Man, is this magic, or what? This is one gorgeous sword." The protagonist shot back a grateful nod, then grinned and said, "Yep, this was forged to be powered by magic ore." He clocked every detail and studied the protagonist like a hawk. Then he grinned and admitted the fake was shockingly good, because the final enchantment was woven so perfectly. Robert slid the sword back into its spot and told the protagonist, "I might spout nonsense sometimes, but don't put any real weight on it." And the protagonist blurted out, stunned. Robert dragged the edge of his knife across the table, muttering nonsense under his breath. What in the world was he even saying? And honestly, he wasn't exactly a gifted blacksmith. He didn't care much for it either. He kept twirling the blade between his fingers as he went on, and then he started talking about how, compared to the other, he's convinced he's right in the middle of the line, so he stepped in here as an aristocrat. Fake stared at him, totally stunned, then demanded, "What are you even talking about? What do you mean by that?" The aristocrat flipped the blade into the air, snapped it shut in his grip, and drawled. Said Lady Alicia was drop-dead gorgeous. So many men would have killed for the chance to make her their bride. Beautiful, like a delicate flower, but even so, she's growing up. Growing up, she blinked in shock. She's only 18 years old, and then she wondered, did he know Robert? Robert answered, and he remembered how tiny she used to be, so small, he feared that if he wrapped his arms around her, she'd shatter. He was talking, and the protagonist just froze. What on earth did that mean? Then the guy blurted, "She has become." Grow up already, because Alicia is stunningly beautiful, but that's not the whole story, and he wants more. She's into younger girls like, if only she were 20 centimeters shorter and not so curvy herself. Not a single part of her look sends a spark through him. Is this what he means? She thought. Stunned, her image looked almost laughable, yet he kept talking, and she couldn't shake the question, did her size really have to be so different from her sophistication? He slammed the brakes on his own thoughts. What was he even thinking? Then the protagonist straight up confronted Robert, asking him point blank what he was trying to prove. He shot back that the spark was gone, he just didn't feel the same passion for her anymore. MC said, "I get it, so Robert's done with her now, huh?" Robert flat out admitted he genuinely believed it, and honestly, he had zero urge to chase an aristocratic title he just hoped. He dreamed of going even farther as an independent warrior, aiming higher than ever, and he couldn't shake the feeling the Barnasto family was hunting for a blacksmith son-in-law. But he'd rather hunt monsters than swing a hammer, and he kept insisting right beside Robert that no matter what, his family situation was the reason. Forced him to keep up the act, and his parents wouldn't let it go. His mom and dad grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders and said, "So he sent him off with a wish for luck, praying their talk stayed buried from the Alicia family, and the protagonist stared back for a long moment before nodding, "Got it," though he looked worn out, like exhaustion had him in its grip. Robert blurted, "Wonderful." And then before he even could stop himself, he pointed at a sword that had caught his attention. "Can I really buy it?" The protagonist grinned, saying, "Of course." Then Robert leaned in and demanded, "How much is it?" The protagonist stared at the sword and wondered, "Is this one better than the one I just sold to Ivas? And why's the hilt so decked out?" Then he asked the seller if 10,000 crowns would do, and Robert snapped, "I take." Robert grabbed the sword, and the MC gasped in shock. This guy demanded a wildly steep price, yet he carried himself like a true aristocrat. Then Robert pulled out the one thing that made the protagonist's heart slam. He froze in shock an inventory box. One of these can stash a set number of items, and it costs as much as a commoner's entire year of income. Robert yanked a bag of money from the box, shoved it into the protagonist's hands, and said, 10,000 crowns, count it if you want. The MC thanked him. The guy begged him not to forget the request, and the protagonist swore he wouldn't. Then Robert threw in, "Maybe later I'll bring you weapons, and I'd really appreciate the chance to work with you." Fake nodded, said he got it, and promised to wait. And Robert blurted out, then quickly corrected himself, the whole "let's be familiar" vibe slipping, "I'd like." He wanted to be his friend, so when the protagonist stared at him in shock, the words came out cautiously, "Please take care of me as your friend." The boy reached for a hug, but Fake yanked back fast, assuming. He thought he was too close to the truth, and after a while, Alicia showed up, and when Robert lifted that familiar blade, she snapped, "That sword's fake." And just like that, the truth hit that was exactly what he'd been after. The boy shot back, "Yeah," but he knew he still had to talk to him because that fake guy was crazy talented with a blade, so he decided to buy the sword as a model. Robert stared at the protagonist and said he only hopes they'll stay in touch down the line. Then the protagonist shot back, "Same here." The boy spun to leave, waved them off, and said, "All right then, take care," because he promised he'd come back and see Lady Alicia again. Again, MC finally exhaled, relief crashing through him as he said, "Looks like they pulled it off." The girl burst into laughter and shot back, "Well done." Gratefulness lit up her face like today meant everything. MC shot her a bashful look and asked, "What's wrong?" Then quickly added that she had done an amazing job right after that. He wondered if there would be more people besides Robert. Alicia nodded and said, "Yeah, that's true." Fake scratched his head and muttered, "I get it." So yeah, there'll be way more moments like this. He figured Robert turned out to be a shockingly good guy, but he can't help wondering what's coming next. Still, he's got to push harder, especially for Alicia. Calm, but for how long? Next morning, the protagonist and Alicia showed up at the market. As he set the goods out, the protagonist leaned in and whispered that today just had to boost his sales. The princess barely dared to ask if she could check the goods too. MC didn't argue, he just grinned and promised to start with the best stuff. 3 knives and third-plus class swords, the exact kind Robert had just bought from him. Then he laid it all out and kept going, third-plus swords and knives from Ivas, then a knife and an E-class sword like the ones Ivas and Weather picked up, plus even F-class gear. He proudly declared he's got a full lineup across every class, and now he wants to sell those F-class weapons to adventurers who need something cheaper. And with that, he's ready to welcome the new faces flooding in today, because this time he came prepared with several. This time he's stocked up, so budget options are finally on the table, and the inventory's stacked today. He's ready to haggle with customers. Like Alicia told him, "I've got..." She agreed, saying the only thing that really matters is getting people to buy their goods, and the protagonist cut in, "Then today." And today we're going full power because right now the bargaining starts, and MC is in the middle of it. AC and Alicia dropped into their spots by their goods, waiting for buyers to show up, and the girls were like, "More folks today," when Fake snapped back, "Excellent." Perfect, now talk up. Right then, a buyer locked onto their wares, and the protagonist sold him a Class F knife and a sword. They offered him 12,000 crowns for them, and he snatched the deal sure. He couldn't help thinking he should have gotten 15,000. This guy was a way better bargainer than him, and he truly wanted to back and supply adventurers, believing that if he could finally make contact with them, everything would click. Maybe it'll play out just like it did with Ivis. You could call this a bet on what's coming next. Right then, Riggs's voice thundered through the air, and the traveling merchant shot back, startled and loud. And, long time no see, he tipped his hat and grinned at the protagonist and Alicia, saying he couldn't wait to see them again. Then he wished them a good morning and asked how they were holding up. The protagonist grinned, secretly wishing that traveling merchant would show up again. Then the hope hit hard. Rigg grinned and told him his sword was insanely good, and it had saved his tail more times than he could count on his travels. It hit way lighter than he thought, felt built to last, and he could swing it with zero effort. MC thanked him for the massive praise, and Rigg shot back, "Yeah, my work's got insanely high magical transmission." "No way." Fake grinned as he stared at the blade, made from E-grade ore. Then he erupted, "Wow, I love this." And joy hit him so hard he couldn't stop smiling. Rigg told him the magic even cools and steadies the blade while it's in use. Enchanted weapons are just incredible. So yeah, he decided to buy even more today. Today he leaned in and asked the surprised protagonist if he was cool with getting a little bit of everything. Rigg dragged his hand over the weapons and instantly clocked it. One look, and you could tell this batch was way better than last time. He actually liked these swords and knives, but would the guy mind if he got to inspect them? The guy just pointed to a D+ class sword, and the protagonist's eyes went wide like, "Wait, this." This dude had a hawk's eye after he studied the weapon for a bit. Rigg nodded at MC, thanked him, and asked what he owed. Fake shot back, asking what MC thought he needed. Bottom line, there were 12 knives and swords on. On the counter, the traveling merchant paused for a beat, then grinned and said, "I'll take every last one." The protagonist stared at him, stunned. He snapped in shock, blurted, "Of course!" Then rushed to thank him and urged Alicia too. Once the girl had everything packed, they leaned in and started wrestling over the price after some serious haggling. Rigg snapped, "Deal." Fake grinned right back, and this time they'd stop at 500,000 crowns. He knew going up against Rigg would be tougher than dealing with Robert. Traveling merchants don't play fair, and they're trained to squeeze every coin, yet somehow he still walked away with more than he expected. So, yeah, that felt like a win. Once every crate was packed and shoved into storage, the merchant hurriedly thanked the protagonist like he still hadn't gotten to the part where he finally introduced himself yet. He stepped up, introduced himself, and told the protagonist his name, then clocked the hilt's engraving and realized it was fake. Would he mind if he grabbed it? The MC shook his head. He didn't care at all. The merchant beamed and thanked him, and the protagonist shot back a thankful reply for picking his weapon. Then they both stepped back and said goodbye. "Goodbye." Rigg spun right off, and Alicia blurted out like, "Non-stop." He did it somehow. This guy managed to buy everything, and boom, their dream finally came true, leaving her grinning like crazy because she couldn't believe he got her such an insane weapon. Fake thanked her and told her words lit a fire in him. He felt certain they'd keep up the good work. After a while, the protagonist stared at his bare shelves and muttered, "Damn, they're out of stock," then trailed off as he tried to figure out what happened to the whole class variety in his lineup. It might have had a hand in it, so he had to remember that for later, because on the way back, MC grinned and said, "We sold so many today, it's all thanks to that peddler rig and, of course, Alicia." So he blurted out his thanks for everything, but the second she heard it, the poor girl got all flustered and snapped, "What are you even saying?" They sold like crazy because he was the only one with legit high-quality merchandise. They were still eyeing the merchandise when Bam, Evis, and Weather showed up, grinning like they'd been waiting for them. And Evis immediately asked how the protagonist was doing. "Were they headed home already?" Weather blurted, wheeling toward the protagonist. "Wait, right. We need to thank you for what you've done. That sword is absolutely incredible, so smooth to swing that it blew every single expectation out of the water." The protagonist grinned and said, "So, that's it." And you could tell he was bursting with joy to hear that you were all. And he thanked him, praising that blade as the best there is. Then he kept going like, "So, here's the thing, I've got a..." So the protagonist has a favor to ask him. Does he even take custom orders, or is he getting his answer the hard way? Stared at him, shocked. Yeah, of course. But what exactly is he looking for? Ivis praised the sword he'd just bought, said it was super useful, but then he frowned and said he still needed something shorter. Could that even be done? Fake nodded like he got it, thinking a dagger would hit harder than a sword, while Weather shot back that he'd need something longer and wider. The MC said, "Yeah, it's doable, but I'll need to dig into the details to figure out exactly what you want," and warned that custom orders would cost more. Then he suggested meeting later to hash everything out, and the guys immediately lit up and happily agreed. The protagonist finally snapped custom orders were his chance at last, and he couldn't wait to dive in and start right away. I grilled him about when it'd work for him, and the protagonist shot back, "Any time." The adventurer then stepped in and suggested meeting tomorrow outside the Adventurers Guild, and the protagonist nodded right away. "Yeah, that works," he said. So in that case, wouldn't they jump at an adventure, then stop by a weapon shop? The adventurer stared at him, confused, and asked, "What do you mean, an adventure?" And the protagonist caught on. Seeing their confusion, he leaned in and told them straight up he wouldn't be able to nail the exact sword they needed until he watched both of them swinging in action. He still needed to track down the perfect match, and he'd have to hit a weapon shop to find something similar as a sample, and that's when the boys finally realized. He burst out with joy, shouting, "Perfect, we've got a deal," as they hauled into goodbye, then yelled, "We'll see you tomorrow," while they finally walked off. Alicia practically fizzled with excitement as she asked the protagonist if they'd really be going on an adventure tomorrow. Fake snapped back in surprise. "You want to join too?" The girl grinned and said yes because she'd heard he could fight as well. Right before heading to court, he'd gathered every last thing himself, and Alicia lit up with excitement. She wanted to see it too, but the protagonist warned her it was way too dangerous. Monsters would be there, and dragging her along could get her hurt. Alicia shot back that she'd trained in fencing for self-defense, so she wouldn't slow anyone down. The protagonist nodded and said he got it, then swore that if anything went wrong, he'd shield her with his life, so she should stand right by him tomorrow. Alicia clutched her hands to her cheeks and blurted, shy as a whisper, "Say it again." Fake froze, baffled, and demanded, "Why?" The girl cringed even harder, saying it felt so amazing to hear him talk like that, and begged him to say it again. Then the MC froze too, cheeks burning. Embarrassment hit, and now he can't stop feeling awkward. What in the world made her do that out of nowhere? Still, he repeated it. Let her be. If she stood by his side, he'd shield her no matter what. Alicia, choked up with tears, thanked him like her heart couldn't hold it in, and the protagonist, totally thrown off, wondered if she was teasing him as he finally asked her out. She blurted it out anyway. Talk about awkward. Didn't she feel like she should have said something similar? He couldn't take the hint, so he asked her, and the girl, totally lost, blurted out what he wanted. He couldn't stop wondering, did she like him, or was it something like that? Nah, that sounded way too blunt, so he tried to circle it. She said she just wanted to stay close to him, and he stared at her like, wait, what are you saying? Because those weren't just any words Alicia had told him, those were the exact words he'd been craving to hear. She suddenly froze, panic flared in her mind. Was this too soon? Had he just thrown her into a spot where she didn't know what to do? He flailed his hands and he shot back, "No, wrong," like it slipped out of his mouth before he could even think, and right in front of him, Alicia crumpled in even sharper pain, crushing down afterward. Panic slammed into his chest. He swore under his breath and shot back a furious thought at that phrase. But how did the girls just turn on a dime, go dead silent, and walk away? The protagonist blurted out in shock, shouting at her to stop right there and not go. Why was she even doing this? Alicia swore that if you wanted her to say it, she'd do it. No questions asked. MC finally mustered the courage, stared at her, and let out a shaky sigh. Thank goodness, at least she didn't make him say that line again. Honestly, that's huge right after. After a while, the protagonist finally sprinted to Goral and reported the news that was burning in his chest. And the numbers hit hard. Today's revenue rocketed to 512,000 crowns. Alicia's father snapped in shock. What? But the hero pushed on, and today he rolled out a whole arsenal, weapons from every class lined up and ready to go. That peddler looked at his wares like they were pure treasure, so he snapped up the whole batch straight from the source. He grinned at the thought of it all, satisfied, and figured if that traveling merchant was into them, he'd come back for a whole lot more later. So the MC smiled and said, "It's all because of the amazing work conditions Mr. Goral built for him," yet the guy snapped back, "Let him listen to me," because the probation clock was still ticking, and he still hadn't approved a thing, and that's where our protagonist stands. The antagonist calmly promised him he'd keep pushing himself, and he couldn't help thinking that, for aristocrats, this isn't exactly some miracle money. Mr. Goral is on the hunt for a first-class blacksmith. Aisha's father said he'd heard something too straight from his daughter. So, is it true they're heading out on an adventure tomorrow? And what's with that fake reply? He shot back, "That's the plan." Then explained it in plain terms. Those guys are hooking up with adventurers who already ordered to watch them in action, and he's aiming to forge the perfect weapon. Perfect for them. Every adventurer needs a sword that fits their fighting style, and he's itching to see it with his own eyes. Then he'll finish the order for sure with. With razor-sharp precision, Goral even bragged about how meticulously he handles his work, and the protagonist fired back like, "Yeah, he makes." Goral put all his focus into getting it perfect, and without even turning around, he said that. Said he'd line up an escort just in case, then snapped his gaze toward the protagonist, and he said they'd watch from far away, and if anything even happened to Alicia, he's in for a world of trouble. The protagonist nodded and said he got it. Then the man leaned in and grilled him. "Do you've got any combat experience?" Fake said he showed up to court with his own materials ready, and that's why he handled the lower-class monsters like it was nothing. Goral lit up and said he was thrilled to hear it. Maybe one day he'd put that strength to the test. The protagonist shot back. That, of course, if it came down to it, he'd prove anything he wanted. Goral grinned and said, "All right, then let him rest today and tomorrow." Let. MC snapped back that he'd lay down his life to defend Alicia. Then later on, he crashed onto his bed and stared at the ceiling. Fake stared at his hand and realized, yeah, it's been ages since he last threw down. Then he lifted 2 fingers, and a barely noticeable. A chilling invisible message blinked onto his hand, and it hit him like a memory. He knew that sensation all too well, and he was so sure everything would be fine. Then, the very next day, his ally. The allies showed up right where they promised, waiting together near the guild. "I've got us in the weather," stretching our arms exclaimed, "All right, that's it, time to go." And as I headed out, Ivis called the protagonist over and basically told him, "Forget the formalities, let's talk like normal people." What did he think? The protagonist blushed and said, "Yeah, sure, if that's okay." Then Ivis grinned and admitted, "I can't take it anymore. This is driving me nuts, MC let out a chuckle and asked what they were doing today, and the guy said, "We just took a quest from a monster hunting guild right here in this forest, where wolves and goblins are waiting, and even a wolf alpha lurks in the shadows. Weather warned them, go deeper and you'd run straight into orcs, no scarier monsters lurking nearby." And when the protagonist grinned, he said everything was perfectly clear to him. Iva shot back that they weren't here to get lost in the woods deeper. They had one goal today, to show off their fighting style. So let him stare them down, close and focused then. After a bit, the protagonist pressed his hand to his heart, shut his eyes tight, and Alicia snapped, worried. "Are you hurting?" He grinned and said it was like a spell he was tossing onto himself, basically the same magic trick that boosts your power, lets you keep tabs on your condition, and works like tempering a blade the right way, with 0 harm. That's what MC believed, thinking it might be the safest way to guard her. He called out to her, demanding that if anything felt off, she tell him right away. Then she flashed a shy smile and nodded, agreeing instantly. Evis smirked when he saw that and teased him, saying he could tell he wasn't wasting his time. MC shot back, nervous as hell. "Don't mess with me." The guy grinned and said he hadn't even thought about it, and for a second they just stared at each other like they were unbelievably cute together. He leaned toward Alicia and asked if she could fight, and she snapped back that it was only for self-defense, so why was he so curious? Ivis blurted out that maybe he'd need Mr. Fake's protection, and Alicia's cheeks went red as she admitted, quietly, that it was very possible. He kept insisting she'd press her shoulder to his, and that their little brush would spark into a scorching embrace. Then Weather marched in, snapped at him to ignore the idiot, and told the protagonist to drop it, while Fake sheepishly promised he had nothing to worry about, and everything was fine. After a while, Alicia snatched his clothes and yanked him closer. He shot her a question: could she walk right beside him? She nodded back with a bright smile, and he warned her this place was dangerous as hell, so she clung to him like a lifeline, and they moved together, and so. His heart slammed against his ribs. He swore he'd protect her no matter what. And in that forest, he had to stay razor alert. Soon enough, the weather went dead quiet, and everyone felt it. The wolves were coming. They should fall in behind them. Then a pack of ferocious wolves charged right into their path. Iva's and the weather went berserk. Then they slammed into the fight. Iva's totally slipped that attack. No way she didn't dodge it. He launched the attack and suddenly found himself hiding behind the wall. And the wolf roared. The first one is on its way. He swung with everything he had, and the hit landed with a deadly finality. It was at that exact moment and he barreled forward, shouting at the second one to stop. And yeah, this second one is hitting too. They mowed through every enemy in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, excitement burst out of him, and he cheered, joy spilling everywhere. And that's when it clicked. Everything was done. They finally worked. They teamed up flawlessly. Protagonist grinned like he had it all figured out. And just as I got us distracted, the weather turned the tide and finished him. They try to push him off. That's the whole play: speed plus pure muscle. Iva slips through like lightning, dodging every attack. And with beastmen far stronger than regular people, weather has the upper hand. Iva snapped the question at him and asked what he thought. And the protagonist answered that it had gone perfectly. Now his mind raced straight to the kind of weapon he could forge for them, because together they were monsters. Speed and strength locked as one, and he didn't believe any creature in this forest could beat them. Then fate seized a dagger and pushed him, asking if he wanted to try it with two. After a moment, the allies slipped into the bushes and caught sight of two nasty goblins. With a huge grin, they realized they hadn't even spotted the problems at all. MC smiled, then snatched a stone. He grabbed the stone, enchanted it, whipped it around with insane force, then hurled it straight through the air. Tore through the goblin, sending it crashing down to the ground. Then fate snatched it out of reach to dagger in and barely dodge the monster's deadly strike. Pack landed a lightning-fast punch right in the back. As soon as the first goblin hit the dirt, the protagonist rushed the second and ended it for good. Finished it off, Eva blurted. That his power was unreal, straight up next level strong. The protagonist shot back, saying he was only exaggerating, and yeah, he'd gathered those materials himself before, so battles like this were nothing new to him. Evis beamed and swore that as soon as he joined, they'd instantly become the kingdom's strongest adventurers, so come on, let him in. But the protagonist shot back that blacksmithing had his heart, and they should just forgive him. MC blushed hard as Alicia looked at him with pure admiration and said he was absolutely incredible, and he just hurried to thank her. I can't stop thinking about how that remark confirmed she'd also loved watching Sir pull the fake protagonist act. They promised to show him even more of their tactics, then they'd head right back to the workshop. After all that, the protagonist stared into the grind he'd put in, replaying every hour he'd spent training his fighting skills. With Evos's speed and agility, he'll slice best with a light short sword, but if the weather turns nasty, the longer blade fits the job, and honestly, he feels most at home gripping something heavier. Before he clocked in, he had to dig into what they liked then, after some time. They tear back to the workshop where the protagonist is waiting. Anast shoved a short sword into Iva's hands and grilled him for his take, so Iva snapped that it felt way too long and weighed too much, then asked how he'd feel about daggers, only to say the blade was way too short. But the weight felt just right. MC grinned, said he finally understood he needed a shorter, lighter sword, and then shot back. What about the weather? With the sword gripped in his hands, he swore it would crush through any enemy that dared step into its path. After a bit, the protagonist thanked them, said he finally got a clear picture of what his dream weapon should look like, and Evos beamed back, then immediately asked what they'd charged for it. MC stared at the order and wondered if it really was worth all that. Between the custom build and the materials, he couldn't afford to lowball his own work, because these were his first clients. And he said, If you're happy with the finished design, I'll give it to you. Just know this weapon comes with a 40,000 price tag. 40,000 crowns, he said, and the Wezer weapon will hit 60,000 Evo, so yeah, that's even cheaper than you're making it sound. Then it hit even harder than he expected. Turns out this price was tied to one deal. They'd take his old weapons and melt them down, or else it jumped another 40,000. Iva's face lit up as he yelled that he finally got it. This was worth giving up his old crown for. He snagged his old weapon for a crazy discount. He even reminded the seller they'd already agreed back then. But by the time the next auction kicked off, as the exchange finished, their weapons were finally set and ready. Then he rushed to thank them one more time for everything, and they grinned, said goodbye, and took off. Smiling, the protagonist promised he'd kick off the task tomorrow. Alicia Ha left hanging, clearly caught off guard. Smiling, she wished him the best, and the very next day he slipped into a blacksmith outfit. He adjusted his suit and declared he'd kick things off with Ives's weapon. The MC reckoned Ives's sword had to be a perfect mix of dagger speed and short sword bite. It needed to hit that sweet spot dagger heft with sword reach, so he'd have to slash the magic ore in the forging, but that tiny cut would ruin the weapon's durability fast. Ivy and Weather teamed up as partners, ready to crash through even more battles together, so their weapon had to be rock solid, no excuses. He'd have to grind for it, so he fired up the furnace and smelted the magic ore. He forged an iron plate and, once the molding was done, he figured it would. All right, time to cast the enchantment, but don't get carried away and overdo it. This was all to fine-tune the magical code because a single hammer blow could break it, unless the enchantment held firm. It wouldn't take much to kick everything back into place, and once he repeated the whole routine again and again, that magical code would get pressed deeper and deeper into the system, into the sword, almost like human muscles push them hard, and they grow stronger. They'll get stretched to the very edge, all right. Now we crank it up and make it burn. The MC shoved the blade into the fire and tossed out, Is this really what it takes? He gritted his teeth and started sharpening. He sharpened his blade again and, like always, figured he'd only sharpen things the way he did because they were his. He had to shove down his own feelings because this time he needed to pull off something truly special. So painfully meticulous that after some time, the dragoness slammed the last piece into place, finished forging the sword, and then burst out into the world. He burst outside to try it for real, and in the blink of an eye, he split a log clean in half, and realized it hit harder than he ever expected. And he hadn't even added the extra enchantments yet. Once he did, that sword would cut even deeper, sharper than ever. He clung to the hope that this sword could save him while I carved my way to the top, and he kept that bright, cheerful spark burning. Then right after that, he layered on the extra enchantments, then grinned and announced it was finally ready. The protagonist stared at it and realized the sword they'd handed him wasn't a true blade at all. It came out single-edged, almost like a falchion. He decided one sharp edge would do the job for his blade, and he knew the average length would come out shorter than a real sword, just a touch heavier than a dagger, yet still lighter than a sword. That was exactly what Ivis had been hunting for. He crumpled to the floor, let out a heavy sigh, and admitted he was spent. Turns out the sheath was all that was left, and half the job was already done. MC realized one single order could drain him completely, and he couldn't believe how exhausting it was. This was the very first custom blade they'd ever forged, so he held his breath, praying Ivis would finally approve. After a while, he'd finally carved his way to the end of the swordwork, and Alicia stepped up to him, asking if she could come inside. The protagonist lit up and agreed. Welcoming her with open arms, she beamed and said she could tell he was really pushing hard. Had he already knocked out part of the order? He flashed the sword and declared he'd begin with a weapon for Ivorus, then asked if she wanted to see it. Alicia perked up and nodded. With that, the protagonist pulled the blade free. The sword sprang free from its sheath, blade flashing, and the girl stared in awe, praising how it fused raw power with the silky elegance of enchantment. The MC bowed like it was the final scene of a masterpiece, thanked her, and admitted that all his effort wasn't for nothing, because that sword fight had drained him to the bone. The girl let out a little chuckle, confessing she'd been worried since he never showed up the whole afternoon, so she finally went to check on him. Just how long had this taken him? He'd clocked in that morning, and forging the sword felt like it dragged on for 5 whole hours. Alicia asked if he wanted to grab something to eat, but he shook his head and admitted all he wanted was to crash and sleep. The girl dropped down to the floor and he joked that because he was wiped out, the protagonist should just lie down on her lap. The antagonist looked totally thrown off, then backed away and cut her refusal short, glaring. He's tired. Tired, huh? Then let him rest. He flopped down on her. She rested on her lap and he just sat there, so gentle, so how in the world could he possibly? He told them to rest, but his nerves were all over the place. He couldn't quite manage his next words. Slow it down. Alicia leaned in and asked what's coming next. MC's day was set in motion, and when it came time to talk plans, he shot back that he'd craft a few items to sell and get them wrapped up by the end of today. Day was already bleeding into night, and tomorrow he'd finally start Weather's order, so she nudged him to stretch out a little longer. He decided to do something that would shield the ones he loved, and just rested there, curled up on his beloved's lap like the happiest man on earth, couldn't even hold it in. Next morning, the protagonist jolted to the truth. Unlike the Eva sword, Weather demanded a massive haul of magic ore. So yeah, the weapon's price would skyrocket, and first he forged a shape with earth magic too. He forced molten magic ore onto the plate, stretching it out wide as the heat roared, and then the stuff had to harden first after that. The plate still had to get heated again. Just like the Ivis sword, he went right back to the exact same moves, grabbing a hammer and pounding it down again and again. He pounded it into the exact shape, cranked the heat back up, and then hammered it all over again several rounds until it was perfect. So, should he enchant the sword? After all, what happens if he waits? Right then, the protagonist poured magic into the blade and made up his mind to kill him. It finally knew this was the moment to shape its ultimate form. Unlike Eva, Weather shreds with every kind of blade, so now he's determined to forge a double-edged weapon. Exactly like the Weather had imagined, those blades didn't just land. They tore through the enemy and left them beaten. In their duel, Eva grabs the spotlight and goads the moment, then Weather drops an instant finish, right on the spot. That blade has to be brutally heavy and razor sharp to end the fight in one clean strike, plus it needs to be packed with magical power, the real kind of info that makes it lethal. They hammered it, tempered it, and forged it again and again, because only by repeating that grind is the steel truly perfected, sword sharp and ready. It's like that array of magical iron, but this method makes it even stronger. And then, crafting a monster like that isn't a walk in the park. If he hadn't cast that self-enchantment, it would have been. It's been one brutal grind, but at last he finally carved the Weather sword into the exact shape and weight he needed. He leaned toward the window, staring outside like, wait, is it already noon? As he realized it, forging this sword was going to take way longer than the one he made for Eva's. He shoved himself into a quick rest, then promised he'd push on again, but soon he drifted, thoughts spinning out of control. He grinded on till evening, finally done, and then the MC yanked out the blade. He finally noticed the sword was brutally heavy, and tempering it had taken everything he had. Because it was a long sword, he had to pour extra effort into sharpening it with wind magic way more than he'd normally need. The job turned out way tougher than he'd imagined, and that should have been his sign to charge an even higher price. After a while, standing outside, the protagonist finally snapped that it was time. This was the final run before everything truly locked in for the last round. The enchantment sliced through the dummy like it was nothing. He snapped his sword into position in an instant, and his mind raced with thoughts of how this weapon could drop monsters with one brutal strike, because that double-edged sharpening let the blade slice straight through anything. It just crushed everything with its brutal weight, and then, after the last touch, sealed in the perfect enchantments to unleash Weather's full power in battle. After a while, the MC finally finished the sword, stared at his work like it was priceless, and then he realized this blade took him a full day in the workshop, and it was ready at last. He dropped onto the floor, completely worn out, and he couldn't stop wondering if they'd love the new weapon because he was barely holding back, itching to hand them the swords. Alicia gripped the sword and still couldn't lift it. She blurted that it was brutally heavy. The protagonist let out a smug chuckle and said he forged the sword based on Weather's pulse and her wild hopes. She thrusts out her hand. The girl snapped to his command, then he grabbed her hand and told her he'd temporarily boosted her. Now she could finally lift the sword with her own strength. Alicia stared at it in awe and said that. Yeah, it was insanely heavy. so heavy that only 2 people on Earth could pull off something like this with magic. Or, the protagonist shot back, "Nah, I don't think so." She told him she'd crossed paths with tons of blacksmiths, but only a tiny handful could forge something like this. Turns out, he was an absolute monster of a blacksmith, pure genius with every blade. He thanked her, then admitted he wasn't done yet and still had a lot to level up. Alicia told him she'd watched him grind in the workshop for 2 straight days, then asked if he wanted dinner. He nodded fast, said he was starving out of his mind, and Alicia just laughed, telling him to eat everything he wanted. After a while, Mason finally leaned in and demanded to know what his forge was even for. Morgan blurted, "What?" And when he answered, boom, the words hit like a spark. He told him he'd called him in because of the sword he'd been entrusted with, so why was the work done so terribly wrong? Done. Then the man's stomach dropped in horror. Was there really something wrong with that incredible enchanted weapon? He burst out that every single night, his guild was handed an enchanted blade, like the forge never stopped and ran almost around the clock because it had to. It took serious effort because their forge was already roaring nonstop, and this kind of art demanded a massive investment of strength, blazing energy, and iron endurance. Maybe Mason should tell his knights to stop abusing their swords because, wait, weren't they just? And their forge promised to churn out fresh weapons every single month. This deal was struck 3 years ago, and now Morgan couldn't stop worrying. Wondered if that was really it when Fake slipped into their palace and already settled in. He dumped every responsibility on him alone, and the 2 of them talked it out, because they didn't just want to hurt him once they wanted to make him suffer more, so they were just. He rebuilt the supply chain from the ground up and shoved it to where it stands now until the Fake started playing games, and rage exploded in his chest, so he struck a deal with the knights and locked in a steady flow of weapons. Mason said that before deliveries came every 6 months, sometimes every 3, and if those swords kept coming out with that filthy, terrible quality, they'd shut down his forge for good, Morgan snapped, totally confused. Wait, what do you mean disgusting quality? The boy snapped back that the sword they were forging didn't even come close to the one hidden behind that fake head, etched with deadly beauty. So he started wondering, were those top-tier swords they'd handed over earlier really just fakes someone cooked up? Not a single one of their swords would work, so they had to scramble and repair the enchantments on every last blade, and Morgan burst out. Furiously, they realized they were grinding even on holidays, and suddenly, there wasn't time for anything else. So what? Was he really ready to fight for it, or was he even prepared to hike their wages? Mason warned them that if they kept flooding the battlefield with weapons of that level, everything would change. He'd have to slash their wages because they'd just been handed swords still crawling with fake enchantments, so they'd better study those blades as the template. Morgan snapped that he couldn't even stand to look at the shoddy mess, and Mason raged back that even he, a man without magical code in his eyes, he somehow still could read it, and that's what left Morgan staring, stunned at how he had the nerve to talk to him like that. Who did he think he was? He flung his arms wide and snapped that he didn't have a clue. And sure enough, unlike him, he still didn't know either. So he couldn't even see the magic code, meaning he couldn't tell that crudely hacked nonsense apart from the real thing, either. So yeah, Fake's enchantment was so brutal it couldn't be repaired at all. Like this kind of evil didn't even exist before, and not a single blacksmith could stomach looking at it. One wrong move, try it, and he'd instantly get hit with a disgust so unbearable that the rest of them wouldn't even be able to keep working. A year after Morgan became a blacksmith, he couldn't shake the thought of the brutal incident that followed, and it all started since then. Mason tried to get an answer, but he'd barely glanced at it, and now he was refusing to look again, like the moment was too dangerous to face. Every blacksmith finally shoved into his workshop door thanks to a connection, not chance. And it basically meant nothing. So was he really trying to say that? Morgan shot back, annoyed that yeah, everyone knew it, even him. They'd only landed court blacksmith jobs through pure connections, yet even then, they had real abilities. Stuff that puts them miles above commoners, and the guys. He told them they had to enchant the swords at least, then added, "I'm done," and took off. Morgan stormed out of the room and muttered that he was a damn bastard. Everything he did was make. He started throwing one-sided demands, and I've never seen anyone more reckless, even with the way he pushes himself nonstop. This country was basically doomed the moment knight captains like him showed up. If he'd turned into this guy's personal blacksmith, his life would have been finished. Thank whatever gods he dodged that fate. He's exhausted now, so he's done with today's work. He's handing it off and heading off to rest. After a while, Mason finally stormed into the workshop and told them straight up that they were. Morgan snapped with irritation and asked him, telling him what he meant. Wait, were they really talking about that? Court blacksmiths, no way, he thought. He couldn't even tell what the enchantments were, and he still had the nerve to say something like that. Mason told them, if you can prove results, I wouldn't have kicked this over to another department. At first, he just wanted to fake test his sword, but he never saw it coming. Those bastards actually came back, dragging that parody of a weapon with them, and the nerve it took was unreal. Nerve, every single person there froze. Stunned by his savage roar, Morgan was left horrified. Marified, he wondered if his voice was packed with mana, and Mason kept blasting out, shouting that. The second he started digging, more and more of their dirty misdeeds spilled into the open like the truth couldn't stay buried. And get this on top of the fakes, loads of blacksmiths had already walked out. None of them stayed past a single year. And yeah, it was their mess that drove the specialists to flee so fast. Morgan blurted in sheer horror, yeah, we've got staff turnover, but it's because the young people today just don't have the courage. He shot back, nope, according to what I've got. The workshop manager's been bullying his new workers. Mason yanked him by the clothes and blurted it straight to his face, saying he was the one he meant, and the man's eyes went wide with horror. He shot back, I'm not mocking anyone that's training. And Mason added that speaking of the work, Fake went right at it like a one-man storm every single day. He enchanted nearly every sword, hammering through mournful hours straight into night with 0 breaks. No days off at all, and the only time he got to rest was tucked right in the forge. Where was the training in that, dude? He had way more talent for torturing than for being a black. Smith Morgan screamed in pure horror that it couldn't be true, and Mason lunged in fast, snatched him up, and slammed a devastating punch straight into his face. Face snapped at him. Shut up. That brutal hit ripped him off his feet, crashing him to the floor, then everything went quiet, except for his question, demanding whether he truly thought violence was okay. He planted his foot on his face and leaned in with a chilling, menacing question. Roughly how many top-notch blacksmiths they'd already lost because of him, yeah. Compared to that, his suffering barely even mattered. He had to haul the fake back, no shortcuts, not just him. He'd track down every last blacksmith they'd lost and bring them all back, call them in one by one. Each of them would drop to their knees and beg forgiveness from the ones who walked away because of. Of them, he'd have to blurt out that he's no longer that. He charged ahead of the guild, then got fired, just like everyone else he'd ordered to bully them, and now he's begging them right now to come back. Morgan's voice cracked with terror. Did you finally get what I meant? As he realized. He pulled the trigger, and Mason erupted with furious shouts, saying it was obvious, then swore he'd never kneel before them. The kid shot back that if he couldn't bring them back, they'd all be fired, and he'd already laid out every detail of the mess to his family. It looked like they'd all stopped. Morgan snapped with fear, convinced he'd been tossed aside as the court blacksmith, and if they ripped away his titles too, he didn't see any reason left to keep living. Jason promised that if they pulled it off and hauled every blacksmith back, he'd finally let them join the Night Corps. No shortcuts, though, because they'd have to grind through brutal training first. But for now, they'd leave it at that. Morgan stared in horror and thought, no, they're letting him go grab the blacksmiths right now. And he couldn't stop himself from screaming, why is this happening to me? After a bit, the protagonist shoved fresh swords into the boy's hands and snapped like, listen up. What did they really think about it? Iva snatched the sword at. He couldn't stop staring and just noted how long it was. It was perfect light and compact, yet the second he touched it, he felt raw, immense power humming inside the weapon. He told everyone the sword had been tuned to his fighting style, so it didn't scream straight on attack. But he still pushed to make it last as long as possible, because against a powerhouse like Weather, a direct clash could shatter the blade, so he had to play it smart. Ivas beamed and said he got it all seriously, thank you so much, and if he fights the way he usually does, there won't be a single problem. Films, Weather, smiling, then he grabbed his sword and started inspecting every inch like it held a secret. MC blinked in shock. He was actually gripping that massive sword with just one hand, and then he turned to ask, "So, what do you think of it?" He shot back that the weight was exactly what he wanted. Then the protagonist let out a breath of relief. "All right," he said, "but what about the length?" Weather shot back that everything was fine, and when he finally gripped the swordman, it was so perfect he couldn't even process it, like it was made exactly for him. And this was the first time a blade had ever sat in his hand just right. The protagonist realized that whether it was all about one brutal decisive hit or the whole style clash, their fighting styles actually meshed perfectly. Ivas drew the enemy in and the weather tore them apart. Then they nodded and promised to treasure the sword. MC grinned and told him not to stress, use it as much as he wanted, and if it ever broke, just bring it straight back to him. This is the blacksmith's greatest joy. He's sure they'll never go too far, because he only wants them to work within what these swords can truly handle. The protagonist announced the deal like a verdict: 40,000 crowns for Ivas's sword, and 60,000 for Wazer's. Then they tossed over the money, grabbed the old blades, and he smiled, declaring the job done and pleased he'd closed the bargain. The protagonist snatched up the weapon and swore it was the same sword he'd been promised. For the payment, its condition was solid. All it needed was a quick tweak to the magic code, and it would be ready to use, and then he could sell. "Sell it!" Evis grinned and said they'd be taking the promotion exam soon. Those blades would make it a sure win. MC told him to try them out first, so they'd feel right. And he nodded, agreeing. He nodded along and said, "The exam's in the evening." They had time easy. Even if they didn't, with blades like that, they'd blow right through it. Wazer said he felt the exact same way. It felt like he'd wielded that sword his whole life, so the protagonist shot him a grateful smile. Either way, they'd better stay sharp and protect themselves, because if they botched the test with his weapon, doubt started creeping into his head about his blacksmithing. But Ivas grinned and insisted they'd pass for sure. Then Weather chimed in that he'd forge his way into becoming a swordsman worthy of this very blade. After that, the guys took off, and Alicia lit up, cheering that he'd nailed it. Then everyone beamed. The MC nodded along, thrilled they liked the swords, and he said he was just hoping they'd pass the test. The girls snapped back that they'd do it, no doubt because they already had his weapon in their hands. After a while, the protagonist finally cast a powerful enchantment on. He set the sword on the counter, and right then, a girl slid up to them, grinning and praising how every single sword looked absolutely amazing. He grinned and told her she could try any sword she wanted, and she immediately said she'd love to hold that one, so the protagonist handed it to her. The girl blurted out, "How much is it?" And he shot back, 50,000 crowns. Then she gasped, like, "Could I get it cheaper?" The protagonist stared into his own thoughts and figured 40,000 crowns would be just enough. Then the girl leaned in and asked if she could do him a favor. He checked her out, staring at her breasts, and told him he couldn't cut the price much, maybe 40,000 crowns, if they got lucky. Alicia cut right into the talk, and with a sharp snap of confidence, she announced the price, 50,000 crowns. This sword was insanely good, so top tier, that even at the original price, it felt like a steal. The buyer gasped in shock, then snapped, "I get it. I'll take it for 50,000 crowns." And the MC snatched the money, beaming, as he thanked her for the purchase. He stared at Alicia, clocked the irritation on her face, and blurted, "What's wrong?" And she shot back, "Do you like curvy figures?" Magnus looked totally stumped and snapped that no, nothing like that. Then the girl caught him staring, and he muttered he didn't even have a thing for big ones. But that was just how guys are, so he shot a casual glance, and after they sold, he looked away. They hawked 2 F-ranked swords and daggers to the brand new adventurers, then the Mornings. Morning's profit hit a brutal 180,000 crowns, so they had no choice but to keep pushing in that same unstoppable direction. After a while, Rig finally closed the distance, grinning wide, and shouted, "Wow, it's been ages since we last saw each." They greeted each other, and the protagonist grinned. Yeah, he'd been right. They hadn't seen each other in ages. Behind the merchants, his slave stood watching. Oish! And Riggs, acting fake, kept his sword ready. In the neighboring town, his swords and daggers were flying off the shelves like wildfire. He'd marketed them like a champ. So more orders were coming when the protagonist blurted, "Really?" He just chuckled. "Thanks." So the peddler leaned in and said, This isn't just adventurers buying my weapons. Knights are snapping them up too, and they're bragging about it to other knights. And that's when everything started to click, right there. Where? Whoa, that's wild, right? MC blurted, stunned. Didn't knights get their weapons from the kingdom or their lords? He figured that must be how it worked back home. The Revenant Empire was coming for them, so they had to mass enchant their weapons every single week. The merchants nodded and swore he was right, but he flat out refused to admit the weapons they handed out were any good. See, knights who'd climbed far enough usually bought their own armor, and that's exactly why he was standing here. He jabbed a finger at the weapons lined up on the counter and demanded to know how many of those top-tier guns the protagonist actually owned. The protagonist smirked and said, "I've got 10 of that kind right now, swords and daggers, ready to go." Rick let out a sharp grunt, looked him dead in the eye, and said he'd take every last one. Then his mind raced with the question, how much was this going to cost him? Fake flashed a thank you grin, and when he called out the price, 800,000 gold, the merchant's face cracked into a surprised chuckle like, wait, that's bulk pricing. So yeah, maybe the protagonist could finally sweet-talk him into a discount. 700,000 gold, the MC blurted, then grim reality hit. If it sold that cheap, his shop would take a hit, so he slid the peddler a handful of lower-quality weapons, and boom, the price climbed to 760,000 gold. Talk about a win for him. The allies locked in that decision, and it was final. And then boom, our protagonist and Alicia packed rigs and took off. They shoved the goods into a crate and strapped it right onto the slave's back. The peddler casually dropped the news that he'd be gone soon for good, for a long time so he wouldn't be able to swing by again. The protagonist shot back, "Is that so?" and shrugged, "Yeah, that's a shame." Then Rig cut in, But in just a week, his apprentice Almay, a girl will step in for him, so he needs to ask for a favor right now. Can you prep a bunch of weapons in different grades? He'll grab whatever she won't touch, because he's itching to see if she can truly judge the quality of the goods. The protagonist nodded, promised he understood, and Rig, relieved, thanked him, then told him that by that day, he'd have 10 top-tier swords and daggers ready, plus a few cheaper blades to sell too. Can he pull this off in time? The protagonist shot back that everything would be set for his apprentice's arrival. Rig burst out, "Perfect! She'll be coming with me, so he'll spot her the moment she's here." As the merchant yanked the slave's burden into place, Alicia leaned close and whispered, "Hey, act shocked. Do you really think he can pull off getting all of this done in just a week?" He whispered back that, yeah, he's used to it, he'll handle it, no problem, in a week. Then she snapped back, shocked, "Just don't let him overdo it, okay?" And the protagonist promised her he would. Rig leaned in and asked, "So, what's all this glory gonna cost?" And the protagonist blurted, "Let me think, about 1.5 million, yeah, around that." "All right," regaffed, and right back into my old habit. I start haggling again. Maybe they'll finally fold and take 1,300 gold pieces. The protagonist blurted in shock. Alicia had just pointed out the warning sign that price was way too low for him to fall for. They'd take no less than 1,450,000 gold pieces. Riggs, grudgingly, against his will, signed on to that number. C blurted out in shock, "What, at least let it be 1,400,000 gold pieces?" But Alicia dug in her heels. They didn't even pause to think about it, plus they'd already promised to help that merchant train his apprentice, so her price was locked in. Rig let out a laugh, admitted she was right, and then said, "Yep, she nailed it. He's gonna pay that exact amount." The protagonist thanked him, then promised, "We'll be waiting. Your apprentice better arrive by the appointed time." The peddler told him they were counting on him. Then he waved goodbye to the allies and took off with the slave. MC let out a huge breath and said, "Thank goodness, it's finally over." He wrapped it up and thanked the girl, and as always, she chewed him out for handing out discounts way too easily, so he apologized, then admitted he was just over the moon that someone actually needs his weapon. Alicia told him she gets exactly how he feels, but she reminded him those blades are her lifeline, so the payment has to match the skill. He stared at her with pure gratitude, then said, "All right, I'll make sure it happens. I will." We'll bite back the urge to repeat that same mistake in the future. Then the girl shot back, "Very well." After a while, she studied the other masters and their assistants, then turned to him and pressed him, who was the apprentice Rig had told her about. The protagonist said, "Yeah, that makes sense." Then he added, "After all, Blacksmiths train apprentices too, and they work side by side all the time. He's lucky enough to be blessed with magic in every way, so he's the one who tackles the whole workshop alone. But if the master isn't that fortunate, then, for his own convenience, he brings an apprentice along and splits the work between them, which makes life way easier when he's buried under a huge pile of orders, and yeah, he's even thinking about taking on another apprentice down the road. Alicia leaned in and demanded to know if he was really dead serious about adding a girl apprentice too. The protagonist snapped into a gasp. What kind of fate throws a girl at him this fast? Suddenly, he snatched her hand and blurted out, "Wait, I've got it." Because the moment an idea hit him, he knew why not turn her into his apprentice. She thought, forging with her would be an absolute blast, and it'd be her shot to finally see. Catch her rocking a work uniform. The villain leaned in and demanded to know what she really thought about it. The girls shot her a nervous look and muttered, "He'll forgive her, but she's just not that great at magic." Magic, she slipped out of his grip and said it with a sharp, perfect certainty. He figured if she could spot magical properties, she could master blacksmithing too. But he learned fast that it wasn't that simple. Alicia stared at him, and right then she decided if she had the power, she'd say yes instantly, no questions asked. But if he chose someone else as his apprentice, he'd lock them in the workshop together every single day. Seeing it, she jolted and blurted out in pure horror while the protagonist, stunned, shot her a question, "What's going?" The story kept rolling. This girl had fought tooth and nail to stop him from taking girls as apprentices, and the protagonist, stunned, just nodded back like, "Got it." After a while, she finally leaned in and demanded to know where he'd learned blacksmithing. The MC told me he'd grown up in a village with parents who forged iron for a living, and when they were gone, someone took him in and drilled him in every last thing they knew. He knew then the truth hit hard. They were gone, and they weren't coming back. Alicia, stunned, pressed him again, and he finally admitted it when he was just a kid. His biological parents left him behind, abandoning him so completely he became an orphan. She looked heartbroken and told her, "Don't worry, I advised him, and he's so young, he probably doesn't even remember these people." Alicia paused, eyes sharpening as she thought hard for a beat. Then she leaned in and said, "You're lucky today," like she'd just uncovered a whole new piece of him. He stared at her with warmth in his eyes, and after that, they shut the whole place down and locked the doors. The girl gasped that they were crazy lucky to have sold out, and Fake shot back that it was the best part keeping the shop running. All that time totally paid off. Long and right then, I'm fighting to keep us on track in this wild weather so fast, it feels like the world's slipping out of our hands. He shouted his name at them, and then he blurted out, stunned, like, "Wait, what? Did you guys pass the exam yet?" the protagonist asked, and the boys shot back, "Yeah, we did." Then he slapped that proud grin on his face and said, "All right, well done. So what were their results?" Eves burst out shouting, then they pushed through and got promoted straight into D rank. Weather chimed in too, crediting it all to the protag's weapon. The protagonist and Alicia locked eyes, and then they both broke into a quick, fearless smile. Drake grinned and said he'd be glad to help, then praised them for leveling up, making the adventurers gasp in awe. He couldn't even believe how thankful they were. Especially with a weapon this light and easy to swing, they'll be charging toward rank C in no time. MC locked eyes on them and said, no, it wasn't just a weapon, she'd barely gotten it recently, yet somehow they picked it up and mastered it lightning fast. Turns out, it was their abilities that got them through the exam. Eva snapped back. That's not how it went. And then she cut herself off. It was all of... The protagonist straight up told them, if you need a weapon again, come find me, and promised he'd hunt down stronger magic steel by then, because he knew this magic metal was way too weak for their level. The guys promised they'd hype it up to their friends, and the protagonist shot back his thanks before wishing them all the best. As the rank climb wrapped up, they said their goodbyes, and the adventurers vanished into the distance. Watching them leave, he realized the people who'd take the weapons he forged with his own hands. Right before his eyes, they were climbing to the top, and the rush of it felt incredible. Fake said, yeah, and he's not far behind them in height either. Felicia burst into laughter and kept egging him on. Garal finally caught MC off guard, asking in pure shock, so the total profit is 1,200,000 gold, and you even landed a huge custom order from a merchant. The protagonist shot back, yeah, it is. then leaned in and told him adventurers had been flooding his shop too, one by one, until his wares. It was all starting to click into place, and the man couldn't help but say, "Looks like things are finally getting better for him." Garal said it no hesitation, no doubt, like his skill could silence every question. He suddenly went quiet, like his thoughts were crashing into him. Then the protagonist leaned in and asked if anything happened, and the man finally replied. He shot back, "No, I just got a letter," then thrust the envelope at MC, staring hard at the address like it held answers. The protagonist blurted out in shock, "Wait, is this from Robert Gore?" Garal stared at his envelope, and then, with wide eyes, he blurted out that he'd just received a letter too, and it started talking. Talks about a huge order for the blacksmith, and the protagonist read the exact same thing. Then Alicia's father leaned in and asked. MC blurted, "So will he actually take it?" And yeah, of course, if it's a forging order, he'll snap it up in a heartbeat. Garal let out a satisfied "good" and promised he'd send the reply right away, so MC thanked him, then swore he wouldn't let him down. Stepping into the hallway, the protagonist's mind raced over Robert's words, the kind that hit like a direct command. After a while, nothing ever seemed to satisfy him. With a bright smile, Robert shouted his name and sprinted right up to him, beaming as he called out, "I can't believe it's been this long since we last saw each other." Robert lit up the moment he saw him, draped an arm over the protagonist's shoulders, and blurted out just how thrilled he was that he'd followed through on his order. The protagonist sank in dread, realizing he'd violated his privacy once more, and a heavy sigh ripped out of him. He leaned in and asked the boy what weapon he wanted, and Robert yanked the box open to show the protagonist what was inside. That's how the protagonist explained the shock and surprise. "Is that Viria's magical iron?" the guy shot back. He answered right on cue that's exactly why he'd asked in the first place, fake thoughts. Swallowed in pure shock, this kind of stuff can be pulled right from a monster's body. But here's the catch. Power doesn't guarantee treasure. It all boils down to luck. Even iron can drop from the carcass of a run-of-the-mill goblin. That's why adventurers keep chasing monsters day after day, praying luck finally hits. Robert said the perfect thing, and MC just nodded, confirming it with a sharp yes. Then he stared at the second item and asked, "Wait, is that... So that's the magical metal of Varia?" "Right," Robert shot back. "Yeah, but it's nowhere near the real Varia." Still, for a craftsman like him, it was a golden shot and awesome chance to flex his forging skills on a metal like this. "Right." The protagonist nodded and agreed. Then it hit him. Vareha basically never gets sold, and every sword carved from it is treated like a family heirloom, cherished like the apple of your eye. Robert shot him a conspiratorial wink, then dropped the bomb because that wasn't even the start of what he'd planned. Then the boy revealed the one thing he couldn't afford to miss, and it all started to click for him. The protagonist's shock hit like a tidal wave because right in front of him, the dragon's own claw and fang bared itself. Robert clocked it immediately. He'd slipped into their domain, and they crushed him for it, snatching Iria, the fang, and those claws slipped from his body, so he went and hired him. The protagonist studied the items up close and muttered that it wasn't. Every single day, he could have earned victory over a dragon. He hunted it down by himself. Robert shot back, "You think so, don't you? No, beating it alone is impossible." The knights stepped in, and it only worked because their power hit as one, and together they managed to. He managed to take it down, and in the end, he even got the prize from that win, while the protagonist blurted out, full of awe, "That's just incredible, too." Forging a weapon from such rare treasures is the blacksmith's ultimate prize, and Robert burst out laughing, saying he was thrilled Fake was so fired up. Then they should treat Area like the foundation and fill in the missing volume by using Vareha. They knew the sea had a reason in mind, so they dragged Vareha into it because raw Area alone won't cut it when you're trying to forge a real weapon. So when he grilled Robert, "Did you really pull the stuff you needed right out of the dragon too?" Robert nodded like, "Yeah, exactly." And by his plan, the fang and the claw would make up for the shortage and jack up the quality of the whole product. Fake said, "Yeah, but listen, this'll still turn out worse than pure alloy." And he didn't care. Robert kept pushing, insisting on forging a sword out of what he already had. Robert said with a heavy sigh, "Yeah, I get it. We'll have to compromise. It's unavoidable." He hooked a hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said, "That's why I'm putting everything on you. I've got high hopes." The MC stared at the materials one more time, then snapped back that he wouldn't let him down. He went, "Maybe this is just what all blacksmiths are like," even though it was nothing but a fake thought. But when he laid eyes on all those rare materials, a rush of excitement hit him, and he couldn't wait a second to dive into using them. He looked at the boy and demanded, "So what weapon do you want forged for you?" Robert yanked a weapon from under his jacket, then snapped, "Yeah, same shit." With the exact same shape as this sword, the protagonist yanked it free, scrutinized every inch, and then boldly announced, "A blade forged from Varia in Aryan metal, fused into one unstoppable sword. A blade forged with pure obsession, and its enchantment is the real deal." Robert nodded. "Exactly." And everything landed perfectly. Then he leaned in like, "This time I want the protagonist to use..." He needed dragon materials and Iran metal to forge a blade even sharper than before. Then the MC leaned in and inspected the sword one more time. And he asked if he could just slap on some different enchantments. And the boy shot back that if the blade got stronger, he wouldn't mind at all. He trusted his instincts, every ounce of weight, every inch of length, every curve of shape. He felt it all like it was telling him the truth. Felt the weight of it, Fake said he understood, and swore he'd forge a sword worthy of those expectations. The protagonist kicked off his work, and Robert dropped into a chair, watching the craftsman's steady, confident hands move like they owned the room. The protagonist went full chemistry mode and melted, then mixed too. Metal types. He did it the usual way, step by step, exactly by the book. No sweat at all. Once he finished the step, he snapped, "Excellent, perfectly done." He guessed it might get easier, but trouble was waiting just ahead. Now he had to melt and mix the dragon's fang and claw the right way, or everything would fall apart and the protagonist. The antagonist grabbed the materials and felt a faint warmth pulse through them, like there was a beating heart trapped inside, and it made the whole moment feel unreal. Robert leaned in, eyes locked on him, like he couldn't wait to see what happened next. NC went for the usual melt, but the materials wouldn't budge at all. Turns out dragons. They were totally built to shrug off brutal heat, and it hit him if he fine-tuned the magical flow just right, he could crank the temperature up to exactly what they needed. Once his plan finally clicked, he nailed it. Then he spoke, and that shape started shifting, right in front of him. Robert snapped in surprise. "Wait, Fake figured it out this fast." And then he smirked, saying he'd never expected anything less from him after all. Ordinary blacksmiths don't even lay their hands on draconic materials, only true specialists do. But he snapped into adaptation in an instant. Only a real master could pull that off, while the Fake kept stirring the alloy, turning heat into danger. He said it and boom! They're fully fused now. Next, he grabbed the molten metal and tossed in the draconic raw materials. And the stage went silent. Then the hero snapped right into the next move. Finally, he leaned in and said it, "So, the sin." Every magical property from every material has finally been fused together, complete success. Robert stared in disbelief, blurted, "Amazing, this is pure masterpiece." MC beamed and thanked him, while Fake promised he'd start shaping the sword next, yet it still wasn't anywhere near finished. He leaned in and asked if the guy would be watching. Then the guy snapped back, "Of course you don't see skill like this every day." He begs them to keep him there until the final second, and honestly, that's an experience he'll never forget. Experience. The protagonist grinned at him, wordlessly saying, "Yeah." Then he cranked up the metal's heat and started. He kicked off the forging like it was routine, then kept a sharp eye on the magical parameters as they shifted. Even after they fused the magical metal with the draconic parts, their powers still refused to line up. The disguise screamed all one piece, but inside they still hadn't fused right up to the moment he split. Once the sword was forged in his hands, he braided the magical currents into it like living power. When the alloy finally clicked into place, he snapped its structure on purpose, then set out to forge it back into something new. That's the only way the steel can forge itself into something unbreakable mesmerite. Robert leans in as the protagonist steps into the spotlight. Every move was honest, steady, and locked in like he meant business. It drained him all day, and the next chapter had to wait, pushed to the morning. This morning, Robert, who'd slept there all night, was already at the anvil, ready to start hammering. To finally start the job after the last shaping of the blade, everything was set. Fake measured the length and width, and when the numbers lined up, everything was absolutely perfect. But before they could sharpen it, one last test was still waiting for that double A, so the blade had to prove itself first. After a close inspection of every detail, they realize the blade demands perfect symmetry and balance because one wrong cut turns it into a double-edged threat. He snapped that the perfect next move was forging a handle from Aryan metal and bolting it onto the sword was finally ready, and once the last finishing touches were done, the protagonist leaned in and asked Robert if he wanted to test the weapon before he sealed it for good. The allies stormed out into the forest, and the young man grabbed his brand new sword with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. He swung his sword and unleashed a flurry of lunges and slick maneuvers. MC fired a question at him. "So what'd you think?" And Robert burst out excitedly. It's downright legendary, an exact copy of the original sword, forged in one flawless go, and the craftsmanship is pure perfection. The protagonist shot back a grin, like everything was finally smooth then. Robert grinned and nodded, then they turned to the forge, and the protagonist started hammering out the final finishing touches. Robert practically beamed when he saw how terrifyingly skilled Fake was with wind magic, and he realized it wasn't just one element at all, since his mastery over every element was what let him reach that level in forging. The protagonist shot back that all his years of training weren't for nothing. Then he grinned and announced the sharpening was finally done. Now it was time to lay on the last crucial enchantments. He'd already mapped out the enchantments to mostly match what was on Robert's sword, then he'd still tweak a few of the details to fix what came next. Robert leaned in, eyes locked on every enchantment as they painted his weapon with magical metal modifications, like the fate of it was being sealed right in front of him. When the fake was finally finished, the young man gripped the sword and stared in awe. It fit his hand like it was made for him, and the magic transfer worked so insanely well, it blew his mind. The blade's quality was straight up unbelievable. The enchantments the MC cast were so good, you couldn't even fault them, and he just scratched his head and went, "Glad you like it." Robert insisted he couldn't patch something like that even if it cracked, but the MC only laughed and told him to chill. Thanks to the iron metal mixed into the alloy, it'd easily last a month or two. Then whoosh! Robert bolted straight at him, dropped to both knees, and grabbed his hands like they were sacred. The MC nearly yelped from shock and awe as Robert pressed those hands to his cheek, whispering that they worked miracles. And yeah, you could tell he was insanely jealous of that talent, especially for a blacksmith. Smith Fake yanked his hands back and demanded the guy stop, but Robert just stood up like it was nothing, calmly thanking the... Then the protagonist stepped up, offered to pay, and the guy shot back. "So you want to hire me with a 5 million crown fee?" The protagonist, totally baffled, snapped back that it was just too much, especially since he'd already given so much. Handing over every material, the sword's shape told him exactly what to do instantly, and this guy can charge a whopping 300,000 crowns for his work. Robert snapped into action, weighing every detail, and said Fu really could forge that metal, so he paid the fee for those rare skills. Then added, "And tell me, aren't weapons made from Aryan metal worth 10 times as much?" So he demands that very box of items, the whole stash, and Mick can't believe it, exclaiming in disbelief. Aren't these the rare artifacts that only show up in dungeons every once in a blue moon? He couldn't just... Robert declared that this blade was worth every bit of it, so let him believe it. A blade forged from iron and other metal could even match Eslian's legendary steel. Then he leaned in and said he wanted to keep going. So keep forging with him as a blacksmith, because this skill will arm him for everything ahead. Let it build his future. The protagonist called him by name, promised he'd take the gift, and thanked him. Robert grinned and cut in, "Thank you for the so." He forged that sword, vowed to him to rise into a warrior worthy of it, and if he ever needs help, he'll be right there, ready to answer the call. After a little while, Alicia burst in with a joyful shout, praising his fake voice and calling his skill truly amazing because the sword he forged for Robert crushed every expectation. Forging Aryan metal and dragon parts was already a mind-blowing feat so good that her own father couldn't help but stare in awe, and she just knew he'd finally realize her talent any day now. He grabbed the cup of tea with a tiny smile and said he just hoped it would be that way someday. Then he glanced down again with the same quiet grin, wondering did he really recognize him. What would that do to their relationship, really? After all, he was nothing but a fake suitor, a shield meant to block everyone else, so could this go on forever? If he could keep being useful, he'd be thrilled, so yeah, He'd take that deal, and that was that. But for how long could they keep the wool over Lord Goral's eyes? After all, once she finally found someone who truly loved her, I didn't see that. His job was over for good. It all kicked off with her pity she was kind. She felt bad for him, and everyone kept laughing at him. Then he completely brushed it off and dove into blacksmithing so hard, trying to earn respect, while the whole thing proved how childish he still was. She clocked the slump on his face, called out his name, and asked if he was sick, or if the exhaustion from forging had finally caught up with him. When he finished forging the blade, he lifted his head, grinned, and told them, "No way, this is exactly how it's meant to be." So yeah, everything looked good. Riggs's apprentice, Almay, was set to roll in next week. And sure, there were still a couple orders from other clients, but he hadn't even sat down yet to start selling. She blinked in shock and asked how he'd already poured so much time and effort into that sword, and still, he had to dive into a brand new work week next. He nodded with a grin, claiming his hobby was paying the bills, so he had zero complaints, and when she called, she told him to finally slow down and rest more. He admitted he wasn't tired, even as Alicia stayed on edge and told him she still couldn't shake her worry. He couldn't stop worrying, so maybe he'd finally get a breather this week. He froze mid-thought, weighing every word and urged him to slow down, like, "Trust me, make this change right." Then she leaned in and suggested they slip away somewhere, just the two of them. When she said yes and happily agreed to something tasty to eat, the protagonist couldn't shake the feeling that something dangerous and way bigger was waiting just around the corner. She waited for him, but he couldn't rein in the hunger to forge blades worthy of legend. He wanted his. He swung his fate across countless hands, chasing owners one after another. This was his whole reason to live, and nothing could ever shake that oath. He followed his heart and did what a blacksmith must, all while Goral stared out the window. And he remembered Robert calling him, grateful that he'd granted permission to order counterfeit weapons. Magical iron, Varea, magical metal, dragonclaw, and fang. He mashed every single one of them into one insane blade. When the blade finally appeared, it blew past everything he imagined. His eyes widened as he stared at the sword, and he couldn't help asking if something like that could really be forged. Still, could he even ask? Robert nodded and shot the question straight. Why had he ordered a fake from him in the first place? After all, they were both chasing the same prize, his daughter's hand, and Robert was a blacksmith too. The concern weighed heavy on his face, and he said Alicia had praised his talent so fiercely that as a fellow smith, he had to find out what he could really do, no more, no less. Still, he admitted that even for him, molding and processing materials like that was brutal work. As a blacksmith, he couldn't believe how good his own hands were, because it was exactly that skill that made her pick him out of everyone else. Goral spotted a chest sitting in his office, right there like it was waiting for him. Office door. He closed the distance, grabbed the handle, and yanked it open. He stared at the sword sitting inside. He stared at it with a face set in stone. He clenched his jaw and dropped that maybe this was finally it. After a while, the MC finally reached the fair, and he immediately started thinking, okay, but what if? But after a 2-week break, they tore the tent open again, slid back into their usual spots, and kicked off work by getting everything ready. Workday rolled on just like always. They picked the goods by quality and carved out a fresh batch for Alma, Riggs' apprentice, while Rigg kept hammering out even more swords and daggers to lure customers in. He stared at the box, grin blazing, and said there was another one stuffed with supplies thanks to the one Robert gave him. It came at just the right time, Alicia. Grinning, he said that because of it, he could haul way more, and soon people were flocking over, showing up and thanking him too. He said this was the shop, and nope, he wasn't wrong. So this is the blacksmith fake's place, huh? The group pressed, and he nodded. Then the adventurers chimed in. Last time, he'd bought that sword from some traveling merchant. The quality is crazy good. This thing fits in his hand like a glove, and he even let his guys test it. And now everyone's scrambling to grab one before they can't. So they showed up in person. Did they finally get to check the goods with their own eyes? With a bright, happy grin, he said he was genuinely thankful for their praise. He figured the traveling merchant probably meant Rigg, but even after the guy claimed he advertised his products, he still didn't expect cuss. He demanded the customers rush to him right now. and the adventurers grabbed their weapons, then asked him about buying the staggerns. He watched the sword drop from his hands, then she snatched the dagger, and he grabbed it too, thanked them for buying it, and then he slapped a price on it. Yeah, for real. He stared at the money he'd gotten and swore he'd sold them for a discount, but even then, still, their timing paid off. 200,000 gold poured in, and 3 customers showed up back to back from the very first morning, like pure luck. Then the crowd kept pouring in, some hauled their friends along, and he just kept shining. He soaked up the praise, loving every shout about his blades and every cheers from the taverns. Some people showed up because they'd heard wild rumors about Iva's strength. By the time merchants started whispering his name, word spread like wildfire by noon. The shop was packed wall to wall. Alicia grinned and said it was incredible because today, the customers just kept coming, non-stop. He gripped the food in his hand, nodded with a grin, and told Rig he was truly thankful for all that advertising and fame. He was clearing out the boxes when he told his student to hurry, because once those supplies were gone, there wouldn't be a blade left. He basically shrugged and said, if it keeps going like this, then so be it. And sure enough, there were way more faces than last time, even if not everyone's buying. The fact that people are showing up and watching is a huge, awesome sign. A man strode up and demanded he buy those 2 daggers and 2 swords, and when she glanced at him, she flashed a grateful smile and thanked him for the purchase. He said he was really hoping he wouldn't have to sell them all, yet it was obvious way fewer people were staring at them now, and that shrinking attention of the crowd. On the street, a crowd's attention snapped to a slave and a girl walking right beside him. She smiled bright as he pointed at it, then asked, "Wait, that's the shop, right?" They couldn't believe their eyes when she showed up, and then she kept closing the distance. She flashed a bright smile and said, "Good afternoon, my name's Almay." "So, you're fake, right?" he asked, and she nodded along. "You're just a rigged student, right?" he pressed, and she burst into laughter. He nodded and told him that since her teacher had likely already warned him, she was stepping in for him today. He raved about his own wares, then bragged that he forged incredible weapons. Confusion hit him hard and he blurted, "Wait, tell me, is it true?" Alicia eyed him like he'd just told a lie, and he then said that. He said he'd already prepped a whole set of weapons for the evaluation. They hauled in a bunch of goods, and he told her he'd already picked out several items just for her to choose from, so she thanked him, then came. He leaned in to inspect the weapons and suddenly feared he'd tangled top-tier gear with junk, but could she spot the difference? She tested blade after blade swords, daggers, all of it, until one perfect weapon called her name, and declared that she only needed these blades, 10 swords and 10 daggers, no extras at all. He froze, stunned because sure, you might not catch the gap at first glance, but she had clearly picked the better one, no question. He grinned and told her, "All of this will cost you 1,450,000 crowns. He strode right up, slipped his hand into hers with a warm grin, and asked. He asked her if there was any chance she'd cut him a discount. He and Alicia were completely stunned by what they were about to see. She stared at what had happened, then snapped back that at the very least, it wasn't all for nothing like, "It's ST," she said. He offered her a little discount for being a loyal customer. She tried to say no, but he insisted anyway, and won. Wondered if she'd chosen to use seduction to turn the situation to her advantage. She picked the wrong man while he still had Alicia, the one he truly loved, and yeah, to be fair, honest truth, that kind of thing didn't disgust him at all. He watched her clearly fall apart with dissatisfaction, and he figured that if she let down on him right now, it would feel like dying. He snapped his hand back, flatly refused, and swore that was the absolute final amount, while Almy fumed, insisting the seduction ploy had totally failed. And he wouldn't let it go. She paid the full price for the weapon, then casually added, like it was nothing, that he's a real master of his craft. Before that, where did he even work? Nowhere near this. And then the protagonist started shoving money into the drawer, right? He yanked open the drawer and blurted out that he worked for the Revenant Empire. But she got out of it, and moved in. She smiled and teased that they might cross paths. She cut across their paths again, so no, this wasn't a goodbye. And then she slipped away. She dragged a slave along, spun back around, blew him a kiss, and chirped, "See you soon." And he just stood there grinning, like he'd won, thinking she couldn't possibly fool him that easily. He spun around and told them they were lucky to unload so many weapons for a great price. Alicia marched up to him, cheeks burning, and blurted, "So, do you still like the big one?" "Right." He was so thrown off he blurted out, "What are you talking about?" And when she finally looked just as lost, she snapped, "You've been staring at me." And he froze. She shot the claim down right away, insisting it was nothing like that, shouting, "That's not true," because she'd personally seen the whole thing. You can tell by the way he stared at her. He stopped, thought it over for a moment, and then asked "So, you mean he's a man, right? Like male?" Most wild white males snap into action when they spot movement, sense prey, or feel threatened. It's instinct. There's nothing you can do about it. She snapped, then hit her with the real question: if she has a body like that, does that mean she doesn't deserve? He tried to play it cool, claimed he didn't mean that at all. Then, out of nowhere, she snatched his hand. He reached out and asked, "So, what about a body like hers, or is it that you just don't like girls like that?" He shot the idea down and insisted loud and clear that he'd liked her first, above everything else, and that her every preference shaped him. Then she finally let him go, threw out a quick apology, and admitted that she had. Left him stuck in the most uncomfortable spot imaginable. He snapped back, refused to back down, and insisted everything was totally fine. He figured the day was finally done for business. Then Alma showed up as their absolute last customer, and boom, they walked away with 3,120,000 crowns. The most profitable day the market had ever seen then. Right after that, they made it back to the estate, and Garal grinned, saying business was crushing it today. MC nodded right along, and added that the big wave of orders came straight from a traveling merchant. He bowed low and said with relief in his voice that this was all he'd ever wanted permission. "Don't go," he demanded, then made him wait. He paused for a few tense seconds, weighing his next move. And, honestly, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He never imagined he'd pull off numbers like that, sales so huge they practically blew his mind. In that dam, trapped in a foreign land where not a single soul recognized his name. He blinked at the compliment, then shrugged and said, "Honestly, I'm just lucky." Right now, his whole income hangs on that merchant. If the merchant drops his interest, the profits aren't just ignored, they're going to crash and burn. He couldn't stop thinking about all the faces behind his success, the people who bought his work and backed him to the end: Ivas, Vesser, Rig, Almay, Robert, and Alicia. And it was their support that lifted him higher than he ever thought possible. He stared him down and asked if it was really true that his whole income hung on just that one merchant. Then he nodded with a small smile "Good news, some adventurers took a shine to my products, vouched for me to their crew, and now, step by step, I'm getting known." He grinned and said it proved his weapons weren't just for show, they truly helped people. Turns out, people kept coming back to him again and again because his craftsmanship was pure magic. Fake snapped with surprise at the news, dipped into a quick bow, and fired off a sincere thank you. Garal pushed himself up from the table and told him, straight up, "I need to ask you a favor." He trailed behind him, then leaned in and demanded to know exactly what he wanted. He marched up to the chest, flashed the sword hidden inside, and demanded if he could bring it back. To finally get a look at it, he snatched the sword up in his hands, and then he started tearing into it, totally locked in because he could feel. He nearly lost it when he laid eyes on the enchantment. He couldn't believe the sheer data density. It felt incredible, like it had to be. It felt like someone slammed a whole library into his skull at once, like that blade was scorching his mind with every hit. It meant there was more magic than he could even grasp, so he called out to him and demanded, "You okay?" He spun back, nodded, and told him, "I'm fine now, I've got to focus." Now, he figured the enchantment looked simple, but the sheer amount and raw power of the magic the size of what he put into it was absolutely monstrous. Damage was everywhere, plain as day. Use the sword like that, and it'll snap sooner or later. He wrapped up the enchantment inspection, declared he'd nailed the problem, and Goral stared him down, asking if he could fix it. He nodded and said he couldn't patch it in one sweep, not with that mountain of magical knowledge he'd need about a whole day. He totally got where he was coming from, told him to slow down, and made it crystal clear that waiting was the smarter move. Do everything the right way, thorough, steady, and dependable. The protagonist nodded and promised he'd do it. He stared at the sword's blade and knew this steel mattered. It wasn't just a weapon to the master. It felt like something priceless. It needs a deep, fast repair, no half-fixes. Just get it handled right now, so it could be handed back to its rightful owner the second possible, then the very next day. Today, he marched up to the forge with pure adrenaline and declared he was ready to start working. He dove back in, scrutinizing every last enchantment etched into the sword. And they still couldn't wrap their heads around how unreal the amount of data was, just like before. A pile of broken symbols scattered everywhere, whole sections just died and wouldn't work anymore. Nothing could be put back unless it matched perfectly down to the last detail. So he won't shatter the original magical structure. He started working on it and immediately realized this sword had been forged from a rare alloy of Aryan and Elios iron. So when he saw the materials, he knew he wasn't just holding metal. He was gripping the handiwork of a true master. The master's mark was brutally powerful, packed with magic so intense it made a regular weapon look like nothing. Turns out these repairs weren't just slow, they'd take way longer than he ever guessed, because whoever cast these enchantments must have hammered on them for days straight, with zero time to rest. Rebuilding it all from zero would be a living nightmare, but it had to be done. He had to pull it off, because the most amazing thing. So the enchantments haven't fizzled out for more than 10 years. How is that even possible? Can a simple alloy of two steels really pull off something like that? No way. Nah, it's all about skill. This wouldn't have happened without a top-class blacksmith's hands. So yeah, his art still has more to unlock, because there's always room to level up if he ever forges a weapon like that, it'll outlast the centuries. Not chasing fame or a spot in history, just for the real reason that mattered so. So even after he's gone, his blades still slice through danger to protect people. By noon, he has to shut his mind up about it. Most of the job was already done, and just a few things still hung there, waiting to be wrapped up. The last details were still hanging in the air when bang, someone slammed the door in, and he heard a sharp knock, plus the clink of a leash. Alicia stepped into the forge and called out that she'd seen him buried in work. Then she pushed. So, how's the repair coming? MC said he'd already done almost all the work, only the finishing touches were left, and she couldn't believe it. When they asked how he'd pulled off all that in half a day, he shrugged it off and said it was nothing, just a regular sword repair. She strode up to the sword on the table, ran her fingers over it, and gasped that it was unreal this blade had been forged by her grandfather, her father's father. He was about to fire off a question, but the moment she opened her mouth, she dropped the bombshell, "You died 10 years ago." He stared at the sword, stunned, and blurted, "Wait, does this blade mean a lot to Lord Garal?" She nodded and said, "Yeah, and you're not the only one he asked you to repair something just as precious to him." He stared at the blade and realized he wouldn't have trusted him with it for a second until she cut in and said, "You're thinking too much." Her father kept yanking at the problem, trying to fix it again and again, but nothing worked, and the loss wrecked him so badly he couldn't stop grieving for a long time. He wasn't exactly gifted with blacksmithing, so when her grandfather died and the blade passed to him, he just couldn't forge it back. He finally got her, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this order was a test set just for him. The master still hadn't fully clocked just how skilled he was, so he went ahead and trusted him with that blade anyway. So at the very least, it's him putting his faith in that guy. Yeah, he really believes in him. That sword feels like it's cradling his sweetest memories, and I'm sure it matters more than he'll ever say. With a tiny smile, he made it clear now he's got even less room to mess up. He kept hammering away on the sword, and before he knew it, hours had slipped by since the last final touches were put on. And now, at last, the finishing touches were done, repairs wrapped up on time, and he double-checked every single detail, again and again, just to see. He hunted for every sneaky flaw, tweaking the spell over and over until it matched the original enchantment perfectly, and then, finally, Alicia grinned and asked if she could take a peek, and he nodded, warning her that the sheer avalanche of magical information could overwhelm her, so she'd better stay sharp. Careful, she leaned in to study it, but the moment she did, nausea hit hard, and Then he shot her a worried glance and asked if she was all right, and she grinned back, saying, "It's beautiful work. Even though she could only steal a glimpse of it, she still felt the same fire her grandfather had poured into this blade, like the The blade came alive, roaring with fresh power, and she bowed her head, thanking him for bringing the old strength back to the sword of House Barnasto. He gave a small smile and told her there was no need to thank him. Those words hit him harder than anything. He'd rush straight to the master with it. Right away she beamed, like this was the best news ever, that she was convinced her father would burst with joy like a kid on the spot. He froze, then blurted, "Wait, can I really act like that?" She grinned and told him, "My dad can be shockingly nice." He couldn't help remembering their first meeting, and when he replayed it in his head, he realized that if he looked back, he would. He really saw it happen once, and yeah, he was nervous. But now he couldn't wait to watch his face. She told him to sprint over to him even faster. The second Goral stepped into the office. Surprise flashed across his face. When they asked if the sword was fixed, he nodded without hesitation, telling them he'd already restored the fake as best he could and told him to take a look. Then it hit how badly he was shaking with nerves. He grabbed the sword and slowly drew it from its sheath like a promise about to strike. He stared at it with a heavy, heartbroken look. Then he threw a few wild swings. Then he slapped it onto the table only to start to blurt, "He began to stare at the enchantment up close and see what it's really made of. He felt sick, then blurted out that it was really his father's sword. Tears burned his eyes. It all poured out of him, and he snapped. It's exactly like the day he finally handed it over to him. Truly the very same sword he never in a million years imagined it would come back to haunt him, but it did, knowing he'd never again lay eyes on the sword's former greatness and crushing power. That sword, this blacksmith doesn't just make blades, he crafts masterpieces that hit like pure legend. Smith was totally stunned. He bowed hard and thanked him like he couldn't believe it. Goral shouted his name and told him he'd finally recognized him. As Alicia's fiancé, he looked, stared at him like he'd just seen the impossible, wide-eyed and stunned, and impressed him for the words. Then he smirked, answering softly. Only he was worthy to raise his daughter, and he didn't just mean it. He thanked him with his whole heart. He stared at the time stretching out forever, thinking it would take ages before those words finally hit his ears. He felt crushed and thought, even though it didn't matter, he was just her fake fiancé. Then he slapped his hand right on her head, and he swore he wouldn't stand by and let her heart sink. The protagonist nodded, then fired back. So, your daughter's charming. Huh, I agree, right? Right. He snapped to yes right away, but warned that if he ever gave in to those base urges, his head would wind up on the palace. He said it, then snapped his gaze away, looking utterly baffled, like he finally understood what he meant. With a hard, serious look on his face, he said, "Since we both agreed, I guess you can have it." And still he thanked him. They stared in disbelief, thinking, what kind of mess is this? They'd been talking about the sword, and now look where they landed. Goral told him, "Don't quit blacksmithing, keep your hands sharp and your craft alive." And from now on, he had to stay alert, with his ears wide open, as the moment everyone realizes he's the only man left in the running for his daughter's hand. Disreputable people will swarm him the second the word gets out. Then he'll sprint to Alicia and deliver the good news. He stormed out of the office, eyes full of confusion, and thought, so what are we supposed to do now? They have to rush to her and spill the truth about their fake engagement after that. They finally wait a while. She stood in the forge, wiping the tools clean with a bright smile. Then the MC burst through the door. She clocked him right away, and he shot out a question. "Did you decide to tidy up a bit?" And she nodded, agreeing instantly. And he said she didn't just help, she even swept the floor, and by the time she was done, the forge looked spotless, so he couldn't help but feel truly grateful. She burst into laughter and demanded to know exactly what her father said. With a tiny smile, he told her the gentleman was thrilled, so happy with the repair and everything he saw. With a bright smile blazing on her face, she said it was great, and promised she'd come find him a little later. Because she wanted to look him in the eye and see just how happy he'd be. He said it with a faint, aching sadness on his face, like he also. She finally snapped to it. This was her fiancé standing right in front of her. She froze in shock, then blurted out, "Wait, did you really say that? And you actually agreed?" He leaned in and read it out loud, just like that word for word, exactly what he'd said. She was over the moon and said, "See, we worked together." They pushed through the grind, and now it's official. He cut her off mid-sentence. shouting her name and then blurting out that the more he thought, the more that fake engagement started to eat at him, piece by piece. Was it really right to keep lying like this? Stunned, she let the rag fall and demanded, "What do you mean?" He swore Lord Goral genuinely cared for her, putting her feelings first, even when he was dragged up against noble rules. He tested if he truly deserved his daughter standing there like a prince and treating this ordinary commoner as his equal. They gave it their full approval and truly respected their relationship, even though their ranks were completely different. That's why he can't stand keeping secrets from him anymore. He's got to come clean and confess everything, especially since their relationship started cold, with no love at all from day one. With a heavy, sad stare, he admitted to himself he never, ever expected that the moment he spoke those words, it felt like pure pain punched straight through her, because the truth was, he liked her even more than he'd ever realized. Out of nowhere, Alicia Bowd hit him with the shock of his life. Then she begged for forgiveness because at that exact moment, the shame of how she misled everyone hit her like a punch to the chest. Left him speechless, he didn't get a single word, so he blurted out, "Wait, what are you even talking about?" She stared at him, totally baffled. The day she begged him to play her fake fiancé because all that talk about covers and disguises, it was a flat-out lie. She had to say the one thing that mattered most: she loved him. She's been in love with him from the very first moment, and that feeling has never, ever faded. They finally met, and at first, she was nothing more than, you're not just attracted to him, you're genuinely locked in on who he really is. But his smile dazzled like the sun burned in the sky because he had no clue how badly she ached to see it again. She fell hard for how obsessively he throws himself into working at Ford. Dreaming of becoming the absolute best, he softly chased that dream with every heartbeat. Laughley can't stop laughing at every single piece of nonsense she throws out the whole time they're together. She's obsessed with every single detail about him, right down to the last little thing. Fake's eyes went wide when he heard it, and he blurted, "Wait, are you serious?" She nodded without hesitation. He nodded and told her she'd better come clean because she was apologizing for lying to him all this time. She yanked him into this mess just to feed her selfish needs, and he kept obsessing over how to win her father's approval. He was always so kind to her, yet with everything that's happened, he was fighting a losing battle every step of the way. And now she went and dumped these feelings too unrequited, all of them. The weight of those feelings finally crushes down on him, and he blurts out an apology, begging for forgiveness. Then out of nowhere, he lunged in and wrapped her in a hug, demanding to know what she was doing. She kept talking, and he couldn't help it. He loved her back, fully, with everything he had. She'd always loved only him. He was the one heartbeat that kept her going. Her presence kept him pushing through every grueling moment while he worked at court. Her rarely ever visited workshop. They were the only spark that kept him alive until that moment, when everything changed. However, he always figured she was out of his league, and that the court blacksmith was just a commoner, and she was the Duke's daughter, and every time his feet trembled, he kept telling himself, "Don't you dare fall." Falling for her was inevitable, so he clenched his teeth and smothered his feelings, forbidding his heart from racing. Even after everything, he still loves her, pulling him closer, begging him to be right by her side. Right beside her, no cheap act, no fake set. This was the real deal. He grabbed her by the shoulders and leaned in, telling her. He blurted it over and over, "I love you," until it all hit her at once suddenly. She backed up and cringed so hard it hurt, telling him to stop. She'd been saying it way too often. Now she was about to make that same ska. A scary face cracked into a wild grin, pure happiness exploding all over him. With that, he lunged in and wrapped his arms around her like he couldn't let go. He rang her up and pressed, "Can we start?" "So we're starting from scratch right now." He nodded and said, "All right, no more pretending, not as a fake." A fake bride and groom act becomes a real wedding right after that. Then they dropped to the floor against the wall, and she fired off a question. If he could finally figure out why his heart chose her, he asked her with a bright, knowing smile. Now, if she could just remember, she always came to the forge, and she nodded, smiling, and said she simply loved seeing him work, because watching him like that meant everything to her. He slipped his fingers into hers and said, "I swear without you, almost nobody's ever treated me with kindness." Then he admitted, "You didn't just help, you saved me." She saved him and shoved him forward, even if it hurt, because that was the only way out. With a tearful look, she made it plain that's just how it was. About the bullying at the forge, if only she'd clocked this attitude toward him earlier, he said she flashed that smile like, I just can't be here all the time. And somehow it made it feel like it wasn't her fault. Then he remembered the past and started thinking. She figured the forge masters were behaving well around her until she spotted the bruise on his cheek, and the truth finally hit. He blurted out the question and asked if, maybe now, she'd finally admit when she fell for him. She went bright red, sputtered that he couldn't be that into it, and he nodded like, Yep, I am. And she asked if he remembered that day they met under the tree 3 years ago, did he? He did, and he swore it was their very first meeting. Her voice turned sad like something inside her already hurt. A heavy, sad look crossed her face. Her mom had left this world that year, and he admitted he had no clue, like he'd never even seen it coming. He finally understood it all when he saw her mother and Alicia confess that her last words were a single plea she had to find what would make her happy. She studied etiquette, magic, and fencing like it was something she had to force through her veins. No thrill, no joy. She did it only because. Everyone thought she'd snap under the weight of those heavy thoughts, but instead she grabbed fresh air and headed straight to Mom's favorite tree, where she finally met a smiling young man. When he saw it again, the memory crashed back like a wave, and for a moment he had hope, but only a few hours later, despair swallowed him whole. She leaned her head on his shoulder and told him she remembered asking him that insanely stupid question, but he lit up and answered with crazy enthusiasm and pure kindness. Just. Clutching his smiling image in her heart, she scanned every ball in the air, hunting for him with her eyes. That's when it hit her she'd fallen head first for him, and he asked, all flustered with that bashful smile, did she finally spot the business she's been dreaming of? She met his gaze and lit up with a smile. She smiled and told him she wanted to move in. She wanted to laugh with him at all the dumb, everyday stuff. Share the tough moments and the big, joyful ones, too. She wanted to be standing right there when he forged his way to becoming the best blacksmith in the world, so she could be the very first to witness it. And nothing else mattered. Now that's what she wanted. It felt weird, right? He just gave her a small smile and said it wasn't strange at all. Strange, he felt absolutely unbeatable joy swelling in his chest because she was going to stay with him, and honestly, could anything be better than that? He realized somewhere along the way that he'd somehow forgotten his dream of becoming the best blacksmith in the whole world, and then his mind snapped to one terrifying goal: escape this living hell there were. Some days, he'd seriously wonder if clinging to the title blacksmith was even worth it, if it meant he could escape. If it meant freedom, because now it hit him, he'd become the best for his sweet wife, but that realization didn't land right away. Only after they finally dropped their walls and opened their hearts to each other. Next, they stormed into Goral's office, and he blurted that Alicia just landed yet another invitation to the ball. And, just when it felt like the odds were against him, he finally got one of those 2 letters, only this one reached him. And, yeah, he read every word. MC snatched the letter and held it in his hand. He glanced at it, then said, "That's straight from the palace. Morgan sent Alice to the blacksmith shop right on the dot." He froze in shock when it hit his eyes. Then his mind spun with questions. He wondered what he needed from him after all these years of waiting. Alicia stood right beside him, her voice trembling as she demanded, "What did you write there?" He started reading it, and right away he snapped that their shop was sliding fast right now. They couldn't arm the knights with proper, quality weapons. Blacksmiths don't stop working for a second. They hammer nonstop, and they demand he come back the moment he can. Goril told him the letter he got demanded he pass along a message, basically, "Hey, do you still work there?" If he got fired, they rushed in to apologize for the trouble. Then he faced him and started to think. He figured that if he was useless, they'd haul him out of here, so, yeah, that's exactly why they wrote it that way. He stared him down from across the table and asked, "So, I heard you're getting crushed. At court, no mercy, no respect. Tell me, when you go back, aren't you scared you'll get turned into a workhorse all over again?" With a heavy, sad look on his face, he said, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be just like that." So he leaned in and asked, "Are you really coming back?" If you zoom in on what their house truly needs, that title Court Blacksmith of the Revenant Empire sounds like an honor with real weight behind it. He started thinking, once I'm in the ducal family, I'll be set. And that fake hope fueled him. His logic on the benefits was rock solid. Earning the title of Imperial Blacksmith would shine a spotlight on the ducal family, and as he leaned in, he made it clear for a noble, that kind of calculation isn't just smart, it matters. But he'd better understand power isn't the only thing their class is chasing. It's power and the kid's happiness that have to be balanced, and every time you make a choice, they weigh both sides, and he refuses to let his son chase a place that would only crush his happiness. She beckoned him in with a bright smile and asked, "So you already think of me as your son?" He blinked, completely thrown off, and insisted she had to understand she was reading him wrong. He looked at her and figured, since she wasn't married yet, he must be doing something right, because with her beauty and her station, she could have been claimed ages ago, and he still keeps her happiness first. He dropped into a bow and begged for forgiveness, then made it clear he wasn't going back to the Empire. Garal wore a serious face and told him he'd write the refusal himself next, because that choice would hit harder, and he thanked him for it. He said they treated him like he was disposable trash in that place anyway. Then she waved him over and said they promised they'd deliver the letter themselves, so she'd march to the ball and hand it over in person. He stared at her and demanded to know why she was adding all this hassle, especially when she clearly didn't even want to be here. So what reason could she possibly have? She nodded and snapped, "I only get invited to those balls because they think I'm free, nothing more." Free at last, she decided it was time to unveil her fiancé to the entire world. He clocked exactly what she wanted, said his name to pull him in, and asked straight up if he was on board with it. This the MC agreed, convinced that if she was truly ready, "All right, if you're ready for this, then he's got to roll with her because there's more coming, right after this." And now he couldn't hold it in anymore. He finally wanted to tell everyone that their relationship was the real deal. Garal promised he'd get the letter ready, then shouted, "Get ready, let's go." They nodded in agreement, then straight up bolted out of the office. He left the office, thanked her, and she just waved it off, said she'd done it for her own reasons too, like, "I wanted to." They shoved her letter into the public eye and top it off with an arrogant jab, and she couldn't believe it. How dare they disrespect her husband like that? Let them slave away in their own little workshop and seethe with jealousy because his genius won't ever be theirs. Then they'll discover he's now part of the Barnasto house, and all that envy will snap into straight-up shame. With a little smile, he told her, "You did all this for me, and if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be standing here right now." She snapped that it wasn't true, and he stepped in to help her too, because her dream of happiness was. He'd let her stay right beside him like that, and when he caught her, he realized the truth was out now. She couldn't stop talking about her feelings. Often, they threw themselves into a tight hug, and she blurted out that she loved him more than ever. He cringed so hard from it, embarrassment burning his cheeks, and he realized those words weren't familiar at all, so he had no idea how to respond. Alicia stared at him and admitted she was still freaking out, but she was glowing with happiness, and he leaned in with a grin, asking, "Is it true, she?" She shouted his name and asked, "Is your heart going crazy too?" He nodded, saying that if it got to the point where he was so happy he would have just burst into pieces. Then she started laughing and blurted, "What are you saying?" He snapped his gaze to her with this bright, joyful look, and figured, before he even realized it, that he could actually live life solo. He stared at the lovers, baffled at how anyone could stand to be together that long, yet somehow, now every single day with her feels like pure joy. He said they had to get ready to leave for the Empire at the exact same time. Meanwhile, Morgan sat in his office, fists clenched, fury burning as everything that was happening went down. He shoved back from the table and snapped out why nobody answered, like it was some cruel joke, and the humiliation hit him so hard he couldn't even finish the question why. Why won't that nobody just answer already if he's with Lady Alicia? He should have replied by now. Unless. So if it's not going to happen, then at the very least House of Arnastos should show him some proper respect, because he fully believed he'd already reached out to the other. Guild blacksmiths dragged themselves across the floor on their knees, begging him for mercy, while some even dared to come back after he trampled them. He swallowed his pride just to keep breathing, but these freaks ignore him and won't even think about coming back. But yeah, he was the one calling the shots, and the captain had him all wrong. Turns out he wasn't some brilliant blacksmith at all. If he could prove it, at least things might finally start looking up after. Then he rushed to his father, begged him for help, and warned that without his support, he was finished. He'd never abandon his son, right? He stood there, back turned, and told him that once the captain of the knights decided to get rid of him, he wasn't part of that house anymore. They dragged him into court through his connections, and this is how he repaid them, leaving the whole family hanging because of what he did. Their situation was even uglier than a stray dog's, so he should have been grateful he got kicked out with no revenge demanded. Then he broke down, sobbing at everything he heard and shouted, begging for another chance. His father ignored him, swatted him off with a wave, and shouted that he was kicked out of the family. Then everything spiraled from there. After that, he marched back to the office with a heavy face, convinced he'd lost everything, his home, his family, and that he was trapped, huddling behind these walls for good. Walls crumbled, and then boom, he got stripped of his power too, while his subjects scattered like terrified rats. Right then, a girl nearby pulled his attention when she blurted that she was with her fiancé. Morgan spun around and shot himself a question, like, was he really? Was it really her fiancé? No way that couldn't be true. Not at that. At that exact moment, both of them jumped down from the carriage, and the protagonist said, "I haven't stepped foot in that palace in ages." He figured it'd all go down in the royal castle, and suddenly everything felt like it was about to begin. Loads of nobles had flooded in from foreign lands, and servants were darting around in every direction. He said this place hit him with full-on nostalgia. Alicia grabbed his hand and admitted that the brutal long journey had completely worn her out. Maybe they should catch their breath after all. They'd set up a whole room inside the palace for them. He nodded along, convinced he'd heard that most nobles tuck themselves away there during the ball because they lock things down so guests don't loiter in taverns and can just stay in the mood. Laffy told him to feel right at home in the empire, and trust me, he believed her because she had just dragged him here as her fiancé, and then they stepped into this massive room. He spun around, taking in his surroundings, and the thought hit him hard. Spouses usually live together. They weren't married yet, but in a way that technically made them already husband and wife. She told him they'd moved into the same room now, and he nodded back with a confused voice, thinking, wait, was this happening right before I left? Mr. Goral warned him not to pull any dumb stunts or he'd regret it, so he just crashed on the couch wherever she told him. With a bright smile on her face, she asked, wait, was she happy? Confusion swelled in him, and he blurted, what about you? She closed the distance and told him, with pure joy lighting up her voice, that she was happier than ever. He steadied her with his hands, and right then he couldn't believe it. How could he not be the happiest man alive when the love of his life was right there beside him? They were clinging in a warm embrace, grinning like pure joy had taken over their faces. And Leffy rushed up, pounded on the door, called out, and asked boldly if she could come inside. He yanked the door open for her, let her inside, and she blurted out that she was sorry to interrupt their rest. Then she pointed. He gestured to the side and announced that these gentlemen were ready to roll out the welcome mat for them. MC slipped up to Alicia and leaned in, speaking under his breath. She asked, soft as a whisper, should I come with you too? But he shook his head fast because he didn't want any part of this. He grinned and shot back that, as her husband, the blame or the duty was his to handle, and then they turned to the guys who'd shown up to see her. And then the moment the aristocrats arrived, non-stop greetings erupted, and for a heartbeat their faces twisted with pure shock. It hit them that the engagement notice must have reached them, but when a few laid eyes on him, their faces betrayed them after all. He'd been their blacksmith. Trying to keep a friendly smile on their face, they couldn't hide how stunned everyone looked, because nobody ever thought the chosen one would be, As a commoner, Morgan burst into the room, blurted out a loud apology, and called her name. He froze in shock when he spotted the fake in the room. Then he immediately called. He called out to him by name in a startled voice, and you could tell he was terrified about this meeting. His eyes were locked on. He stared him down and barked, "What do you mean by this? Wait, what the heck is he doing here?" He should feel it right away. Nervousness and worry were swelling in his chest. He stared them down and blurted, "Why is she here with him?" She stared him down, face set and serious, and said it was because he was her fiancé. He went totally stunned by what he heard, and he blurted out that they said she'd only marry a true master blacksmith. She said, That right there is exactly why you became my fiancé." And he refused to buy it, saying, "With all due respect." With all due respect, he wasn't anything special. Then he started to speak again, but she cut him off and said, he bragged that he was a top-notch blacksmith, a true master of his craft, and even her father had to admit his skills were legit. Leffy lunged up to him, shouted his name, thrust a letter into his hands, and said, and then she blurted out, "This is Duke Barnastos," the reply to his latest letter. She couldn't hold it in. Reading it set her off, and the moment he saw it, her anger exploded. He clenched it in his fist, shot a furious look, and bellowed, "What do you think this means? He won't." He refused to go back to the palace because he had the nerve to talk back to him. The protagonist was drowning in nerves. His whole body started trembling, shaking uncontrollably. He started talking, and it hit him. Everything felt wrong, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold on. And in that moment, he got served, yet he still had zero power over him. Then it all hit him, memories crashing back in. So why did those 3 brutal years of pain even have to happen? Panic seized his whole body, and his voice jammed in his throat. What a miserable need he had to snap back to reality, and he finally managed to cool off. Alicia popped up beside him, grabbed his hand, and pulled his attention right back up. Relief flooded him, and he couldn't help thinking, everything she ever did mattered. Did was saved. Then he snatched up his results like they were the last lifeline. He resolved himself, stepped up to him, and said that he had no plans to ever come back to the palace. He didn't just want to live, he demanded a life of his own. While her husband, the blacksmith, Morgan's rage shot through her the second she heard the news, and she said she couldn't understand why he was so desperate to bring him back, yet as his fiancé, she refused to let him get dragged to a place where injustice and bullying ruled the day. He clenched his fist so hard his knuckles burned, snapped at him in a furious roar because everything he'd done for him still wasn't enough. And that's how Luffy repaid him right there, standing face to face with him. He slammed into his strike, caught it, and then snatched hold of him right away. Snatched his hand and shoved it. She shoved him to the ground, and he snapped his head back toward her. He demanded she let him go, then snapped, "What do you think you're doing?" and swore he couldn't believe she dared do this to him. With a fierce, serious look, she said that he was trying to hurt her master. "Sprint harder. Don't lose yourself now. You're officially part of the Duke's family." She still ripped her hand free and warned that anyone who dared to harm the Barnasto ducal family would get what they deserved. And after that, he crawled away like a defeated ghost, slithered forward on all fours toward him, lowered his head, and blared out that he ripped his own words back because it was all a lie. If he didn't come roaring back, he'd tumble out of every position at court. And that court blacksmith title, that's straight up a cheat code for them, isn't it? She grinned and said, "We already talked this through with Dad. He backed our choice. They don't even need the title of court blacksmith." And the MC strode up to him with a grave look and warned, "Don't worry, because I'm telling you right now, I'm not coming back." He leans back, fully overwhelmed. He's got to thank him for everything he's done all these years. Morgan clutched his leg and blurted out a loud, desperate plea. He pleaded with all his heart to come back and promised he'd do literally anything if he would just return. He begged them to let him go with a calmness sat on his face like a mask, hiding whatever storm raged inside. Lefty stormed up, grabbed his hand, and snapped that he better get his hands off him. Off his tail. If he dared to defy her master again, she'd make him regret it. If she didn't, she'd have to report his behavior herself. She yanked him along, and he erupted into loud sobs over everything that just happened. He burst out of that room and finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Alicia threw her arms around him and told him, with total certainty, that he was good. He nailed it, held strong under pressure, and then he leaned in and thanked her. And he blurted that his whole body shook with raw terror, replaying those monstrous days in the court in his mind. Court Forge. There's no way he could have slipped out of that place by himself. This all happened because of her, and she flat out denied it. And then he said he'd done plenty for the palace too, so he figured there was no way he was ever going back. He knew brutal obstacles were waiting just ahead, but he couldn't shake the fear that with her by his side, they might not make it through. They pushed through everything, and after a while they were out there trading at the fair. And he asked, "Did you sell out of everything again today?" She flashed a bright smile and said they'd raked in about 800,000 crowns, too. He said with a tight little smile that sales weren't climbing much lately and that this right here was as far as they could go for now. He figured that with how fast they worked and how top-notch that magic iron was, there was no way he'd have to jack up the price. If they wanted more sales, they'd have to stop cutting corners and start using top-tier materials. So the real question became, where do you even get the good stuff? He'd turned to Rig for advice. He stared at the device and wondered if it was even worth dumping money on it anymore. Then he stormed into the office and announced that today's takings were 8. Garal stared at the 830,000 crowns and snapped that sales hadn't been climbing lately, then bowed and immediately apologized. He yanked something out of the nightstand like he was stealing time itself. He stood there and told him, "Don't apologize, just take a closer look." He stared at the flyer he'd just handed over and demanded what it even meant, then pointed at him and said, "This building used to be a forge." And, just like that, all the basic tools were already sitting there ready to be sold. So what's he really thinking about it? Fake. He stared at him, completely confused, and demanded to know what he meant. And then the guy just grinned and said, "It's ridiculously simple. Why doesn't he just open his own workshop already? Because that would blow up his reputation and make the sales fall into his lap." When he heard it, he lit up with pure joy and thought, "My own workshop." He said he still had to master noble manners, and he had other obligations to handle too, Garal. Laurel ignored him and fired back, asking if his real dream wasn't to become the greatest blacksmith in the world. Then Alicia filled him in on the details. So did he already drop that goal? He shut that down fast, saying there were far more important things to handle right now, and in his heart, he vowed to become a man worthy of her. To be honest, she's too good for him. Noble, kind, gorgeous, and standing by her, he'd better hit the books and study hard, because if he doesn't, he'll never be worthy. If he showed up in society today as some rough, low-born nobody, it would shame her to pieces so he wouldn't let it happen. Goril said he had to learn true noble etiquette fast, and he'd already set up a tutor. But he had to make sure she knew one thing: her most worthy husband wasn't just any man, it was the greatest blacksmith on the whole planet. Etiquette mattered, sure, but what really burned in his mind was pushing him to chase the top of mastery, because that was the only thing that truly mattered, and he just prayed he'd heard him right. The main character nodded with a bright grin, and he turned his eyes too. He stared at the box and insisted he should take it, because it was loaded with money. Confusion hit him hard as he blurted that he couldn't accept it, but the other guy brushed past his protests and demanded he just open it and take a look. He gripped the chest and yanked it open, then froze, stunned by what was inside. He stepped up right beside him and reassured him, "Don't stress, this money is something I earned myself." Then he dropped a final line. But he didn't even have to think twice, because he was Alicia's fiancé, and he was meant to become the greatest blacksmith. Inside the Barnasto house, he beamed with joy, cheered loudly, and swore that he'd become the best in the whole world. 3 years ago, Alicia sprawled on the couch, replaying every word from her talk with the protagonist in her head. He finally got his one wish so he could become the very best black, the dream he'd been chasing. The blacksmith looked at her, and she let out a heavy sigh right then. The left ass asked her, like, "You're faking, right?" But she didn't even hear it. Her eyes were still stuck on him, wondering if they were around the same age, weren't they? Maybe he was a bit older because he had one obsession: become the world's greatest blacksmith. His eyes lit up the second he said that, and Alicia yanked the bow from her dress and asked, "What is this weird feeling?" No matter what she tried, his smile wouldn't leave her head. Her heart sank like it hit a wall, but somehow warmth kept wrapping around her, calming her down. Leffy shouted over the noise, Leffy, are you okay?" And Alicia jerked up in shock, then snapped to the maid by name with pure outrage. "How dare you?" She blurted, "When did you sneak up on me? Don't go letting me jump like that." Leffy shot back that she'd called her several times, but she'd been so deep in her own thoughts, she never noticed. Had something happened? "No," she blurted fast. "I'm fine, seriously." Ever since she arrived in Revenant, the maid couldn't shake this weird, foggy feeling, like her mind kept wandering off on its own. Alicia snapped out, annoyed and sharp, "Stop talking nonsense." Leffy flashed a grin and asked if Alicia might have a crush on someone there, and Alicia shot back, "No way, of course." No way, panic flashed in her eyes. How was she supposed to know? And the worst part? Nobody had seen them. Stop staring at her like that already, okay? The maid smirked, saying, well, look at that after those solo walks, she finally started thinking. The girl trembled, stunned by how sharp her senses were while Leffy kept pressing. So, how did your mistress really fall in love, Alicia? Alicia snapped back in fury, absolutely denying it Leffy S. She beamed with a gentle smile, her cheeks turning rosy, and you could practically read the truth right off her face. She told me she's been caring for her since the day she was born, and the second anything shifts, she can feel it instantly. Alicia's cheeks burned as she crumpled her dress, and with a shaky, hesitating voice, she tried to finish only to stop, caught in her own embarrassment. Not that she'd fallen for him, Leffy leaned in and asked, be honest, did you have me stuck in your head all the time? Alicia admitted, all sheepish, that she couldn't even name what she felt for him yet somehow. The maid kept pushing, and he stayed on her mind non-stop. Right. Alicia nodded, then shot back. How are you even supposed to know it's love? She'd never felt that kind of pull before, so she had no idea how to explain it. She tried to make sense of it, then stared at Leffy and pushed on just one brief meeting and a few words. So tell me, how in the world do you fall for her? All in love so sudden, the maid drawled. Oh, so it's love. Alicia's eyes widened as she asked, shocked, love for sight. Leffy leaned in and asked how she felt whenever she thought about him, and the girl basically blurted out, yeah, I like him, I guess. But when she replayed that conversation in her mind, her heart lit up. His smile was real, uplifting, and impossible to forget. And after her mother died, her days turned empty and gray, and then he showed up, like he'd tucked a piece of light back into her life with that sad little smile. So tell me, she didn't really fall in love, right? Lefty slid next to her, spoke from the heart, and swore that no matter what happens, those first feelings matter more than anything. She couldn't believe it. She'd finally found someone worth holding on to, and if he meant that much to her, she'd have to spill those feelings in a heartfelt she just couldn't stop. A real chance maybe he's the one who'll stand by her, walk beside her, and pour his whole heart into her, and Alicia leaned in, listening to every single word. Then she leaned in and asked the maid if she'd ever fallen in love herself, and the maid instantly dropped her gaze, mortified, and admitted she'd never seen that girl. She burst out in shock, and then said she wasn't just older than her, but way older than her. Leffy let out a sharp breath and said she just hadn't found the right partner yet. Then Alicia shot back. Yeah, almost no men ever showed up in that house, so she threw herself headfirst into caring for her and keeping the whole place running, with zero room left for romance or any kind of personal life. Leafy let out a quiet laugh, blushed hard, and told her, if you're happy, then I get to call that my happiness too. And with that, she paused like, so, let me. She couldn't stop watching her own feelings, and when the maid suggested that maybe, on her next trip to Revenant, she'd finally talk to him again, it stuck in her mind. At the same time, she could finally find out if this feeling was the real deal. Alicia thought about meeting him again, hesitated for a heartbeat, then turned to the maid and said, yes, you're right, I have to speak with him again. Then Alicia was brought back to where Fake lived, and the girl, after thanking her loyal servant, watched Leffy smile and promise her she'd be hearing good news soon. She lived life like that, usually dragging herself to balls she couldn't stand, but today her heart felt weightless because she'd finally see him again after all that time apart. Immigration. She swung the door open, and there was Morgan, greeting her like he'd just found a ghost of the past. He blurted her name in shock, saying it had been ages since they'd last seen each other, and the girl only stared because she swore he was the blacksmith from the workshop after all. With family business pulling them around, they'd only offered stiff, formal hellos a few times before. But he was exactly the one she didn't want to meet, so she swallowed her nerves, greeted him shyly, and mumbled, yes. Then the man asked her why she'd come to see them today. Today, Alicia shot back that she'd heard a blacksmith named Fake was finally serving at their court, but Morgan cut her off mid-sentence and barked, furious, Fake! Idiot! You mean to tell me you did something if you caused her any trouble? He looked crushed with guilt until Alicia snapped in fast, shaking her head, insisting he hadn't done a single thing wrong. Morgan was new to the shop, and she only wanted to say hi, so he burst out laughing, and boom! The Fake was already running in the workshop. Now he'd take her there. Right as the girl neared one of the doors, a steady ringing knock blasted through the air. Morgan hit it again and shouted, "I'm coming in." The surprised protagonist snapped, "Come in." And just how in the world was that supposed to work? How could he possibly help him? Alicia burst in from behind Morgan, and the protagonist froze, then let out a sharp gasp of pure shock. He blurted her name, and it totally threw her like he'd just pulled her memories out of thin air. Morgan muttered, stunned and confused. "Did you really?" She said she wanted to welcome the new face to their shop, but had they actually met before, Alicia quickly cut in and said it was only this time she spun toward the protagonist and shot, "Your name is fake, right?" And right after she said it, her stomach dropped. She remembered his name perfectly. Then the protagonist broke into a smile, confirmed it was his, and added, "Yeah, it's me." And Morgan's heart practically burst. She actually remembered his name. They locked eyes and smiled like the world paused for them, and Morgan kept glancing around, stunned, still unable to make sense of it. "Anything." The girl spun to face him and blurted that she thanked him for sticking with her, but he could go back to his duties now because she'd chat with Fake for a little while and then disappear. Morgan's mind raced. What on earth was she talking about? He almost snapped back, but he clenched his anger and answered with a sharp glare, like he was telling her, "As you wish." He tapped the MC on the shoulder and warned him to keep it together, and the Fake promised he would, while Alicia felt trapped and uneasy the whole time. She thought she was just drowning in nerves. Then the moment Morgan left, the protagonist turned to her and spoke to her in a formal, questioning way. She couldn't hide her disappointment. He'd greeted her with that overly formal tone yet at their very first meeting. She introduced herself with just her first name, told him he could toss out all the formalities, and he froze, completely baffled, asking what that even meant. Alicia had told him he could just call her by her first name, and his shock hit like a truck. Address her like that. Was she serious? Wait, he wasn't. That aristocrat sheepishly apologized, but she didn't realize he might be ashamed of it, so the MC snapped, "That's not the point. I'm just a regular commoner. You don't break the rules for how you treat nobles." Alicia swallowed hard and admitted, voice heavy, that there weren't many kids her age in the palace. She just wanted to talk to him now and then. And maybe, if he didn't mind, they could even be friends. But right after she said it, panic slammed into her and she froze, staring at her own words. He stared at her with heartbreak in his eyes. Then Alicia spoke up, "So, that's it." And right there, the real question hit, does he mind the protagonist? Protagonist stared at her upset face and said, "I'm just grateful I've been given this chance, Alicia." Alicia's jaw dropped. Did he seriously just say that? She apologized if her request sounded selfish to him, and the protagonist cut in fast. There was nothing wrong with her. But was she really sure she wanted to be friends with him? She burst into laughter and said, "Of course I do." Then she thanked him and went right on to ask him. He grinned and told her, "Sure, she can come any time, no questions asked." And Alicia blurted it out, shy as a secret. "Then from now on, if you don't mind, could I visit you?" Then they'd finally meet again soon. The girl squeezed out a wish for him to crush his work, said their goodbye, and hurried out of the workshop, her mind buzzing with excitement as she went. Every time she walked into a ball, her heart screamed for one thing, getting closer to him. She bolted straight to his workshop. At first, their moments felt clunky and tense, but bit by bit, the nerves melted away. Being around him always felt like a rush of pure happiness, and before she knew it, time was gone. She kept wishing their meetings could stretch on forever, and her feelings. With every conversation, feelings surged deeper. His voice, his smile, and the way his personality lit up the room. His look, his thoughts, what they chatted about, his pure kindness, and that burning drive to become the best black. She was just a blacksmith in the world, but every single piece of it pulled at her heart, and little by little she started falling for him, everything about him, until one day when she finally showed up. When she came to see him, she froze. There were weapons sprawled all over the floor, and the protagonist sat right there, back turned to her. Something felt deeply wrong the moment he stood there. His whole posture screamed it, and then she stepped in, smiled, and greeted him. He turned his head, squeezed out a shaky smile, and asked, "Has she come to visit me again?" While apologizing for how wiped out he was, yet Alicia could tell something was seriously off, and it had been going on for ages. She shot him a quick check in, "Are you okay?" And before the worry could grow, he blurted that nothing happened in the workshop. He just looked swamped, buried in work, not even getting a second to change out of his uniform. And now he was standing there, smeared with dirt. So yeah, she'd better forgive him. She shrugged it off and told him it was fine, she got it, and promised she'd come visit him another day, studying the embarrassment on his face, because he always said the same words, yet something felt off. And then she noticed it, a clear shoe print, smeared across his uniform. When she finally got home, she spilled every worry to Leffy because all she could spot in the workshop was fake, and that's when her panic started to grow, right from the beginning. She figured it was pure luck catching him alone. Then it hit her. She'd never once seen anyone else step into that workshop, and he. Day by day, he crumbled right before her eyes, his clothes always grimy and ripped, like he'd never stepped away from that forge once. Like he'd been grinding day and night, then one day, he suddenly dies, and everyone's left with the mess he never even got to investigate, and now all they can do is stare at the evidence, his worn-out look, and what he was working on. Alone in his threadbare clothes, it screamed bullying from the other blacksmiths, and the girl nodded, like she already knew yes. Yeah, it was the only move left, so what was she supposed to do now? She was from a neighboring country, and that meant she had zero right to meddle in all this. Then the maid leaned in and said, "If he just confesses, this mess gets settled for good." Alicia admitted she'd been thinking the same thing, but Fake only dared to dream he just wanted to become the best blacksmith in the whole world. Even if he swore it was the truth about getting bullied at court, she still believed he'd get fired on the spot and backpedal away from his dream by several steps. Yet the dream still burned him forward. So bad it drove him to cling to it anyway, swallowing that horror like it was the only way to breathe. He'd shut himself off, refusing to tell her what was chewing him from the inside, but she couldn't shake the fear that this way of living would break him, and he'd die. With tears spilling down her face, she choked out her final words. Then Leffy spun to her and vowed he'd save him. Alicia stared at her, completely baffled. What on earth was she talking about? Then the maid kept going, pressing her case and demanding he become her fiancé. Alicia's jaw drops. He wants her to marry him. Leffy kept going. Her homeland was famous for its blacksmiths, and even her own house offered her every chance to master the forge. And if Lord Goral heard her dream, he'd surely approve, yet the girl couldn't help wondering, what if her fiancé turned out to be fake? His status was about to flip, and once you're part of the ducal family, you're hit with duties left and right, plus the pressure to master every last bit of etiquette. She worried it'd wreck his focus on his own goal, and that people wouldn't see him as a skilled blacksmith at all, but just as the fiancé of the Duke's third daughter. Leffy nodded along. Yeah, she was right, and the second he said yes, he knew being her fiancé would dump a whole new pile of duties on his shoulders, so he can't even lock in on his favorite craft. And yet she must remember Mr. Fake is a real blacksmith, built with grit and a will that won't bend if the palace entourage hadn't already shattered his. So yeah, being the Duke's daughter's fiancé won't exactly sway him, right? Leffy stared at her mistress and blurted, "Does she love him?" And the girl snapped back, "Yes, and I want to help him." She'd try everything to help him, and the maid met her eyes with a bright smile, swearing that, in her mind, he'd be way happier with her, and that he already had feelings for her, too. She was the reason he always made time for her, and Leffy slipped the girl's hands into his and asked, why not just offer it already? If he doesn't want it, nobody's making him. Alicia leaned in, hopeful, and asked, "Do you really think so?" The maid just smiled back and said, "Honestly, I doubt anyone in the world." The world would never sit still for her fiancé, so Alicia stared at the protagonist's face in her mind, lost in thought, trying to make sense of what she was about to do next. She thanked her loyal servant and promised she'd speak with him because she was determined to make him feel truly happy, and she already had one thing on her mind, finding a man like him to be her husband. Leffy flashed her a bright, encouraging grin and sent his mistress off with a bold, "You've got this, good luck." Luck finally turned sometime later. Alicia stormed back to the protagonist and stepped into In the forge, she spotted him crashed out on the floor, and she crept closer, inching right up to him. She clocked the bruises on his face and muttered through clenched teeth, "So even blacksmiths don't think twice about beating someone up." Bruises covered his body, and Alicia shouted his name, but he didn't even flinch at her voice. She leaned in close and gently pressed her hand to his forehead. MC snapped his eyes open, shot upright, and bam, his head collided with a Alicia, he screamed in pure panic because there was zero time left to finish. Finished the sword, then he caught sight of Alicia and went wide-eyed, shouting her name like he couldn't believe she was really there. After a while, the protagonist finally caught Alicia's voice calling out. A soft voice crawled through his sleep, calling out, "Good morning," like the day was already winning. He stared at her, stunned. He had no clue what she was saying. Trying to figure out what she was about to do right beside him, he muttered. He shot up in surprise. He was still stuck in his room. Then the girl grinned and said, "Of course I came to wake you up, so forgive me if I scared you." Her protagonist shot upright in bed, blurted out, "Good morning," then stared at her in total disbelief like, "Wait, did I really sleep that long?" Even though they were officially bride and groom now, nerves still clawed at him because they hadn't once slept in the same bedroom. Alicia apologized for not waking him sooner, but he was out cold, sleeping like an angel. MC cut in fast. "No, it's fine. Tell her thanks for coming." He leaned in and asked, "What time is it?" She blinked and said, "Only 7 a.m. Then her dad insisted he needed to see him. Would he follow her? The protagonist shot out of bed, whispered, "Lord Goral," and knew he had to move fast. He cherished what they had built, and at last, thanks to that fake engagement, it turned into the real deal. She became his bride, and he became her groom, because there was no way he could let it slip away. Lose something so precious to his heart, and everything about marriage gets decided by his parents, period. So he's got to keep a good relationship with. Staying close to Lord Goral, so he couldn't even think about ditching his engagement to Alicia. He tore through, getting ready in a rush, and was done in no time. Then Alicia grabbed him and snapped that his hair was a total mess. He stared into the mirror and saw it was real. Then the protagonist swore under his breath, because whatever was happening, he had to fix it. He fixed that mess on his head in a flash, then used his hands to straighten his hair, because surely the Lord would ask how he could possibly marry his beloved daughter to someone like that. Alicia watched him struggle like a total mess, flashed him a grin, and promised, "I'll help you." He should sit down. Then the protagonist stared at her like he'd just seen a ghost. Surprise hit, and there she stood with a comb already gripped in her hand. He fidgeted with his hands, splashing water onto a little saucer, then slid into the chair. She leaned in, carefully combing his wild hair, then wetting it with. She poured the water, and the MC rushed in with an apology for putting her through all that trouble. Then she smiled and begged him not to say anything stupid. Stupid things like one of her jobs as his future wife. His wife was there to keep his looks sharp and on point. He asked her with a shy little grin, "Is that really so?" And the moment he heard her say yes, relief lit up his face. She laughed as she brushed his cheek and teased him, "So why are your cheeks so red?" He leaned in and traced her cheeks with his finger. Alicia blurted out, kind of embarrassed, "Even hers are bright red too, you know." And then she shook her head and cut him off. "Nothing like that." Teasing her made her ears go a little red, so she really was that embarrassed. He stared at her cheeks and thought, "They're so soft." Alicia snapped that if he kept teasing her, she'd refuse to comb his hair, and the protagonist blurted it out like a drama king. "What's she saying? That's way too cruel." And then he cut off mid-rage. The very first time someone stepped in to help him tidy his hair in the morning, he acted like it was weirdly shocking, like, what's with the surprise? Alicia couldn't help but stare, because back then, the servants always handled her hair and makeup too, and MC only just clocked it, so yeah, that's probably why. This stuff is probably par for the course for nobles, so the girl shot him an answer. Exactly, he might as well ask the servants for help the very next morning. Alicia stared at him with sharp fury and snapped back, "No." She wants to do his hair herself. No one else touches it. The protagonist freezes, stunned, and then he can't help but ask, is she really sure? "Are you really sure you want to keep helping him every single day? Isn't that exhausting?" She snapped, laughing at how simple-minded he could be. "Don't you get it?" Then she locked eyes with him and said, straight from the heart, "I love you." She cared about him so much she'd do anything to help. And waking up to see him sleepy in the morning with that slightly messy hair felt like the sweetest reward, or was it more than that? Was he really against it? She only kept talking about herself, and maybe he didn't like that at all. Then the main character, totally mortified by her words, finally blurted out that he genuinely loved her care. Alicia tucked her hands in her lap, burst into a happy laugh, and said, "Then it's decided." And the protagonist, floating on pure bliss, thought that if she showed up like this every single morning, his heart couldn't possibly survive this kind of care until recently. He never even dared to picture them becoming husband and wife. These moments felt like a sweet, happy dream, and yet he still couldn't bring himself to relax. For now, they were just bride and groom because he still had to hammer his way to becoming the world's greatest blacksmith and earn a husband worthy heart. Alicia finally spoke up. "It's ready." He stared at himself in the mirror, ran a hand through his hair, and couldn't help but praise her. She had done an amazing job. She told him, "Your hair's still a bit damp, so dry it with wind magic, got it?" And the protagonist did exactly that. The girl. He dumped his stuff onto a chair and declared those were his clean clothes. Then the protagonist thanked her with real, heartfelt gratitude for looking out for him. He spun toward her, blurted an apology, and asked, please, if she could step outside while he changed. Alicia's cheeks flared to the roots of her hair as she whispered sorry and darted out of his room. And he just stood there, sheepish, wondering if every morning was going to feel like this from now on. Soon after, they finally reached Garal's place, rushed up to greet him, and swallowed their apologies for the delay because the Lord's eyes narrowed the moment he noticed they were late. The protagonist immediately swallowed his pride, apologized, and confessed he was just fussing over himself for their meeting. At that exact moment, the door creaked open and Leffy blurted out, like a bombshell, that they'd been flirting nonstop all morning. He slams the door, every single person in the room freezes, and silence crashes down hard. Surprised, Garal's cheeks flushed hard from embarrassment, and he mumbled, I see. Make them forgive you for dragging them out this early in the morning, he blurted, stunned, yet when they told him, they swore they hadn't done a thing wrong, so did they? The MC snapped out in embarrassment. He'd completely misread the whole thing. Alicia only helped him comb his hair after he woke up, and that's it. The Lord insisted, so he shrugged and said, all right, if that's all, then fine. He apologized for calling so early, but he had business to handle all day, so he pushed to talk before he left. Then the man urged them to cut straight to the heart of the conversation. He turned on the fake guy and demanded, so you still want that aristocratic education, huh? The protagonist blurted, of course. And he figured he'd finally wrapped up everything with the court back at that ball, but then everything went sideways. And somehow, that day, he absolutely embarrassed himself. No manners, no greetings, not even a decent dance. It was all just plain disgusting. What was he supposed to do now? Living like some commoner until today, all while noble rules stayed out of reach. This couldn't keep going. If he wanted to stop bringing shame to Alicia's house, he had to learn the basics starting now. Garal said he saw zero reason to rush. He wasn't even out in public much, and piling on work would only blow things up. But the protagonist snapped back, no, absolutely not. This couldn't be done. He refused to disrespect either Alicia or himself. For him, the Lord nodded and said, all right then, here's the plan. Hand the training over to Alicia. They were solid at what they did, and it meant he could finally focus on his studying in his free time, right alongside the people he loved. When her father spoke, Alicia lit up with pure joy. She practically shouted, perfect! We're really going to study together. MC shot back that he was totally fine with it, actually. He was more than grateful. Moral muttered something, but he shut it down quick. No need to go overboard. His real job was the forge. Fake answered instantly, of course. He declared it, and now they're dropping that topic for something bigger, way more urgent. The man shoved a catalog into the protagonist's hands and told him they'd meet to discuss buying something for his shop, because now it was time for him to decide where he'd live. The Lord said he'd laid out a bunch of choices, and the protagonist could pick whichever one he wanted. Then he shot a grateful thought back to him. And yeah, they still haven't even picked when or where that workshop is opening, and it's all on him and Alicia. They started hashing out the options, and then right there they spotted one of the buildings the protagonist was eyeing. Burst out in shock, this shop is wildly cheap. Alicia froze in shock, then blurted, wait, it's real. The price is 3 times lower than the others, and it's located. Located on Adventurers Street, Goral stayed calm while the girl pushed on with her argument, this is a J. Is it just a shop? Nah, this place is a full-on setup. The MC thought, staring at the forage and the fact that there's even a living space right beside it, while the other properties had forages too, but they were cramped. The gear was junk, or the location was straight up bad. Felt painfully awkward, but the rest of the choices didn't even come close to this one, and the protagonist didn't waste a second. He walked straight up to the Lord, pointed it out, and declared it the best option of all. Goril blurted in pure shock, "So yeah, now he's determined to get it." The protagonist shot back, "Yeah, I did." And Goril's confidence melted as he admitted he'd added it to the list, then immediately said he wouldn't recommend it. Alicia and Fake shot out in shock. "Wait, what?" Because the guy just sat there like, "Wow, these conditions for that price, but here's the twist inside that place. A ghost is lurking." The protagonist stared at him, completely baffled. "Wait, what did you say?" And it all landed on Alicia. Alicia's face drained of color, and she blurted, "A ghost Fake," because he had no clue what he was even talking about. At that exact moment, if he'd been talking about monsters, at least that part would have made sense. "Sure, but ghosts don't exist," Goral snapped, like it was obvious because, apparently, that's what he believed. Turns out the last owner, and even the one before him, both had a hand in it. He ditched the place fast because the ghost had him terrified. MC stared, stunned. "Wait, what?" The Lord told him a blacksmith once died right there while he was working, and now his spirit stalks the workshop, which is why he's dead set against this option. Rage and fear clawed at Alicia as she spun on her father, demanding how he could even suggest a place that felt this creepy. Goral only mumbled, sheepish, that the gear there was top-notch, so he figured it was worth showing them just to make sure they had all the options. He flashed a fake smile and shrugged off the whole ghost and mysticism thing, like it didn't even matter to him. Alicia freaked out, lost, confused, while the protagonist snapped back fast. But this... She insisted it was the best choice of all, because what if the rumors were nothing but hot air? But then why did every previous owner bail on this shop? MC figured it was some random fluke, and then his thoughts started to slip. Skipping this option just because of those dumb ghost rumors would be a total waste, especially with a place like this right there. Yeah, it sits on the edge of Adventure Street, but that's exactly why it's gold for business. If he sets up a workshop there, he'll be getting... They'll be packed around him like a wildfire of potential customers, so he has to hammer his way into becoming the greatest blacksmith of all. Worthy of being Alicia's husband, he might not know what'll make him the greatest yet, but he sure as hell refuses to end up owning an unprofitable. He had to find the best spot if he wanted the shop to survive, and this location was perfect. The protagonist glanced at Goral and Alicia and realized they were still shaking with fear, so it wasn't worth pushing them this moment. And... before anyone commits, the protagonist told them to at least check the shop first. Then Goral stared back, completely baffled, asking, "Aren't you scared? Are you sure everything's fine?" And the MC answered, "If it was a ghost-type monster, that'd be different, but just a plain ghost." In his eyes, that wasn't a problem at all, because he swore ghostly monsters and real ghosts weren't the same thing. Basically, demons can be beaten, but ghosts can't. And sure, rumors pop up now and then, but most of them sound sketchy. He just didn't know much about them. The Lord sighed, like he'd already lost the argument, and told him, "Fine, let him pick whatever he wants." He grinned, shoved a ring of keys into his hands, and told him he'd already set everything up with the owners, and grabbed the keys ahead of time. Then he said, "That's all I need to go." The protagonist snapped that he needed to take care of himself right after Goro stormed out. He blurted, "Perfect, the day's plan is ready," and hauled Alicia over to review the options face-to-face, but this time he did it in person, not just by message. He caught the pause in her eyes and snapped, "What's wrong?" She shook her head and the girl blurted, "Are we really going to that haunted shop after all?" So the hero promised he'd find that one too, but tell me, was she really terrified enough to mean it? Afraid, she admitted with a shy little smile so sweet it almost made him melt. Yet once the words left his mouth, he couldn't help wondering if he should head out alone. Alicia protested through her fear, but MC asked if she was sure. She nodded anyway, saying they'd run the store together, even though they weren't married yet. Alicia had to dig deep, stay tough, and be as strong as his future wife, so the protagonist shot her a warm look, told her not to worry, said they needed to go, and promised he'd stay right beside her, then made it clear, "Protect me." And he promised her it would happen just like that then. Side by side with him, they took off for their destinations. As they strolled through the city, whispers slithered in. It's Lady Alicia and her fiancé, a fake. And then the crowd just kept going about him. The young blacksmith everyone couldn't stop talking about because he was way too young. Young women stepped in, smiling, and told the girl she looked unbelievably beautiful today. Alicia blushed and thanked them, but the main character felt instantly uneasy, like he wasn't used to eyes on him at all. That's the whole curse of being an aristocrat. He tells Alicia they'll start by hunting down their top candidate in that same ominous place, and she immediately asks if he's still the most fixated on it. And the protagonist blurts, "Of course," because the conditions were unbeatable, and he'd never dreamed he could afford a workshop like that on his tight budget. Then she said she was thrilled right up until she heard about the ghost, didn't she? The girl hesitated. MC pressed on, saying that if they were sure it was safe, she'd feel a lot better. Wouldn't she, Alicia? Alicia snapped her head toward Leafy and demanded, "So what do you think, was there really a ghost?" Leafy shook her head and admitted she didn't believe in ghosts either, but she did say those places had nothing but nasty rumors flying around. People whisper about ghosts all the time, but now they're saying the residents here don't just fear them, they've outright lost their minds. At night, you can hear metal clanking in the dark. The pre-made food vanishes without a trace, and a whole wave of other eerie stuff starts happening too. Some of these stories might be made up, but until she's sure they're nothing but rumors, she refuses to risk their lives by telling them to buy that place. The protagonist leaned in, listening like their life depended on it, and then couldn't help but wonder, was it really that terrifying? Finally, he blurted out that they'd arrived right as Leffy gasped, "Whoa, this building looks way more impressive than the drawings." Alicia looked ghost pale with fear and whispered in a way that felt downright ominous, and the protagonist snapped back in shock. Sure, a bit shabby, but it looked like any other building until that busted shabby facade hit, and somehow it just screamed, "Old workshop." Alicia flinched like she'd been slapped by fear, trembling as she admitted she was terrified. Honestly, even staring at it felt dangerous. MC told her she could wait outside if she was scared, but she bolted to him, clung to his side, and swore that as long as he protected her, she'd make it through. Leffy's chest tightened when he saw the image, and the guard snapped, "Wait out here if anything goes wrong. Call us." The allies slipped into the store on tiptoe, terrified to make even a single wrong move. The moment he stepped in, the floorboards creaked like the house was warning him, and the three of them gasped in terror and shock. So tell me, who was standing right there at that exact moment? But then Rig burst onto the scene and, shocked, shouted their names right to their faces. He blurted in shock, asking the protagonist if it was really him trying to buy that house, so Fake shot back, "Yeah, that's me." The peddler's answers clicked into place, and suddenly everything made sense. The name sounded familiar, but with the address tied to Lord Goral's place. He never saw it coming that it would be him. Mr. Fake, the protagonist, froze, shocked, thinking nobody would ever switch how they called him, yet somehow, just because of the positions they held, that's exactly how it had to be, apparently. Turns out that's what it takes to become an aristocrat, so he questioned a peddler, finding out the merchant who ran this shop owned it, and Rig snapped back that yep, that was him, and that he owed everything to the goods he carried. The guy straightened things out, so the masked girl was Lady Alicia. She burst out laughing and said, "Yep, a fake." Then her fiancé, Rig stunned, chimed in with his memory. He rattled off every detail of their deal, argued every point, and even bowed while apologizing because he didn't know they were a thing, and he'd been brutally rude to them without realizing it. He blurted out, fully embarrassed, then snapped his head up like, "What's wrong with him?" Alicia chimed in, "Raise your head. You know we're the ones hiding our statuses, and if you still don't get it, then for me," MC said, "it's a full-on success." Alicia was right, so please let him breathe easy and treat them like he used to. Rig protested, but only in words. He thanked them for their kindness, yet his rank wouldn't let him go back to the way he. Like that he yanked open the partition for them and told them to get down to business. They came to inspect the place today, and the protagonist even asked if he'd personally give the tour. He just hadn't planned it. The peddler claimed he'd been scrubbing up right before they showed, and he clearly hadn't expected them to arrive this fast. The protagonist quickly apologized, explaining they were desperate to meet the storing person, so they rushed over the moment they could. Rig cut them off. No, since they were already here, and if they weren't bothered by having him around, he'd sweep them through everything right there. So the protagonist grinned and said, "Relax. Of course they don't. They're counting on me." Rig shot his hand up and pointed around, saying, "This right here, this spot is the retail zone, the shelves, the displays, all the gear for the goods. It's still set up and waiting." The MC scanned the room and grinned. This is perfect. So he stocked up on supplies and opened the shop immediately. A rigging panel stayed behind the counter, and that whole setup hid the storeroom's entrance. Once you slipped through, it opened into a hallway that, with a bunch of empty rooms stretching out, the only thing that mattered was the forge door right here, linking straight into the main building where the protagonist. Dragonist practically buzzed with excitement. Sure, everything around them was old as history, but the gear and tools were still all there, and Alicia couldn't stop gushing about how insanely good the equipment was. The protagonist nodded along, saying it looked like the last owner was a total blacksmith too, and Wig just... They finally got it right. People swear the first owner of this building was a legendary blacksmith. Alicia blinked in shock and just stared at the peddler because he kept saying the legend about him, like it was the truth. They told everyone it was the truth, saying his skills matched the founder of Lord Gorill's house, and that they kept squaring off against each other non-stop. So they kept refining their creations until the protagonist, stunned, blurted out to Alicia, asking if she'd heard anything about. Yeah, she told him it was true, but she kept the details locked up tight. And then they hit him with the real shock. They were mass-producing incredible weapons. Riggs grinned and said, "A legendary blacksmith, his blades were worth a fortune, and a few of them still exist today," even as the story began to twist. But some people had earned a brutal, notorious name, and in his later years, obsession drove him straight into his work. Bordering on madness, Alicia gasped in shock as cursed weapons started to loom. Rig noted that the locals swear the best swords around are cursed creations. The protagonist snapped, "I've heard of them," as the peddler kept going. "Rumor says." They're not just blades, they're cursed swords people swear have gulped up the rage of whoever made or owned them, and then used it to twist the wielder's mind. He jabbed at a glass frame on the wall and said, "That sword hanging on this bare wall, it's one of Bastel's creations." Just as the protagonist opened his mouth to speak, a brutal headache slammed him, and he clutched his forehead like it was going to split open. Or had Alicia snapped, asking if he was okay, like right now, and Fake just lied through his teeth. "Yeah, I'm fine for a moment." A sharp stab of pain shot through his head, or maybe his mind played tricks. Riggs slumped and muttered that maybe this forge wasn't worth a single coin, and the protagonist fired back, demanding to know why, because he'd heard stories about the place. So the peddler opened his mouth, then stopped, like he was about to drop the real reason. Yeah, he'd heard the ghost talk before he ever took the place because the blacksmith who owned it before him snapped. And people swear he couldn't even hold a hammer to practice anymore. As his craft came alive, the MC stared in shock, wondering if any of it was actually real, yet the guy kept going. And his reason stayed a mystery until the church was finally named. Even a saint scrutinized the sword and the building still. Nobody could spot a single flaw. The protagonist knew the curse could be dulled with magic, and a saint might even erase it entirely. But most cursed blades are left untouched, their power swelling over time until only a blade forged willpower can truly master them. He peppered the peddler with one question: was that blade still cursed? Rig shrugged and said he had no clue, but Bastel had left it to him. Since the king back then owed Bastel a debt, he let the sword stay right here. The protagonist murmured, "I see." And then his thoughts spiraled. Rumors, curses, all of it. Were they real? He had zero clue. Not yet. Riggs cut in. "All right, show them to the living quarters on the Esiki, second floor." MC's eyes narrowed as he imagined opening a workshop here, because that basically meant he'd have to crash for the night. The place was huge, packed with all the comforts, and every room looked properly set up. Even better, it could easily house the guards. Yeah, this might have been their best option. Finally, Riggs broke the silence, and they scoured everything together. Then the real question hit: what did they think of it? The pro-tag. He grinned and said, "Yeah, sure, despite the reputation, the conditions are great. And I love them." Then paused. "But we're still checking other options. Can you give me a second to think?" He blurted out that, of course, he'd wait for their decision. Then Leafy whipped around to face the mistress and the protagonist. They asked for their permission to tag along to the next spot, then scanned a bunch more places, one after another. Yeah, right there. In some places, the forge felt huge, but the shop was squeezed tight. Other spots flipped that whole setup. Some stalls had living quarters, others didn't. And even when things looked decent, it's still. With solid gear, the whole thing still looked way too ordinary after Bestel's workshop. Every other option just seemed. It felt like the protagonist got forced into compromises that drained the excitement right out of him. Then he realized prices were sky high everywhere he looked. That price only existed in this one spot purely because of the place's weird, unsettling quirks, and the location felt downright grim, since every other option sat miles away from the adventurer's street and still couldn't lure anyone in. Winning clients would be a nightmare unless you were a legendary craftsman, which he definitely wasn't for some unknown blacksmith like him. That problem could trip him up fast, and just a little later, when all the allies slipped into the coffee shop, and Leffy leaned in to ask if Bestel's workshop was still his favorite. Then he paused, like he was really thinking before answering. So, what do they think about it? Leffy brushed aside every prejudice and swore the place was as good as it gets. Alicia agreed, saying Leffy really was kind. But the moment the conversation drifted to the lingering shadow of Bastel, Alicia's gut twisted with unease, and the maid admitted she worried too about the danger hanging over both of them. He shot back a grin, and honestly, he'd love to quiz that ghost about what it's like swinging a hammer at an anvil, because this guy wasn't just any smith, he was a legendary blacksmith. North, yes, the one whose name was still spoken, caught Alicia's laugh and asked, "Really? But what happens if you get hurt, or messed up, or God forbid you can't work anymore?" He blurted her name in shock. So what was she even talking about? Leffy pushed them to dig deeper into the forge's history, and Alicia snapped, "That's a great idea." If they proved it was safe, she'd jump at the chance to buy that shop too, because she's determined to get him a better setup for the workshop. The protagonist told her, "Thank you for even considering this. Just please understand, she's terrified of what happens to that girl." The girl snapped back that there was nothing to thank her for. Everything was done for him, not herself. He then turned to the girls and asked if they could swing back to the best elf forge. The girls cheered him on and backed the plan. As Leafy crept up to the shop, she warned softly that someone was inside, and it wasn't Rig. Then she stepped closer, and the allies' jaws dropped when they found Alme waiting there. The moment the girl spotted the protagonist, she burst into a bright greeting, "Bang!" laughing that it had been way too long, and then she greeted Lady Alicia too. She swore she'd heard their whole story from her mentor, and she still couldn't wrap her head around it, because the masked girl was somehow her. Alicia Alme looked totally embarrassed and blurted that she probably acted out of line, then begged them to forgive her. He told her not to worry, and Alicia snapped back in her head. Seriously. Because yeah, inappropriate was the kindest word, and Rig's student kept right on going. She already knew this room had been inspected earlier, and she spilled that first. The protagonist shot back. "Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they weighed a bunch of choices, but this one felt right, so they turned around and went back." With a smug little grin, the girl said she was pleased. "Really?" Then she cut him off mid-sentence. Bring them in and let them grill her anything they want to ask. Go for it." Alicia felt like she was about to explode. With pure irritation, she wanted them to buy it. No question about it. Rig snapped at her, demanding she quit flirting with the fake. Fake already had a fiancé, Alme snapped back. She wouldn't dare do something like that, but how could he? Her father do it. Father said things like that, so what did he really think of her? He tapped her gently on the top of her head, and he laid into her again with a stern reprimand, telling her not to act like that. Then the girl wore an offended look like a slap across the face. The protagonist shot a shocked look at the peddler and blurted, "Is she your daughter?" The guy burst out laughing. "Well, He scooped up his adopted daughter while he was traveling, right after she'd been abandoned. Alicia admitted it with a shy little, "Is that so?" Because honestly, that's incredibly noble of him. Rig waved her off. What was she even rambling about? "It's nothing," he said, because he couldn't just leave a child who needed help. He knew that pain firsthand. Alicia pushed back, and in the end, that right there, that's a truly noble deed. Alme burst into laughter and admitted he just couldn't resist her sweet face. Then he snapped, ordering her to shut up, and Rig turned. The stranger leaned in and demanded, "So did you finally decide?" MC shot back. I replied. They scoured a bunch of places, but this shop felt like the clear winner. He was ready to grab it, And then there was just one thing, one tiny caveat. The peddler blurted, "Yeah, of course he was, in fact." He was buzzing with excitement, but then wait, did he really know in his bones he wanted to buy this place? The protagonist nodded, confirming it was true, just so his mind could finally rest. He wanted to dig in and explore every inch, so give him the time. Riggs shouted like, "Come on, in a spot like that, caution is totally reasonable, so thank him for even considering the option." Fake asked if they could inspect everything here again, and the boy immediately said, "Of course." So the protagonist wandered the workshop again, staring like, "Thought it is beautiful after all." Then Alicia turned to. She leaned into Leffy and fired off a question. Could she dig up intel on the place? The maid promised it wouldn't be a problem, as long as she got a few days. Leffy smiled and said, "Perfect, then we're set." Then she hands her this job, and Leffia makes it crystal clear to her mistress that she can absolutely count on her. After a while, the protagonist was deep in the books at the Lord's library, and it hit him. Picking a workshop wasn't enough. He had to learn how to be a proper nobleman, and since he knew nothing about it, he figured he'd have to start with at least the... After a while, Alicia leaned in and said, "All right, it's time to put what you learned to work." And the protagonist shot back an anxious, eager yes. He decided he had to carry himself with dignity. Then he knocked, and, with careful manners, opened the door for her. The maid slipped into the room, bowed low, and said, "It's the first time." Next time she finally got the chance to meet him again, Lord Fake she couldn't wipe the smile off her face when the protagonist saw him. Surprise hit hard. Yeah, he'd thought the same thing. Alicia watched him like a hawk and said nothing as he kept practicing how to accept gifts like he'd totally nailed being Lord Goral. Among the guests, Leffy played the part of a proud nobleman who came to visit him, and once he married Alicia, his standing as a husband shot way up. So yeah, when he's dealing with those aristocrats, he has to take the lead, because if he messes up, he'll bring disgrace on Alicia's father's house, and he can't afford that he needs to. He had to carry himself with confidence and dignity, and after a bit, the maid grinned because he'd already started to get the hang of things. Alicia clocked it, but he was still jittery and awkward as hell. Then Liffy finally told him his words still carried a wobble of uncertainty, pushing him to copy Lord Gorill's mannerisms because it'd be easier, and the protagonist snapped back like he'd already done it, while the maid let out a tired sigh. He was stunned, and then he blew out a sharp breath, admitting, "All my life, I've done nothing but bow to other people, and it's carved into me." That humiliation at the forge had sunk so deep into him that it was strangling his progress, and when Alicia called it out, she snapped that the only thing that mattered was to keep practicing because the protagonist was done stalling. The antagonist thanked them for helping him. Leffy waved it off with, "That's the end for today," and the MC burst out, "Perfect!" because next he'd head straight to the forge, and yeah, it had been way too long since he'd swung a hammer. Alicia stared at him, puzzled, and asked if they should start stocking up for the future or if he should rest first. With a bright grin, he told her to get to work. Working with your hands fast wipes the fatigue right out, and the girl just let out a tired sigh, then followed him as the pagans kicked into gear. Alicia dove into the books, hunting answers page by page. After a while, she blurted in shock family crests, mottos like the words themselves were flying, and the protagonist just stared, knowing it was all painfully true. She kept going. Every noble family in that kingdom had its own story, and their crests and mottos were carved from it. So if he memorized all of that, he could point to the exact house someone belonged to the moment he saw them. He figured this would help him pick the right move, and dropping their motto could kick off a real conversation so he'd win over the person he was talking to. The MC replied, "That actually makes sense." That right there is the whole damn foundation of everything. So he leaned in and asked if she'd already memorized them all, and the girl told him, "Yeah, basically." His shock hit like a wave, and Alicia admitted she'd been taught it since she was a kid. Coats of arms and modern mottos stick in your head way faster once you know the family story like hers. Their motto is sharpen the blade and become a blade. It all traces back to the founder of their house, a blacksmith who forged weapons for the army, then strapped up and fought beside the warriors himself. The protagonist thought, nobles live for pride and dignity, so why am I here? And what am I supposed to do next? Now I get it more than ever, he said, stunned. Wow. Then he glanced at the clock. Alicia caught his look, then said, "We've been grinding nonstop for 2 hours. Maybe we should take a break." After that, she invited him for. They sit down for tea, and suddenly you realize the protagonists are just artful centerpieces on a perfectly set table. He blurted in shock, "Wow, that looks delicious. When did she even find the time?" She answered him, but his mind was locked in so tight he didn't catch a word. When MC finally sat down to sip his tea, Alicia slid in beside him, hooked her head onto his shoulder, and before he could even react, he blurted, shocked, "What's wrong?" Answered his question with a question like, "Can't she just snuggle up to him?" The protagonist blurted, "No, it's fine," sheepishly, and when she said it back, it somehow landed perfectly. She was. She was already loving every second just sitting here with him, soaking it all in, so don't let him push himself too hard with. He threw himself into his studies, and her father told her she didn't have to rush. She just needed to do her best. Alicia felt relieved and satisfied. He finally seemed satisfied with his answer. Then later, during another study session, he blurted out that about half of the answers were right. Alicia stared at him like he was a legend he'd already memorized so much, and she couldn't believe how great that was, even as he stumbled on his answer and trailed off. Her memory was on point. She praised him for being smart and patted his head, and the protagonist snapped with indignation like, "What do you mean? What is he?" A little girl, she burst into laughter and called him a very good child, and the protagonist blurted that she'd make an amazing mother. Alicia shot a shy, "Mom," and he shot back, stunned. He wondered, surprised, "What's got you freaking out like that?" Then it hit him. Wait, that phrase had a double meaning. And it suddenly clicked. And as that happened, he shut up too, so awkward you could feel it. Then Liffy showed up, smiled politely, and apologized to them on the spot. He apologized for interrupting them at such a bad time, and the girl immediately asked if something had happened, so the maid finally answered. It took her a while, but she finally came back with a report on what she found inside that forge. Then she'd already lined up Lord Rigg, posted a few soldiers on site, and kept watch there for days. She slapped the report down in front of them, and once the protagonist dug into it page by page, Leffy blinked in shock, asking if any problems had popped up. Then he grinned and said, "Nope, practically none." They'd even hired a blacksmith who was already hammering away in the workshop. Nothing had happened to him. She kept talking about his notoriety anyway, because the report said they found no trace of any ghost, at least for the moment. And then, well, it goes on from there. If they wanted to dodge mental health and skill loss, they dug through every past owner, and it turned out most of them started out stubborn, way too principled, or just plain terrified people. The skill loss story only made it worse, and it screamed psychological problems more than anything. The protagonist stared back at the report. Sure, it was just a few days of checking, but the truth hit hard apparently. Nothing was wrong at all. He goes, "So we can assume everything's fine, right?" And Leffy jumps in with a confident, "Yeah, no problems at all." Yeah, sure, these were just a few days of watching, and who knows what else might still be hiding out there. So MC said, "It's way too early to relax, that's just how it is." And, "Hey, maybe that ghost is just sick and couldn't make it to work lately," Alicia blurted, voice shaking with fear. "Please stop this already." He said, "Based on this report, the purchase looks safe." Then he turned to her and asked what she thought, because in his mind there were no problems. The girl said, "If my dad doesn't object after we talk, I want to choose this place too." And then his workshop would absolutely thrive here. Then the protagonist thanked both girls with all his heart, and Leffy lit up at his real, heartfelt gratitude. He couldn't believe it, the legendary blacksmith's home, a rival to the Barnasto family, where he'd finally get to inherit all that history. A historic property sat there like a spark, waiting to catch. Maybe this was the break everyone needed. And after dinner with Garal, the Lord finally faced the Lord. They leaned in and told the protagonist they'd heard about his decision, even read Leafy's report. Then they pressed, "Are you really sure about this purchase?" The MC shot back, "Yes, he wants to buy this very shop." The Lord blinked in shock. "Wait, you're telling me he's actually trying to live side by side with a ghost?" Alicia snapped her father's name out loud, full of disapproval, and Goral fired back, asking if she was really certain about this choice. She'd been the loudest no to his purchase, and the girl still nodded. "Yeah, sure. But if Leffy dug in and found nothing wrong, then it was game on, and this workshop, it felt like fate had already picked it. It's fake, so she even backed the purchase too. He was ready to protest, but she cut him off and tossed out the idea. If he's that worried, why not stay the night there himself? Garal stared at his daughter, baffled, then finally asked, "Say I really ran into a ghost there. What do I do?" Laura was so stunned she blurted, "Try talking back. Can ghosts even speak?" And the MC snapped, "What?" Grawl pushed the question on him, what if he attacked? And Fake swore that if it came to that, he'd fire off magic to defend himself, snatch Alicia, and bolt out of the house before anything could stop him. Can magic even touch ghosts? Alicia was on the edge of her seat, desperate for the answer. The protagonist blurted the first words that hit his mind, and he swore he'd set another ghost on him next. Garal's stun landed, and he snapped, "Of course, against a ghost, that's the logical move." Alicia cringed as their whole conversation turned cold. The Lord paused, then nodded. "All right, go ahead and buy the store." And the protagonist couldn't stop smiling as he thanked him after that. The plan finally clicked, and it worked. The Lord swirled his wine, smirking. "If I'm that confident, then I must feel I can smash any problem right." And MC realized he trusted him more than he ever thought he would. Gorilla admitted, straight up, that if those rumors hadn't started, he would have offered the spot himself. Yet if anything goes sideways, they'd have to ditch that house right now. And the protagonist promised him, straight up, that they would because he'd absolutely stand between Alicia and danger. Alicia Garal told her he wasn't scared, but he still didn't want anything to happen to himself. And Alicia wisely reminded her father that he could show a little more concern for him. The Lord said, "All right, that's enough." And then he'd take care of the purchase himself. The protagonist shot back that he could count on him. Alicia leaned in with a fake little smile and asked if he was satisfied. He confirmed it was true, and just like that, they finally locked in a location. "Yep," the girl said. "That's it." Now he'd have to push even harder. He shut his eyes, convinced this chance had been handed to him on purpose, because failing wasn't an option, and he vowed to do everything he could to make both the shop and his training in noble manners flawless. Perfect, Alicia snapped back to the plan. Once the location was locked in, they'd have to get permission to trade with the Craftsman's Guild, and the protagonist caught it too, because he had zero clue how any of those procedures worked. The Lord said, "Every city runs on the Craftsman's Guild. It controls blacksmiths and all the other tradesmen." Then he added, "And there are other guilds too, like the Merchant's Guild. Getting registered gives you the green light to open your own shop. And once you're set, marketplace trading doesn't make you reapply. Paying that daily market entrance fee is basically your golden ticket to sell that day. But if you're planning to open a permanent shop, don't drag your feet, get the paperwork done right away." Right away, signing up with the Artisans Guild lets them put their workshop on the map, advertised to adventurers, and the Craftsman's Guilds fast. Alicia snapped that the Adventurers Guild bulletin board could be used for a limited time to shout out a new shop opening, and the protagonist leaned in, listening like it mattered, and said, it all clicks for him now. He has to register right after he finishes the paperwork, and he just keeps staring in pure awe like, I can't believe this. Because soon enough, he's about to have his own shop. Garal grinned, thrilled for the opening to finally happen. MC told him it was all because of his help, and Garal vowed he'd do his absolute best, while Alicia burst out that they'd hustle together from here on out. After a while, the guards finally announced they'd reached the Artisans Guild, and the protagonist, catching the startled stares from every passerby, felt that familiar, awkward feeling hit him again like, everyone was staring at them. He pressed on and asked Alicia why they kept walking when they were already an official couple. Why not ride in a carriage? She blinked at him in shock, then shrugged it off. It was right nearby. Walking was totally fine, and honestly, it felt just like a date. And she wanted to stick close to him like this, totally casual, not like Mistress Alicia. The protagonist shot back that he finally understood it all. Then Leafy marched up, grabbed his attention, and told him Alicia wanted to. She decided to stroll out just to flaunt her fiancé, then snapped at the maid by name so hard it stunned the whole room. And the MC, shocked, turned to Leffy and demanded, "What did you just say?" The Lord's daughter snapped, telling her to stop spouting nonsense. Then the maid just chuckled, and the protagonist's thoughts spiraled. He had a charming reason, sure. He brought security just in case, but the moment they showed up, They drew eyes everywhere. Then the protagonist spun around to the guards, choked out an apology, and admitted he'd forced them to tag along because of his shitty situation. Right outside his shop, the guards snapped their helmet visors up and blurted out pure shock. "Wait, what did I just hear?" Arya told him to calm down. It was their job. Capri then swore they'd do anything for Mr. No questions asked. Alicia and Mr. Fake MC grilled them with wide-eyed shock, and all three Capri replied. First admitted it was the truth they'd been handling Alicia's safety for ages, and Arya added that since they'd protected her since childhood, they couldn't be happier to finally see her glowing with happiness. And, today, they caught them together right there, grinning like brand new newlyweds. Sis snatched the moment and reminded them, "You're not married yet," Alicia snapped, furious. "Stop chatting." Then everyone stared at the full armor for city patrol like, what's the point? They could take off their armor if they wanted. She figured that would scare anyone, but Capri shot that down fast. If the guards smirked even once, it would raise alarms. Arya told them to hide their faces right now. Until it finally stopped feeling weird, CIS apologized to them for it, and the protagonist shot out in. Surprise is that really the whole trick. Leafy threw an apology at those three fools and called it a day. The protagonist burst into laughter and bragged that they were hilarious teammates. He spun toward Alicia and said, "Just look at how loved she is." Then she shot back, "Don't say that," and reminded him loud and clear not to forget his manners. The protagonist snapped to attention and stopped himself because he realized his attitude toward the soldiers didn't match a nobleman's heart. "Noblemen, you'd better carry yourself with real dignity because right then, Ivis and Weather shouted at him and wished him a bright good morning. The agonist, stunned, called them out by name, shot back a good morning, and demanded, "Are you on a mission?" Eva answered, "Yeah, but tell me, are we on a date?" And just like that, the heat and tension shot through the roof. He even shot them a jealous look, then stared at Alicia in shock and blurted, "Wait, aren't you Lord Goral's daughter? So does he've got a new girlfriend?" Alicia grinned at them, and the protagonist shot back, "Nope, I'm not on a date, I'm heading to the Craftsman's Guild." Evis's jaw dropped, so they hauled themselves to the guild, like it was happening right now. Did he just clobber his own buddy on the back of the head? We all blurted, totally stunned. Then someone shot, "What's got into him?" And his friend asked, "Don't you even know who she is?" He just waved it off and said she was his new girlfriend. So what? Lady Alicia burst out, "What an idiot!" And there he was, from right here in this city, so he should have spotted her at least once. "Is this for real? Are you really her?" The girl grinned back and said, "Yes, it's me." She'd already introduced herself to them as Allie, and then she went on, saying that all. Even if they weren't close, she'd still light up to see them again, while Eva was totally lost, staring at the masked girl, and he kept babbling like he knew nothing. So Alicia snapped back, "Go on then, let her forgive you." He had nothing to apologize for. She'd kept her identity secret for a reason, so he really didn't need to worry that much. He blurted it out, and the protagonist couldn't help staring at how fast he'd flipped from one mode to the next. Then the guy spun around and told him, "So, he's the rumored groom, Alicia." The MC replied, "That's right, and everyone's been whispering about it too." Iva said she heard the same rumors, and then, with pure joy, he shouted that people are congratulating them and that they'll definitely be there for their wedding. "Look, I don't care if you say it like that. Commoners like us don't get into a noble wedding," Alicia shot back, and the truth hit hard. "That's not right. She wants both of us at her celebration," the protagonist added, "and if it weren't for them, I never would have made it as a blacksmith in this city." Then Eva turned to her partner and asked, "So can you?" "Just look at this. Hear it too. So amazing," Weather said, but the moment he pictured himself stuck in a room full of nobles, nerves crushed him so hard he nearly gagged, forcing a fake smile as if he definitely wouldn't feel the exact same dread. Eve suddenly snapped to it. They had a mission to pull off, and Weather was like, "Good, I'm in." Then it was go time, and the protagonist told them they'd head to the guild and meet again soon. "Ives told you so." He told them, "Yeah, they'll swing by the market sometime." MC thanked them, then dropped the bomb that he was opening a store soon, and the adventurers just stared, shocked, like, "Wait, seriously? That's awesome." The protagonist promised, Once everything's decided, I'll spill every detail. And Iva fired back that she couldn't wait. Then Fake turned to Alicia and asked, "So can we go yet?" Alicia nodded, and they all took off. The adventurers stared after them in awe then. When they finally stepped inside, the protagonist snapped, "Wait, Alicia, so this is the Artisans Guild." He blinked at how few people were here compared to the Adventurers Guild. Alicia smiled and said, "Most of the time, only folks with real business come through." Mira, the guild secretary, stepped forward with a warm smile and asked what she could do for them. The protagonist told her his name and swore he'd open a blacksmith shop in this city, and when he asked, they said all he had to do was claim he was a blacksmith from House Barnasto. People would instantly get it. Nira shot back, "Yeah, Lord Garel already told us." Then she pushed the paperwork toward them. "Fill out these documents." And that's when it hit the protagonist was up next. The antagonist scribbled his signature on the papers and immediately assumed he'd need ID. Then Alicia was right there, standing like the perfect proof, and Mira put him on the spot. He asked if he'd bought that building, and he nodded, yeah, it was true, and then he dropped the whispers about this shop. Here, the secretary nodded like it was a sure thing, and the MC's eyes went wide. "Really?" he blurted, snatched up the form, and asked her to check the documents for any mistakes. She confirmed it with a firm yes. He'd filled out every form perfectly, she said. "All right, now I'll invite the guildmaster for a private meeting. You two wait here." She stepped out, and Alicia told him, "Great job. So the only thing left is the guildmaster's approval, right?" The girl nodded. "Yep, and refusals are super rare, so we're good." Right then, Eglif burst into the hall, apologized for keeping everyone waiting, and grilled the protagonist. "So you're a blacksmith from Lord Goral's house?" The protagonist nodded, happy to meet the master, and Eglif pressed on, asking whether he'd brought any tools or items to show Fake. Fake shoved a sword into his hands and demanded to know if it was good enough. While Iglaf inspected it, MC's mind raced a mithril blade he'd heard they could grill you to prove your handiwork, so he brought out his absolute best creation. At last, the master finally spoke. "Got it." He praised the blacksmith from House Barnasto and called the skill truly impressive. The protagonist blinked in surprise, then hurried to thank him for the answer. Then the man, realizing he hadn't introduced himself, lied about his name and added that he was the master of this artisans guild. He claimed his application got approved. Total fake Iglith stood there, staring right at him. And, yeah, he was probably a few years older. Still, it was amazing that he was already leading like what? Meeting McGill, the master sized the protagonist up in one glance, and that's when he picked that forge. He bought it with the rumors in hand, and the protagonist snapped back, "Something's wrong here, isn't it?" The man snapped, "No." And the room buzzed with rumors about some ghost master blacksmith, so he prayed he could shut that talk down when the protagonist replied, "Of course." He figured his research would have caught every problem and everything would be fine. Then it hit him. He needed to ask Igleth. Did the ghost blacksmith from Bestel even exist like the master suggested, or was that just a rumor to dodge ghost stories because the legendary blacksmith really died at work? And that's the exact question the man threw at the protagonist. "Be careful," Fake said, then thanked him for the warning and swore he'd stay on his guard. The master tossed him a document and said, "Here's your license. Put it front and center in the workshop." Outside the guild, Alicia snapped that the workshop was seriously off, and he finally admitted she was right, though their investigation turned up nothing. Still, it made his skin crawl to see so many people warned. If it were only him, he'd roll the dice because it was his duty. But if anything happened to her or anyone else, then the stakes became personal. She told him she understood, but she still couldn't walk away. This place was way too good. In her mind, every merchant in town would have been salivating over it. The protagonist cut in, "Yeah, you're right." Then he explained, "It's been empty for ages. Ever since those rumors started flying." The girl nodded and leaned in. "At the very least, they've got bodyguards, and these aren't weaklings, they're rock solid. Everything's gonna be fine," the MC promised, locking eyes with his beloved. About a week slipped by, and he spent every day at the market, hyping anyone who'd listen about his future workshop. So when one of the adventurers finally asked what would happen when he opened his shop, he'd swing by to freshen the spell on his sword, and Fake snapped back that he'd be thrilled to see him. Then he just started dreaming that the whole crew would show up too. A bit later, back at home, Garal told him, "I handled the building deal today I bought it." And now he could finally turn it into a proper workshop. And the protagonist shot him a grateful look. Then the Lord leaned in and said, "Go on, give it a try." But he couldn't. He warned him not to burn himself out, then admitted his daughter told him he always took on too much. The protagonist scoffed, saying it wasn't much at all. He could handle everything. Garal snapped back that a true mass. Mastering self-care is his secret weapon. No need to sprint just because the shop's open. If he needs anything, he doesn't hesitate to ask the soldiers or Leafy for help. And running a business, he knows people management skills matter just as much. MC shot him a quick nod. Yeah, he understood. Then guards flashed through his mind, and suddenly he realized he had no reason to hesitate. He spun back to the Lord and said he wanted to ask for something, and the Lord immediately hit him with, "What is it?" Fake bragged that he wanted to upgrade the swords of the soldiers, keeping him safe, then asked if Goril could really make that call by himself. He asked if the soldiers' swords were any good. Then the hero nodded, saying they use standard blades of matching quality, and since Alicia was going to help him in the shop, he decided he'd better arm them with something far more reliable. He stared at their current swords and decided they were fine for now. But the future hit him like a cold wave. He felt uneasy. And deep down, he knew this was gratitude too. He wanted to hand them 3 brand new blades. The Lord pondered for a second, said, "If you're fine with it, I see no issue." But he refused to hand them anything too overpowered, so instead he promised better swords whenever they truly earned them. He blurted out that he got it all, thanked Alicia's father for the advice, then stormed out of the office, and that's when the girl ran up and asked him. He told her, "So it's all set, every prep's done." Then he just prayed nothing would go wrong in that building. She said, Leffy and the soldiers checked him again and again, nothing was wrong. Then she leaned in and asked, "So, what swords is he planning to hand them?" He pointed out that tomorrow was garden training day, and he decided right then he'd wait until then and talk to them so they could pick the right blades from the workshop, because the swords they'd issued at the estate were mostly Ilian mithril steel, and he wanted something better. He'd have to forge them himself, and right then he said it out loud. Those current blades are universal swords, forged from alien mithril steel. The ones he's after, same mithril steel, but packed with stronger enchantments, and he wasn't done talking yet. They'll forge it into something that could outshine even Daria and Mithril's steel pure quality, no doubt about it. Still, these aren't just workers, they're strong warriors, and he's certain they can handle it. Alicia said, she feels like everyone's going to be thrilled right now. Some of them were even talking about chaining swords. Fake shouted, so he grabbed that exact idea at the perfect moment. The very next day, the protagonist showed up for training. Training grounds. He caught sight of the guards drilling side by side, and then he opened his mouth and said, "So yeah," he looked around and realized Capri area, and then he thought, this whole crew's got to be a bit older than me, right? In their early 20s, the guys spotted him and immediately greeted their master, but when they looked around, they realized he barely ever showed up at the training grounds. The protagonist stared again right at them, and even though they were close in age, the difference was unreal. Their physiques were straight up remarkable. No wonder they looked like soldiers. Fake said he had to tell them something, and they didn't even blink. "Got a minute?" "Sure," the guy said, and grilled him on what just happened. The protagonist burst in and said, "I talked to the Lord yesterday. He promised we'd keep guarding you, and I wanted to do something for you." And they gasped. "Is that really true?" "How lucky they are," Arya barked as he stood guard over their lives. And the protagonist stared in shock, because he was clearly asking for pleasure. So Arya snapped back, "What kind of pleasure?" They said you could actually see the newlyweds' happy life with your own eyes. It is like they practically glow with joy. MC just froze, staring in confusion, and blurted, "Wait, who are the newlyweds? Because here's the twist, they haven't gotten married yet." Caprice cut in, saying exactly that. But Lord Goral already gave the green light, so yeah, it's basically locked in the protagonist, and their love interest are getting married for sure. With a shaky voice, he begged them don't tease him, and then, just to prove he could handle it, he did his best and said it out loud. He told them, "All right, you can drop it." And then he admitted the truth. He'd made them swords. The guards froze in disbelief, blurting, "His swords." He nodded and said, "Yep." Then he tossed in, "They'll protect the store too, right?" And before anyone could argue, he asked if they'd take them to level up their gear. And yeah, it ended up being pretty damn sad. MC blurted, bewildered swords for them. Arya practically shouted, "Wait, so we'll finally swing those amazing blades." Pure excitement hit like lightning, and MC tried to cool it fast, insisting they weren't anything special, just a touch better quality. Caprice went wide-eyed, still staring in shock. No, he'd already offered them exactly what they needed, a choice of swords in the workshop. And now he wondered, would this fake thought of his end up disappointing them? He asked the guards if they'd follow him to the forge, and they practically roared that they would like, to the ends of the earth. He blushed at it and muttered, "Yeah, they're totally exaggerating." When they finally hit the workshop, the protagonist marched them straight to a rack of swords and declared he'd put these blades on display in the shop, all top-notch and razor-sharp in craftsmanship. Then he told them to pick whatever they wanted. The boys stared, stunned. Could that really be real? Their luck felt unreal, and each one dove in, scrutinizing every weapon on display. MC winced with embarrassment of all reactions. This one felt way weaker than he'd expected, and he suddenly felt painfully awkward, so he blurted, "Hey, are you okay?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to make this weird," while thinking these blades were forged from Ilian mithril steel, probably the same stuff as the weapons they were using right now. Arya blurted in shock, "Wait, are these swords made from the same stuff?" Sissy grinned and shook his head. No, these are a tier, actually several tiers better." Arya then laughed. "Perfect! There'll be plenty of these Vs hanging in the shop." Caprice snapped, staring at the protagonist. "You're serious, they can really take them for..." "No way, this is unreal." Fake demands proof, and Arya blurts, "It's that big." He yanks out his old weapon and says, "Even someone who barely knows anything can spot it." The protagonist checks both blades with his own eyes, and yep, there's a real difference. Then he stares at the other guy's old sword and realizes those swords are churned out with simplified mass production methods and the enchantments on them. Or weaker, he blurted, "That's right. If they creep up to the enchantment and the magical forging with enough care, the material's quality could rival what he's offering just in." But if they had no objections, they could choose freely, and the guys, bursting with gratitude, rushed to tell him one after another that he was basically an angel. And somehow those blades were meant to stick with them for life. With a bashful shrug, he asked if they'd found swords that felt right. Then each of them proudly showed him the weapon they'd chosen. With a grin, the protagonist said, "Perfect if that enchantment starts slipping. Just get me, and I'll fix it every time." They answered with a warm smile like, "I get it." And the gratitude in their eyes nearly overwhelmed them, because soon he'd lift his sword and believe it was him, and then it all happened fast, like the name itself was breaking the air, Mr. Fake. The MC snorted. "Do they ever stop showing it?" The guys burst out laughing, and Arya shot back, Let him forgive them. He'll think of him and keep his weapon ready." The protagonist snapped it again, like it was the same promise in a loop. And then he looked at the happy. He thought, man, this is the best day a blacksmith can get, watching those who use his work light up with pure happiness. Work. He loves it so much it hits even harder than making the stuff in the first place, and he's already fired up to pour his heart into his future workshop, chasing every single smile he can. After a while, Fakes loitered by the building, staring at it like it owed him answers, thinking, so this is it, the best days are over because things won't be the same anymore. The forge was his best bet. His shop was the leap he'd been waiting for, the first step toward his dream, and he paid for it with the money he'd earned while serving Lord Garal. The Lord himself stepped in and wiped out the rest of the balance. His gratitude was overflowing because he was about to hand the man the lion's share of the income. Alicia peeked out from the doorway and asked if the cleaning outside was finally done, and he told her, yep. Then she caught him staring again, and the MC just chuckled like, I still can't believe I ended up with a workshop this respectable. Alicia leaned in and said, if everything's set outside, then maybe we can finally peek inside. When they stepped in, the whole place was perfectly set up, every item locked into its spot. Then the protagonist breathed out, realizing, thanks to Alicia's help, they'd managed to leave. Leffy, Capri, and her friends finally had the goods all lined up, just one tiny bit left, and he grumbled, yeah, maybe we can pull this off. At that exact moment, a whole rack of weapons crashed to the floor, and the protagonist snapped into surprise as the truth finally did it. Did the sword drop on its own? One blade shot out of the rack, and Alicia flinched hard, screaming in terror. Fake snapped, asking if she was okay, if she'd gotten hurt, and she insisted she was fine. But this stand just crumpled over on the spot, so they both stared at it. And the girl blurted, "Wait, could this really be that thing?" The protagonist looked totally stumped. Like, if that's it, then that's annoyingly petty. Did she really think that petty insult would stick? He snapped his head side to side and said, "No, if it had been that ghost the rumors talk about, he would have made the whole place explode." He hurled the goods onto the street and declared himself loud and clear, like finally, but there still weren't enough swords, and they looked like they'd just been shoved around by accident, lost their balance, and crashed to the ground, and Alicia stared at him, totally stunned. She burst into laughter and declared, "No way, that's gotta be her imagination." He slammed the stand back into place, beefed it up with weapons, and declared, "That's it, now they won't drop." After that, all that remained was lining them up in the right order, and yeah, that was pure taste. When the last bundle was finally set in place, the girl leaned in and asked if everything looked good. He just shrugged and said, "I think so." He figured most of the swords on that wall were top-notch daggers sat in neat racks, while the weaker blades got dumped together in a barrel, and every price was nailed down tight. Yeah, you could tell the quality varied, but the gap felt tiny. Alicia grabbed a few items and gasped, "How are you making such a huge variety of swords?" And the protagonist just smiled. He didn't deny it, he just rebuilt it his way, like he was reliving what he once saw. And the girl pushed him. "So, what are you doing?" He barked, "Tell me, are the shot preparations almost done? Yeah." "Oh yeah, opening day is here." Let's be real, they might as well open the shop after the fair wraps up by the end of the week. This week, he already bragged about that shop at the last fair, but he wanted to drag it up one final time. Alicia told him she thought it was a good idea, but the latest ads would decide how many customers they'd pull in. In the future, things are going to get wild, because they'll be swamped starting next week. And when he realized she was right, he paused. He leaned in and asked if she'd really be posted behind the counter, and the girl blurted, "Of course." But the guy admitted his worries were creeping in. Worried, Alicia shot back, "It's fine." Security promised they'd step in if anything happened. MC nodded. "I see." Then just like that, he steadied, calm taking over, right now. The only. It was just those employees, and Liffey. If they could help, he'd be over the moon, ready to grab any chance. They could always bring in vendors later, but for now, considering. If there were 0 customers, they'd still go ahead, crack the doors open for now, and watch how the day unfolded. "An area, where is everyone?" The boys told her everyone else was cleaning up in the kitchen on the second floor, and she froze mid-exhale. He blurted, "They'll be done soon," then rushed into the next plan. She was making dinner. "Right?" The protagonist froze and asked, "You?" The girl giggled and nodded. "Yep, I can cook, too." He swallowed his doubts and let out a sheepish, "Then I should trust you." He said, "Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. This is the first time I'll ever taste food she cooked," and his stomach flipped between nerves and pure excitement. Will everything be okay? Bake promised her he'd go forage while she cooked. Alicia nodded, finished slipping into the workshop, and then called him while MC stood there, and light spilled into the forge like a spotlight. It wasn't dark, but the stone walls still pressed down on him. He actually liked having all that space around him, like the forge was holding him in place. He could pour his focus into his work swap, out a few of the old tools, keep the rest, since they're still good. But then he paused. What now? He had no clue how long Alicia would be cooking, so he decided better, make something that wouldn't drag on. And with cooking on his mind, maybe he should start. Maybe he should start forging kitchen knives and shining pans. And maybe he should turn that shop into a place housewives actually want to visit. Back when he lived in a tiny village, before he ever became the court blacksmith, he only crafted swords for the rare customer who showed up. Visiting adventurers felt less like training in a weapons workshop and more like clocking in at some all-purpose shop. He churned out farming tools, blades, and swords by the fistful. Pots, teapots, and cups, stuff you'd see in plain everyday life. That kind of nostalgia hit hard, and it shaped him into the person he is today. Turns out he had people begging for his weapons, a fiancée cheering him on, and even the chance to chase his dream opening his own shop. Sure, he's been wildly lucky, because nobody expected him to wake up as a nobleman. After stacking a couple of pans, he finally leaned back and breathed. Done, and for my first try in ages, I somehow nailed it. One out of nowhere, the mouth-watering scent of dinner hit him, and his face lit up as he gushed about how incredible it smelled maybe. Maybe Alicia's meal was ready too, so he ripped off his gloves and apron, stepped out of the workshop, and shot one last look back. A jolt of electricity ripped through him the moment he spotted a dark silhouette where the kitchen utensils should have been. He kicked the door wide open, and in the blink of an eye, everything just disappeared. Did he seriously just spot that silhouette by the pan? Wait, was that real, or did his eyes betray him? Was it really his hands, or was that just his imagination playing tricks on him? Yep, he's seeing things, because exhaustion is eating him alive. The MC slammed the workshop door shut and headed straight for the kitchen. Alicia, still busy cooking by the stove, burst out with pure joy. It's him. She asked how the forge was going, and he answered like, I just finished. Then the girl prayed. Paul lit up and praised him, saying he was doing an amazing job. Dinner would be ready any minute, so he just needed to wait a little. The protagonist told her he got it. I understand. Then he even offered to set the plates for her, and Alicia snapped into gratitude, thanking him for his help and real concern. Then once everything was laid out, the protagonist dropped into his seat. He dropped his gaze to the table and told Leffy and the soldiers to get some rest right now. Don't you think? The girl started to answer. She'd already told them they could take a break for lunch, but the soldiers couldn't all slip out at once, so they'd already mapped out who would rest in what order, and the protagonist grinned and answered exactly like everyone expected him to. Alicia fired back that it was totally normal. Then, after a quick spell, she finally told him the food was ready. She set it down in front of him and revealed it was a stew. And right then, the protagonist. The dentist blurted, "That looks delicious." And he swore it had to be the first time he'd tasted something Alicia made, because he had no clue just how insanely good a cook she was. But the taste made him uneasy. Because she was a noblewoman, he'd always heard nobles pawn off the cooking and laundry to everyone else, like it was never their problem. He never got the chance to find out just how great her cooking really was. So if the flavor hit him unexpectedly, he'd have to keep his face totally calm, react fast enough to not embarrass her. But not so fast it looked rude. Alicia watched his every thought like a hawk. A tiny smile flickered across his face, and the protagonist figured it was time to start. The girl leaned in and wished him bon appétit. The moment he took a bite, pure amazement hit him like a wave. Alicia, wringing her hands with pure impatience and nerves, blurted out, "How was it?" While the MC lit up with joy and answered. He blurted out, "Oh wow, this is incredible." The ingredients had been stewed to perfection, and that tenderness was spot on, bursting with flavor until every bite fully showed what they were made of. He figured the ingredients mattered too, but this flavor hit the table because of her soulful cooking straight from the heart. It was simply sublime. Alicia blurted, "Is it true?" And relief flooded her face as she realized he really loved it. The protagonist took a shaky, grateful breath. He tucked bread into the stew and devoured every bite. Then, eyes lighting up, he asked her, "Can I have some more?" "More bread," the girl blurted, laughing. "Of course there's more stew too." Then she leaned in like it was the best secret. "You eat so deliciously." MC chowed down because, yeah, it was absolutely delicious, like a pure flex of genius. Alicia teased him with a grin. But why wasn't he panicking at first? The protagonist didn't fall for any of it because he was sure she'd clocked the truth, and he'd never imagined. Ever catch yourself realizing she actually cared what he thought about her food? She narrowed her eyes, studied him like he was hiding something, and then she snapped. Alicia blurted, "Wait, so anyone can learn to cook a dish like that? Seriously, nobles do it too." Alicia told him, noble girls have lessons at school, including cooking, so she figured everyone already knew the basics, even if some never actually cook and only do it as a hobby, or even open their own places. And the girls. He grabbed a spoonful of stew, blew on it to cool it down, and held it right to the protagonist's lips, urging, "Open up." He blurted out, baffled. Why would Alicia answer like that? And she just shrank back, sheepish because she'd always wanted to do what he'd been trying. MC dutifully popped it in and chewed. Then she leaned in and asked, "So, what's it taste like?" He grinned and called it delicious, and her face lit up right away. Fake said, "Now it's his." Then he jumped in and spoon-fed her too, like she was the tiniest little thing. Little one, they keep at it, and for a while they're totally entertained by the same game. After a few minutes of staring at the blades, Arya finally looked up and said that every single weapon in this shop was. Capri shot back that the quality was so high, it practically invited burglars, boosting the odds someone would break in and steal. So the protagonist heard their pitch and couldn't help thinking, wait, seriously, is it really that good? And yeah, the best swords he'd ever put up for sale were. They're forged from magical sire iron, about 10 of them, and the lower rank swords don't hold a candle. Arya caught his careful silence and asked if anything was wrong. He shook his head, saying it was just a quick breather. Then he stepped in to check the security situation. Is everything okay? They asked, so the guys insisted, yeah, we're good, while they fretted over where to post the guards next. The protagonist apologized for dragging extra work into it, and the guard snapped back. Relax, it's your job and it's ours too. Arya grilled him, asking if she could wear civilian clothes while she was on guard duty, and the protagonist stared blankly like, wait, what do you mean? As he tried to pin down what she was really asking about protection. He swore armor beat civilian clothes, and the guy leaned in to explain their plan. If they pretended to be customers, the whole store would feel way less oppressive. He caught the meaning instantly, and that's exactly what he meant. He was convinced he had a point. These guys could help him stop crime, but he couldn't ignore the risk that they'd scare people off. Shut out some customers, sure, keeping them away might cut down crime, but the truth was his biggest worry was about. Alicia, people who knew her must be everywhere, and honestly, it's only fair if the ones who grew up right in the city were the ones who did. But out of town, adventurers might still try to harass her because he just couldn't stand the idea of anyone laying a hand on her. Not after everything. Maybe we should make the security look intimidating, so he asked the guys if one armored man could hang out in the back room, and Arya immediately blurted out, perfect, those other two would stay posted, act like regular customers, and if anything went sideways, the soldier from the back room would sprint in like a hero to save the day. Honestly, that was a brilliant setup. Fake would call it settled, because that's exactly what they do. If trouble popped up, he'd bet they'd scramble to fix it later. Most of it was still a blur, so he'd just have to feel his way forward, one painful guess at a time, because there was nothing else he could do. Alicia told him she'd opened up more room for her knives and pans, and the protagonist thanked her, then promised he'd handle the rest. She just warned him not to go overboard, and to pace himself, working steadily. But he still needed to remember to rest, so the protagonist said, yeah, I know I'm resting right now. She teased him for resting, but as she watched him, her eyes still clocked the store and she burst out laughing. Don't act like you're totally confused. He didn't have to worry, she understood it all. MC let out a laugh, because if he really hauled himself to check the store every single break, then what kind of break was that even supposed to be? And the moment he saw Alicia's face, a surge of strength hit him like lightning. Her presence soothed his soul when she caught his steady stare. She looked up and asked him, what's wrong? Fake snapped, and honestly, he figured staring right at her face was the smartest move. Medicine, she blurted, cheeks burning. What is he doing? Saying that out of nowhere, if anyone heard it, she'd be finished. Dragoness froze for a second right. He always teased her out of habit, even though every word he threw out was the absolute truth. Was true, and the guards turned beet red, embarrassed about everything he blurted out. They burst out laughing. Capri said, it's fine. And Arya shrugged. Go ahead, let them be pillars in the house. Sis, she giggled, and he's a wall. So please, she adds, let them keep going. Yeah, Leffy said, and she nodded too, so please, let them ignore the rest and keep flirting. They're having a blast here on their own. The protagonist fumed to himself. How am I not supposed to be embarrassed? Seriously, idiots. And then he realized if he teased Alicia now, it would blow up in his face. He spun around, told her they'd meet up later, and then tore off running while she shouted after him, seriously, is he really just going to leave her hanging like that? So yeah, day by day, that opening day crept closer yesterday at the fair. While he was selling swords, he leaned in to some adventurers he knew and spilled that he'd be opening a shop, and tomorrow. He was finally about to crack it open today. He ran the last checks and hunted for any major problem, because with tomorrow's opening on the line, he couldn't just. He decided to crash the night here, told Arya the plan, and pushed to start prepping for the opening before morning even hit, while the guards stared in shock. Like, seriously, that thorough, because honestly, he didn't trust those guards for a second. Because he was tied to the Barnasto household, if he planned to sleep here, he'd need his own guards, but the store was already running its merchandise watch, with guards taking shifts all night to stop any theft. When the MC told Alicia his choice, he warned, "If anything goes wrong, it'll hit her hardest, so you're going back to the mansion." Alicia shot back, "But it's fine." "It's fine, she'll stay too," Leffy told her, and the new clothes were already delivered. "Let her sleep here with her fiancé." Alicia just nodded, cheeks burning, and started to. "Don't say anything unnecessary," she told the protagonist Capri, "and everyone else are already here, so it's all good, and Leffy is way stronger than ordinary people," the maid insisted, and the guard snapped, "Everything's fine," as if telling the protagonist to trust them, because as adventurers, they're somewhere around a rank, ready to guard their precious time alone. Leffy cracked a laugh and promised she'd set up a bedroom for them properly. So let them do whatever they want with it. When the lovers stared at her, shock hit them hard, and they snapped. "What do you mean, Leffy?" As she reassured them, she simply told herself, "Look, I'm just thinking about how good it'll feel to sleep comfortably. After all, they were married, so how hard could it be to share the same room?" The way she smiled and the guards lit up, screamed pure happiness for the new bride and groom. Shame burned in him as he muttered, "No, this won't be a problem. Wait, yes, it will." Apparently nobles aren't allowed to get involved like that before marriage, even if they weren't going to do anything at all. So yeah, maybe it really wasn't a small deal. He tried to calm himself, then glanced at Alicia. She asked, all shy, if he'd feel weird sleeping with her, and he told her that if she didn't mind, he wouldn't lose sleep over it either, so they both agreed, one room, one night. The guards told him, "Call us any time." They'd be waiting in a spare room right nearby. Leffy met him outside the bedroom and wished him a good evening. Then the next piece of trouble began. He leaned in and asked if Alicia was already inside, and the maid said she was winding down for bed. He just muttered, "Okay," like that settled everything. He told himself he wasn't about to do anything, but for some reason, his nerves started screaming anyway, and of course, he'd been expecting the day when they'd finally end up sleeping together. But Leffy didn't just warn him, she hit him with, "If you need anything, call me ASAP." And before he could even react, she'd be chilling in the room right beneath them if they stomped the floor hard. She'd come running instantly. The protagonist was shocked because downstairs wasn't some cozy hideout at all. It was basically a cramped storage room packed with stuff. Was she really sure? The maid swore it was all fine, so he kept going. Yes, there were still free rooms. Maybe she could pick somewhere else, but she insisted she genuinely liked it there. Then MC pressed her. Was she doing all this specifically for them? He couldn't help but admire her professionalism, and he kept insisting she should forgive him for dragging her into trouble time after time until Leafy told him not to sweat it, and the protagonist snapped right back, because deep down, he was absolutely terrified because of him. Her whole life had been ripped apart and reshaped. The maid snapped back, saying it wasn't true. Keeping their smiles intact was her whole happiness, and she definitely hadn't picked this room right below them just to sit there, she figured. From up there, she'd spot the moment the two of them started getting up to something. MC flushed hard, annoyed out of his mind, realizing he was about to undo everything because his respect and gratitude vanished in the blink of an eye. And honestly, what kind of face could he even pull off after barging into the bedroom like this? The door felt like it weighed a ton every inch of the way. Entering. He pushed into the bedroom, eyes darting to Alicia. Mortified, didn't she ask if he'd said something weird earlier, so he cleared it up, and now he needed to know, had she really heard everything? Alicia leaned in and confessed to him, and that door, sitting just a crack open, felt like she wanted him to catch everything. She warned that if he stayed put, he'd just freeze, so she told him to go to bed, and he swallowed that thought like it was the sweetest thing, while she kept scratching away. Tearing at the last threads of his composure, she was wickedly smart. The protagonist shot a glance at the double bed. He stared at it, thinking, when did you guys pull this off? Because the girl said Leafy and Capri had slipped it in piece by piece, and, while everyone finally caught their breath today, he slapped it together too, then let out a heavy sigh. What are they even doing? Fake and Alicia both dropped onto the bed. The MC asked if he should crawl into the sleeping bag, and she stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Why would you even say that? Fakes snapped back that it wasn't that he was against it. Embarrassment hit him hard, so would she get it? The girl blushed and whispered that if she could, she'd spend every single moment with him. With him, then, what about him? The protagonist shot back. I feel the same. They finally decided to go to bed, and Magnus swung his back to the girl, and Alicia snapped, offended that she wanted to see his face. He shot back with a grin. Didn't she notice it all along? Suddenly, Alicia launched into a tight hug and blurted out that she wanted to. He couldn't resist it. He had to spin around and stare her straight in the face, up close. She swallowed her nerves, then obeyed her request on the spot.